I have given credits to original author in starting of the video, but if the original author wishes to reclaim copyright or remove this video, I kindly request before giving copyright strike, please contact us using the information provided in the channel info. We respect and acknowledge authorship rights, and I will delete that specific video by myself. Thank you. Casters of Oblivion by Silent Wolf Singer. I knew I shouldn't have taken the potion late into the night. Zelina had made a potion to start off our next lesson. It was a substitute for one of the 7 wonders called descensum. In other words, astral projection. However, descensum is a dangerous form of astral projection. Instead of leaving your body spiritually or entering the other side, this allows you to peek into your personal hell. This substitute using herbal drugs gives us the experience and a warning. Descensum is very powerful to a point. If it is not your ability and you do not wake before sunrise, then you are dead, turned literally into ashes. So here I am in my mock hell, running through a crowded Italian city. All around me were people dressed in red robes celebrating some sort of festival. I continued to run, heading towards the castle. Everything burned, inside and out, but I had to reach my destination. Before it was too late. Edward was in danger. It was a complete misunderstanding. Deep down, I knew my choices would have consequences. To love a vampire, but not just any vampire, a cold one, is frowned upon in the caster community. A taboo line I dare cross. Now, Edward is forced to expose himself to the sunlight before his execution. As I ran, I could hear a woman's voice echo in my head from Romeo and Juliet. These violent delights have violent ends, and in their triumph die, like fire and powder, which, as they kiss, consume. Shut up, shut up, shut up, I muttered to myself. The clock struck 12. 11 gongs to go until death, claiming the man I love. I ran as fast as I could as the crowd condensed. When I reached the fountain, I spotted Edward walking out the door with a sullen look as he started unbuttoning his shirt. Shit. I thought, forgetting respect towards culture, I ran across the water fountain. However, the moment I stepped foot in the water, the scenery changed from a city into a meadow. I skidded, trying to contain myself, panting up a storm, confused. The meadow is brighter and sunnier than ever before, the wildflowers bloom, and the evergreen is lively. What the fuck just happened? However, the meadow was not empty. A man stood across the field, walking towards me with a determined look. He looked like somebody I'd never met or seen, yet held a presence of knowing him. He looked in his mid-40s, dressed in black caster attire, with dark and gleaming eyes almost as deep as sapphires. By looking at them, they are looking into my soul. Followed by his pale complexion and sunken face. His hair is the color of burnt ember orange, as if he is holding fire within. Who is this man? Why does he seem so familiar? Ginger, Edward's voice spoke. I turned towards the direction where Edward started walking out of the forest. Edward, stop. He'll see you, I exclaimed, and then faced the stranger. In a blink, he stood before me with disappointment. Hello, Georgia, the stranger spoke. His voice was deep. How do you know my name? I gasped. Simple, 'tis the name from the song your mother and I used to listen to, he murmured, his voice deep. I gasped, comprehending what this man was saying. Impossible. He couldn't be him. He looked nothing like the description Betsy described. Or the picture of them together. Suddenly, Edward was standing next to me, holding my hand. His skin sparkled under the sunlight. I panicked, trying to push Edward away, as he pulled out his hand to greet the stranger. Except for the moment, the stranger gestured his hand out, only to grasp it around Edward's neck. Before I could do anything, the stranger decapitated my boyfriend. I screamed, watching Edward's head fall off his body. When the body collapsed to its knees, I stared at the man, who was calmed as ever after what he had just done. My dear, as your father, I disapprove of your boyfriend. I gasped, waking up from my nightmare. Oh my God, what the hell was that? My eyes wander around the room, not seeing Edward. Right, I forgot. Zelina told him not to be here during late training. More specifically, when it involves dreams. Taking a few deep breaths, I slumped on the bed, panting. That was one hell of a dream. Never in my mind did I fear seeing my biological father. In fact, I had never met my father in person. I had seen a picture of him from Betsy's wallowing box. But the man in my vision was far older than the man in the picture. Dante, I thought. The name of my biological father. Why would I dream of him, let alone Edward, being killed by this? Damn, I can't think of a good insult. Maybe Zelina added too much of a particular ingredient. Because that was no hell but a fucking nightmare. One I do not want to dream of again. To those who are wondering, my name is Georgia Ives, but I like to be called Ginger. Unlike most teenage girls, I am different. How so, you may ask? Well, you see, I'm a witch. Caster, as my coven sisters prefer. My abilities are to create fire, be a lie detector, and, most of all, irritate my boyfriend, Edward, who can't read my mind. Also, let me add that my boyfriend, Edward, is a vampire. No, not like Dracula, but a cold one whose body is like the stone of a Roman statue and shimmer in the sunlight. All summer has been an adventure. I spent time with his family, the Cullens, hanging out with classmates. Betsy visited for a week, and I visited Salem to meet Eleanor's family. Well, 2 weeks for me. Eleanor stayed for 4 weeks as we celebrated her birthday. You can be surprised that the Castor Society is not as different as Harry Potter's Diagon Alley, it is just less whimsical. Suddenly, the door creaked open. I sat up, fixing my top in time as Eleanor and Zelina entered with huge smiles on their faces. Eleanor held a tray with cinnamon rolls, a candle, hot chocolate, and a parfait. Zelina had what looked like a wrapped present. Happy birthday to you, they started singing. Happy birthday to you. I chuckled, remembering it was September 22nd, my birthday. With so much going on, I had time to focus on the days, let alone that my mother won't be able to come for my birthday. Betsy called last week, saying her job at the clinic got busy. Guys, you didn't have to, I said as Eleanor set the tray on my bed. Quickly, I blew on the candle before the wax melted. We know, but it's a tradition to celebrate, Zelina said. And I didn't wake up early to make you fresh, hot cinnamon rolls for nothing, Eleanor added. And knowing Cullens have something planned as usual, Zelina continued. This is our only way to celebrate. Oh, and this is from your mother. As she handed me a box, setting it on my lap, giddy, like a kid in a candy store, I opened it to find a red digital camera along with a photo album. A note on the album read, "My sweet Georgia, happy birthday. I hope you like your present and take the opportunity to shine this senior year. Remember to relax, have fun, and, more importantly, spoil it. You only get to be 18 once. Love Mom." I smiled, then sighed, realizing I just turned 18. I'm 1 year older than Edward, physically. Senior year, Zelina sighed. How did you girls get old so fast? I'm not that old, I protested. Eleanor quirked a brow as she leaned forward. Are you sure, or do I see silver in those crimson locks? No, I panicked, jumping out of bed and running towards the mirror. I just dyed it last week. I panicked about the new brand of hair dye I bought. I was trying out this new red color called cherry red. I reached the mirror and examined my hair, only to find it pristine in the color department. Instantly, my coven sisters laughed at my hysteria. Happy birthday, Eleanor giggled. I huffed. Eleanor's POV. Another missing hiker brings the total to 3 pursued dead. The radio announcer said. Rangers are searching for the killer animal. I hope it is not them. I sighed, turning off the radio. After Ginger's birthday breakfast and getting ready for school, I drove the Wagoneer. My father, Gideon, never thought that a high society caster would drive a used Jeep. Unlike my family's rich taste in vintage and sports cars. What can I say? Just because I'm a Rivers doesn't mean I must keep it expensive, especially in a small logger town. I'll leave that to the Cullens. Thank you very much. Your blurry friends? Ginger asked. They're not blurry, I muttered. It's just when they show themselves, I'm just not wearing my glasses. Come on girl. Admit it. You're going insane, Ginger teased. Don't push it, I sighed. At least I don't go searching for trouble. Ginger laughed, wiping the terrible burn I flamed on her. It's true. I've been seeing these blurred apparitions since living in Forks. The only time I'm exploring the woods is when I am fetching ingredients for Zelina within the barrier. So far, there are 3 of them. The first one was black, then a dark gray mix with brown, and finally, a silver. They keep their distance in the forest, growling if I've come too close or when I attempt to put on my glasses. It must sound insane, but these creatures have an aura of protection. Therefore, I knew they weren't going to harm me. Still, I'm jealous that you can see Bigfoot, Ginger huffed. They aren't Bigfoot, I corrected, they're guardians of the forest. Whatever, Ginger sighed. Hey, how did your mock descensum go? I shuddered from last night's descensum. My experience was more symbolic and a personal hell combined, but most of all, I saw a familiar face I did not want to see. I ran through a dark forest as the lunar tetrad rose from above. Something was chasing me, and I heard the sounds of running feet from behind. It sounded similar to the Cullens when they ran. The predator was chasing me. I continued to run, trying to get as much distance as I could from it. All of a sudden, I was pinned to a tree. Pain vibrated through my body as the bark dug into my skin. A cold hand grasped my throat in a tight choke. I gasped, barely seeing the person who caught me under the moonlight. It was a familiar face. His red eyes narrowed while his lips curled up, exposing his fangs. James, I choked out. Remember me? James tilted his head. Good. He leaned into the crook of my neck, inhaling sharply, breathing in my scent. Still not as sweet as your friend, but still nice. He made a purr-like noise, tracing his nose along my ear. I haven't eaten in months. I raised my hand, about to cast a fire orb, yet James took my hand, snapping it in a vice grip. I screamed in agony. This can't be happening. My hell shouldn't be about him. I spent nights having nightmares of this beast. You think you can get rid of me? James growled, glaring at me as he pulled his head away. Think again. I tried to use my telekinesis on him, however, nothing happened. He stood there, having me pinned to a tree. My magic no longer works. James noticed this and smirked. Magic doesn't work in hell, James murmured. And I'll make sure your life is a living hell here, after what you did to me. His hand on my neck tightens. I gagged, trying to fight him off, yet he was strong. You burned me, he growled. James gave another predator growl as his red eyes melted to black. I'm gonna enjoy this. He exposed his fangs, ready to bite me, when another growl came. It didn't sound like a vampire. No, I heard that growl before. It was the growl that my guardian animal would make. James turned partially, still keeping me pinned to the tree while glaring at the creature that disturbed him from his hunt. Out came the russet wolf from the tree line. The wolf hunching over, in an offensive stance, ready to strike. The wolf snarled, warning the vampire to let me go. Now, this is new, James murmured. The wolf growled again. James hissed at the wolf. The vampire seemed to have found more interest in the wolf. He tossed me aside, colliding with another tree. The wolf barked as he rushed to my side, hovering over me. I groaned, holding my side and staring at the wolf and vampire. The wolf adjusted his head to look at me. Those brown eyes warned as if silently telling me to run. I was utterly confused when the wolf focused on James before lunging at the vampire. James leapt into the air to avoid the attack. The wolf turned, going for the kill, towards the monster. I panted, shocked at what I was witnessing. The wolf snapped its head, growling at me. Standing up and grabbing my injured wrist, I ran. I ran from the danger, praying to the divine to protect my guardian would be safe. I ran for my life. My bare feet trudging through the rocks and mud. Branches scraping along my skin. All of a sudden, I fell out of an illusion trench, falling down a hill. All over my body, impact on roots, rocks, and debris. When I stopped, everything hurt as I stared up at the sky. Spotting a red ring around the vivid moon. Blood on the moon. As I lay there, the full moon phases in a lunar eclipse, becoming a new moon. And the new moon arrives, I was left in the dark once more. I told Ginger this, though I excluded the part about James. I doubt she wants to hear about James again after what the vampire did to her mother and us. Thus, I remained quiet, for I was not sure if the James in my hell was one made out of my anxiety and trauma from the ordeal, or it was actually him. My experience with the false descensum, yes, the herbal replica is not exact to the actual experience, but this encounter felt real. Remembering half the nightmare, my hand touched the tiger's eye hanging on the rearview mirror. Blood on the moon is a bad omen. It holds many meanings. But to a caster, it means trouble. And not just any trouble, but evil. The past 6 months have become overwhelming, from grandfather Horatio's death to moving here to Forks and encountering a coven of vampires, including blood-drinking nomads. It is not hard to believe there are supernatural creatures. So, you're afraid of the dark? Ginger asked. No, I corrected. I'm afraid of death and trouble ahead. Unlike my coven sister, who affiliates herself with vampires, I, on the other hand, find them still dangerous. Just one drop of blood and the person who appeared to be your friend turns into a bloodthirsty beast. Let alone what happened last spring with the nomads. James has been haunting my nightmares. And last night was the worst of them all. For he had actually touched me. James's hunt continues. What do you guys think? Thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Updated. Birthday Casters of Oblivion disclaimer. I do not own the Twilight Saga or Oz. Chapter 2. Birthday Ginger's Pav. When we got to the school, I felt somewhat nervous. I don't know why, since it's my birthday, but I'm edgy for some reason. Practically coming here changed my life. This is where I met Edward and his family. Thinking about it, we have been dating for about 6 months. Not many high school relationships last that long. I mean, Jessica and Mike dated for barely 3 months till splitting up during the summer. Then, the friendly, whatever kind of romance between Eleanor and Tyler ended the month after prom when Lauren came into the picture. Luckily, Eleanor is not heartbroken or anything about it. Just irritated by the fake California girl. Eric and Angela are the second-place winners, and they have a long relationship and are still going. Yeah, high school romance can be unpredictable. Anyway, since we were here early, we walked over to our friends, Mike, Tyler, Eric, Jessica, and Angela. Today's the big day, Jessica announced. Because it's her birthday. Eleanor teased, bumping her by the hip. Jessica chuckled, no R and J essay. Oh, yeah, I said. Wherefore art thou, Ginger? Mike exaggerated, waving his hand as if he was on stage. Everyone chuckled at the awkward scene we just witnessed. Happy birthday, Jing, Angela said. Followed by the others, who either ended me cards or a small gift bag. Thanks, I chuckled, pulling out my camera. Hey, can I take a pic? My mom wants me to put together a scrapbook. They guys said sure as they assembled together, although Angela was hesitant. I take them. I'm not in them. But Eric wrapped his arm around her. No, 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 come here. You'll Photoshop this if my nose looks big, right? Jessica asked. Don't worry, I'm in the picture, Eric assured. No one will be looking at you guys. I chuckled, shaking my head as I lifted my new camera and took a picture of them. When I lowered the camera, their faces dropped in dismay. I was confused until Eleanor shuddered. The only thing that makes Eleanor shudder other than the weather is vampires. Oh, good, Mike grumbled. Cullen's here. Yeah, Eric sarcastically cheered. Well, talk to y'all later, Jessica said with disappointment. Eleanor sighed as she patted my shoulder before joining the others inside. Hardly anyone in our group is a fan of the Cullens. Not that I could blame them since they either want to be them or date them. Edward rejected any girl until I came around. Edward came out of his new black Volvo with a smile. I couldn't stop the grin until he came over, wrapping an arm around my shoulder. Happy birthday, he murmured. Thanks, I said. Though hearing it so many times, I'm starting to hate it. Though, I'm surprised the others didn't drop a tiara on my head or something. He said, pulling me into a hug. Ginger, your birthday is definitely something to celebrate. I don't know, I teased. I do look a year older than you. You're aging? Edward chuckled, playing along. I think 18 is a little young to start worrying about that. But I'm 1 year older than you, Mr. 17, I murmured. No, it isn't. I'm 109, he corrected. Wow, maybe I shouldn't be dating such an old man. I joked. It's weird. I should be repulsed or gauging or something. He breathed, then leaned forward and kissed me. I kissed back for that mere moment. After the third kiss, peck, he pulled back. I pouted sadly. Somehow, Edward assumed he didn't have enough control to leave first base. There were a few times we make out, though I was the one in control. But once his hands get experimental on my body, or I press into his form or lick his lips, he'll pull back. I mean, we haven't even French kissed. We have to go to class. Edward breathed. I sighed, okay. Edward kissed my forehead, wrapped his arm around my shoulder, and then led us inside. At least he likes to be close and not distant. We walked inside Forks High School, heading to the destination of our lockers. This year, in senior year, we have the same class except for PE. I took things easy and lightened my load of AP courses too. Basics. Like my mother said, I need to enjoy senior year. I no longer need to waste it on my studies since I'm in the right graduation year. Ginger. Alice called out as she jumped over the rail and came out of nowhere. Happy birthday. Wow, how much Red Bull did ya drink? I teased as she gave me a hug. Afterward handed me a present. Alice, I said, holding an expensive wrapped box. I already seen you open it, and guess what? You love it, Alice said. You're gonna wear it tonight. Our place. And don't worry, Eleanor and Zelina got the memo. All right, but nothing too big, I warned. Great, she cheered. I'll see you at 7 p.m. Alice cheered as she skipped to her mate, husband, boyfriend, Jasper. Happy birthday, Ginger, Jasper said with a smile. Now I'm starting to fear what Alice has in store for tonight's party. Knowing Alice, it shall be expensive, rich, and downright elegant. I just hope it is not too fancy. The last thing I want is a ball for my 18th birthday. The two walked away, heading to class. Once they were out of sight, I smacked Edward in the chest with the present. You can't trust vampires, Edward Said. Trust me. Today went on like any other day, although several students repeatedly exchanged some happy birthday with me. But, like any other day in school, time flew by. It was already the last period in Mr. Birdie's English class. What makes this a great birthday is that he decided to show a film instead of doing his annual lectures on Romeo and Juliet. Today, we are watching the second half of the tragic play of Romeo and Juliet. Literally, half the class was in tears in the last scene of Romeo finding his lover, Juliet, supposedly dead in the tombs. As Mr. Birdie sat by his desk, mouthing each line by heart. I wouldn't be surprised if he played Romeo in a school play in his early childhood. Edward and I sat in the back, trying to watch the film. Yet, as usual, being so accustomed to such a tragic play seemed dull. Don't get me wrong, I love Shakespeare. I just prefer his comedies, ergo, Midsummer Night's Dream. I mean, a guy is turned into an ass and is smitten with the fairy queen. So, how come your family is so excited about celebrating? I whispered to Edward. There are worse tragedies, Edward explained quietly. I mean, look at Romeo. Killed his true love out of sheer stupidity. Thus, making him an idiot, I added with a slight chuckle. Though I do envy him on one thing, Edward murmured. And Juliet is so blunt that she gives us women a bad name, I whispered. I mean, she meets the guy, and the next day, she wants to marry him at age 14. Who does that? Edward snorted, shaking his head. As much as Juliet is naive, I wasn't talking about her. The suicide. What? I asked. He sighed. It's nearly impossible for some people. For humans, a little poison is a dagger to the heart. There's so many different options. Why would you say that? I asked. Death is not pretty, it is cruel. Because I had considered it once. He answered, taking my left hand as he traced over James's bite mark. I didn't know if I'd get to you in time. I had to come up with some kind of plan. And that plan would be? I asked. That I'd go to Italy and provoke the Volturi, Edward answered. My eyes widened when he said that name. To the Castor Society, the Volturi is like Voldemort. The group that shall not be named. I don't know much about the Volturi other than they are the vampires of the Cold One's Council. Throughout history, the Volturi eradicated the children of the moon and werewolves and captured castors to turn them into vampires to enhance their magic. Unfortunately, when a witch or warlock is turned into a vampire, their magic disappears, and they feel a grave ill of rejection from the earth. Now, who'd like to repeat the last few lines of iambic pentameter just to show they were paying attention? Mr. Birdie announced, sounding slightly irritated as he stared in our direction. Mr. Cullen? Yes, Mr. Birdie. Edward inhaled deeply as he stared into the teacher's eyes while the class watched him, waiting for a mistake. Oh, here will I set up my everlasting rest, and shake the yoke of inauspicious stars, from this world-wearied flesh. Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace, and lips, oh you, the doors of breath, seal with a righteous kiss a dateless bargain to engrossing death. Mr. Birdie took a deep breath, adjusting himself. He was probably disappointed that he had just been owned by his student. Eyes on the screen, people. He pressed play on the TV remote, and the actor quoted the exact same lines as Edward had just said. How he said it caught my attention. Either he knew that line by heart or read Mr. Birdie's mind. Either way, it showed me how much pain Edward felt in his eternal existence. Although I have a longer lifespan, about 300 years, and a spell that could make me appear younger, I worry that my death in the future would lead him to such desperate action of suicide, for me. We both agreed that our relationship is in the present, and we ignore the possibilities in the future, for there may be a time when we fall out of love or go our separate ways. Yet, I doubt that is going to happen. In the end, I worry. You know, Edward can be a show-off time and again, Eleanor said as she curled my hair with a curling iron. We were back home in the cabin, preparing for my birthday party at the Cullenses' house. I sat on the toilet as Eleanor curled my hair for volume. We were already dressed, and I wore Alice's gift, and the pixie was right. I love it. A sexy and elegant cocktail dress with a sheer black overlay and golden undertones, if not a brocade embellishment. Of course, I was going to wear a sweater for the cold weather, but now I love wearing simply the dress. I looked up at Eleanor, who had her hair in a sock bun. Her dress was that of Castor Society, though with a hint of a normal twist. She wore a black and red ruffled mesh-fitted short dress. It hugged her curves without sleeves and a back keyhole. Yeah, being over a century could hold that much knowledge, I murmured. True, she agreed. Though it seemed a bit odd today, as if he had something on his mind. I decided not to tell Eleanor about the conversation Edward and I had on the idea of him dying if I somehow died. The thought still disturbed me. Let alone I was dead for a quick moment. It was a few seconds before Eleanor exchanged her energy to revive me. But that mere moment was scary. There was no bright light or heaven. It was dark, cold, and nothing. There was nothing. When you die, there is nothing. I've been told that when supernatural beings die, they come face to face with the anchor or enter the other side where other creatures of magic live. A sort of life after death. Yet, I saw darkness. Zelina told me that the black abyss is only a start when someone is at a crossroads. A crossroads of life and death, that if you go straight, you'll die. However, if you turn, you'll come back to life. But you have to make the correct turn, which, luckily, I had. Well, Eleanor yanked me the right way. Otherwise, the opposite turn would have me a vampire. So, is there any big Castor celebration that happens to us witches? I asked. Not quite, Eleanor answered. There are 3 birthdays we honorably celebrate after the birth that are associated with our magic. The first is 13 when we take the first coming-of-age test. Then we, being American, are our sweet 16, where the magic enhances. And finally, our 21st birthday is the final motif. You could say it's graduation day and legal independence. Wait, we have to be 21 to be legal? I gasped in horror. Sorry, but that's the rule. She chuckled. At least you get a chance to vote and other stuff. Damn, I should have wished to celebrate my birthday in Canada, I muttered. Why? Eleanor asked. Because it would be legal to drink, I answered with a grin. Eleanor sighed to stifle a chuckle, shaking her head as she pulled the curling iron out. We arrived at Cullen's house before nightfall came. The moment I stepped out the door, Alice came out of nowhere, wrapping a blindfold over my eyes. Hey, I protested. No peeking, Alice giggled. Not for another 20 minutes. So, she vulnerable to any torture? Eleanor asked from my left. I'll get the Sharpie. Oh, hell no, I said. Girls behave, Zelina chuckled. Alice chuckled. No, Edward will be her distraction. Somebody lifted me up before I could say anything and dashed me inside the house. Though I managed to hear Alice yell, "Don't ruin her hair, Emmett." It wasn't even 10 seconds until Emmett put me down and removed the blindfold. He was laughing with his dimples showing. Emmett, since when do you follow Alice's orders? I teased. You kidding me? Alice is scary if things don't go her own way, Emmett playfully said. Have fun with Edward. I was going to say something when Emmett dashed off in a blur. A sigh escaped, and I corrected my dress and hair before searching for Edward on the 3rd floor. When I found him, he was in Carlyle's study. Knowing he heard if not smelt me, I walked in, wrapping my arms around him. Hello stranger, I murmured. Edward chuckled, turning around to kiss me on my forehead. I hope my siblings weren't too rough. At least Emmett got me in time before Eleanor drew on my face, I teased. Edward laughed. Well, that is out of character even for him. I giggled, agreeing with him, till spotting one portrait. The one I saw before, though, these men weren't dressed in Greek clothing but in late 17th century attire on a balcony while people cheered at the ground level. It looks so realistic you consider you're actually there. I've seen countless paintings of these men, vampires throughout Castor society. A reminder of our supernatural enemy or, in this case, a precaution on who not to mess with. Throughout the millennia, the Volturi have been despised by casters for what they did to disrupt the supernatural balance both physically and spiritually, from killing werewolves to turning casters into vampires in hopes of increasing their abilities. Sadly, when a caster is turned, their magic is severed. The Volturi are a very old, very powerful family, Edward stated. I guess they're the closest thing to royalty my world has. And yet Castor society has an oligarchy, I noted. Sorry, but I've been told terrible things about them. I wouldn't blame the witches for their prejudices, Edward agreed. I paused, seeing a fourth figure in the background. Is that Carlyle? Yeah, he confirmed and reminded me. He lived with them for a few decades. Described them as very refined. No respect for human life, of course, but a respect for the arts and the sciences, at least. And the law. Above all, the law. Damn, every world has laws, I muttered. Not very many, he assured, and only one that's regularly enforced. And that is? I asked. That we keep the existence of our kind a secret, Edward answered. We don't make spectacles of ourselves, and we don't kill conspicuously. Unless, of course, you want to die. Can we mute the conversation on death? I asked. Somehow, I'm not surprised that the most feared organization of the supernatural world takes their punishment by death. For the witches, well, in today's modern period, there have been gifted people or simply those who know how to do movie magic post their abilities on the internet. However, the Supremes and Council recommend that witches and warlocks not expose their true magic. Not with witch hunters roaming about or seriously deranged Christian worshippers who would kill to purify one's soul. But in the end, with the caster population decreasing with each generation, the death penalty is when a witch inflicts serious harm or kills another witch. And that punishment involves death by fire, meaning burning at the stake, which hasn't happened since the Salem witch trials. But hearing this day of Edward talking about the possibility of his own death is disturbing. If he was actually human, I would consider him suicidal. I can't imagine someone or yourself hurting you. Edward smiled a little. Ginger, the only thing that can hurt me is you, and I don't have anything else to be afraid of. You're forgetting somebody, I corrected, James's mate. When James and his coven hunted Eleanor and me down, one member changed his mind. Laurent warned us not to underestimate James and his mate, Victoria. The vampire with the flaming red hair. Knowing how cold ones are the top predators, no one is surprised that killing one's mate will cause an immediate reaction of revenge. Zelina had to add an extra barrier around the cabin and give us charms to protect us from her. Victoria? She'll come for me one day. Edward agreed. Alice will see when she decides, and we'll be ready. I can protect you, I added. Like you say, fire is deadly. Edward chuckled as he leaned forward, kissing my forehead while his arms wrapped around my waist. Ginger, you already do protect me. You're my only reason to stay alive if that's what I am. But it's my job to protect you. I sighed. Why is he so stubborn? From everyone except my sister, he then added, huh. The doors open, and an excited Alice in a black dress skips in. She skipped like a pixie, taking my hand. It's time, it's time, it's time. She literally dragged me out of the studies to the second-floor living room where the part was being held. I gawk at the amount of decorations. Never in my life did I have a real birthday party. When I lived with Betsy, she would do mother-daughter celebrations or allow two girls to have slumber parties, but not as festive as this since we didn't live an expensive lifestyle. Nor did my foster family care, except for adding a cupcake. At Miss Robichaud's academy, Cordelia would give me money as we and some classmates would celebrate in New Orleans and have dinner at a historical joint. And now, I get to celebrate my 18th birthday somewhat like a typical teenager, in a house with festive decorations surrounded by friends. Flowers and candles were lit around the living room, while a table held a 3-tier birthday cake and presents. Practically all my supernatural friends and family are here. Eleanor, Zelina, Carlisle, Esme, Jasper, Emmett, and Rosalie. I can only assume she's here because she's obligated. Rosalie and I don't get along. We just have bad chemistry. Eleanor is the only other person she gets along with who isn't her family. Both of them agreed that Edward and I shouldn't be together. But at least Eleanor doesn't obligate herself rationally but keeps her opinions to herself. Anyway, I came downstairs with Alice and Edward, unable to stop smiling. Carlisle came over, giving me a familiar handshake. Sorry about all this. We tried to rein Alice in. As if that were even possible, Esme said, then hugged me. Happy birthday, Ginger. Thanks, I said, hugging her back. Suddenly, there was a flash, and I looked up to find Alice with my camera. Zelina handed it to me. You mind? Dating an older woman, Emmett said out of nowhere. Turning around, finding him next to Edward. Hot. Edward shook his head, disapproving at the lame joke. My boyfriend gave his brother an exasperated sigh. Emmett frowned, confused. What? You first, Rosalie, Alice instructed, handing Rosalie a small rectangular present. Wow, she bought me a gift. Maybe things are warming up between us. Rosalie handed me the present. It's a necklace. Alice picked it out. Or maybe not. I thought, accepting her gift, thanks. Suddenly, Alice dragged Edward over to me, choreographing us to a pose. I couldn't stop chuckling as she acted so energetic, like a kid high on sugar during Christmas. Edward gave his crooked grin as he wrapped an arm around me. Show me the love. Alice sang, taking the picture. Oh, and there's a cake too. The cake had 3 tiers covered in red fondant, black icing vines decorative, and golden edible beads on the base of each cake. Meanwhile, on top was a golden G with the number 18. Oh my god, they outdid themselves. You shouldn't have, I said. You guys barely eat. Nonsense, every birthday needs a cake, Esme assured. And knowing your sweet tooth, it'll be gone by the end of the week, Zelina added. I pouted, sticking my tongue out at my mentor, who simply laughed. Though it's true, I have a mean sweet tooth. Need to eat something sweet and fast, or I'll go crazy. And this one from Emmett, Alice said, handing me the next present. I held the very lightweight box. Huh, this is strange. It is usually a present that weighs more than just the box. I shook it in case this was another one of Emmett's pranks, and a gift card or something lightweight was inside the box. Already installed it in your Jeep, Emmett informed. Finally, a decent sound system for that piece of. Hey, Eleanor interrupted. Don't hate the Wagoneer. Everyone, minus Rosalie, laughed at Eleanor's outburst. It's true. The sound system was starting to get crappy since we couldn't get on the top radio stations except for Forks. Also, it's mainly on AM frequency instead of FM. Alice then handed me the next gift, which was more of a card. Open Esme and Carlisle's. I took the gift, staring at the couple, who smiled like parents. Carlisle said, just a little something to brighten your day. Yes, you've been looking kind of pale lately, Esme added. I chuckled as I tried to open their gift. It was getting complicated when trying to unseal the wax seal. I found a weak spot and then ripped it, only cutting my skin with a paper cut. I winced at the slight sting. Ow, paper cut. Shit, Zelina muttered, seeing the small amount of blood. I didn't know what had happened. It happened so suddenly, but I caught a glimpse of Jasper's body tensed while his honey golden eyes turned black with hunger on his face. The next thing I knew, Edward pushed me aside with too much force. I was flying. Jasper charged forward, except Edward stopped him, shoving him across the room and smashing him into the piano. During the confrontation, I slammed into the wall, falling on the vase as it shattered into my arm. When I looked up, I found Eleanor and Zelina beside me. Zelina was checking my arm while Eleanor stood in front of us with her arms out. Looking closely, the view around us became slightly hazy, meaning her telekinesis was at work, creating a force field. As this happened, Jasper got up from the destroyed piano and charged again, dodging his family, except the force field blocked him from me. Luckily, Emmett and Rosalie grabbed him while Alice stood in front of her mate, trying to bring him back to his senses. Jazz. It's okay. It's just a little blood. All of the vampires turned around to see us witches together. Blood covered the wound on my arm. Their eyes turned black from the intoxicated scent of it. Blood in the ocean shall attract the sharks, Mr. Banner said in Biology 2 class. Including the disruption in the water and panic. World War II sailors discovered that if you stay still and calm, your chances of survival in shark-infested waters increase. So, I remained still, adding more pressure to the wound to prevent more blood from bleeding. Sadly, the shards of glass went deep, causing more blood to seep. Get Jasper out of here, Carlyle ordered, zooming in only to be blocked by Eleanor's powers. Let me in. I can help. Eleanor turned her head, looking at Zelina. Zelina examined my wound and nodded. For a quick moment, Eleanor lowered her powers so Carlyle could examine my wound before the telekinesis went up. Emmett took Jasper, taking him somewhere far away from the smell. One by one, the others left, unable to control their sudden urges, except for Edward, who looked like he wasn't breathing. I'll have to stitch this up in my office, Carlyle advised. No, just clean the wound, and I shall heal it, Zelina said. Very well, Carlyle agreed and then looked at Edward. Check on Jasper. I'm sure he's very upset with himself, and I doubt he'll listen to anyone but you right now. Edward didn't move. I took a deep breath and reassured him, I'm okay, Edward. Edward nodded solemnly before walking outside to find Jasper. Something deep inside me told me this wasn't good. That something bad is going to happen after this. This was a mere freak accident. But the look on his face showed me this wasn't a mere accident. I just hope he doesn't think of the worst. So, you noticed the beginning is more ginger, don't worry. Eleanor will have a few chapters, and then I shall mix the two. Thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Updated. Damnation Casters of Oblivion Disclaimer. I do not own Twilight. Chapter 3. Damnation Ginger's Paw Pluck. Pluck, pluck. Carlyle picked the glass shards out of the wound on my arm. Afterward, he sets the shards into a metal bowl filled with alcohol. We were in his office as I sat on his desk. Classical music played softly in the background to make the atmosphere more comfortable. It was strange to be alone with Carlyle. Usually, someone is with us, whether Esme, Alice, or Edward. But now, alone with Edward's father, I get a chance to know him better. Although I felt a bit upset that tonight's birthday didn't go as planned. Sure, I knew there was a possibility that this would happen. But not on a grand scale. I just hope Jasper and Edward are okay. I feel guilty for being such a klutz to get a paper cut. It's not your fault, Carlyle assured, plucking the last shard. Jasper hasn't been away from human blood as long as the rest of us. Carlyle, how do you do it? I asked. Years and years of practice, Carlyle answered, taking a gauze and wiping the blood off my arm. Did you ever think of just doing it the easy way? I asked. No, he answered. I knew who I wanted to be. I wanted to help people. It brings me happiness, even if I am damned regardless. It's impossible to be damned, Carlyle, I said, not unless some angel or God exposed himself to say it. Thank you, Ginger. Carlyle sighed. You've always been very gracious about us. If you're damned, then so am I by birth, I said, since I remember somewhere that witches are considered to be damned by birth. Or that witches had sex with the devil to get their powers. And last I checked, I did not sleep with Lucifer nor raped by him. It's quite annoying, always hearing every supernatural creature is an abomination without a say. Stupid religious racism without knowing the individual story. Ginger, you are not damned but gifted, Carlyle said. Imagine the situation in reverse. If you believe as Edward does, could you take away his soul? Carlyle then took a tong with a cotton swab, lighting it on a candle before setting the flame in the bowl, burning the traces of blood. I had never thought about it. If I was a vampire and Edward was a human going through the starting stage of transition, I don't know what I would do. For me, it would be up to Edwards to decide whether he wanted to be immortal. I wouldn't change him unless he wanted to. I would consider a choice not to think of the ability to be immortal as a curse but as an opportunity. It would be a choice, not one-sided on my part, I answered. If he wanted to live, then I would. Carlyle smiled sadly, tucking a strand out of hair off my face. You're too kind. Afterward, Zelina came in looking exhausted. She came to examine my arm before healing the wound as if nothing had ever happened. There. Once that was done, it was time to leave. The party was sadly over, and no one seemed interested in continuing. We walked down to where Eleanor finished cleaning the mess. There was no trace of blood on the carpet, and the piano seemed to have disappeared along with other broken furniture and accessories. Esme, who seemed tense, took the broom from Eleanor, thanking her. She had a sad look when seeing me, wishing us good night. Also, my gifts and cake are in the Toyota. When we got to the door, Edward stood there. Can I drive her? Edward asked. Are you in control? Zelina replied. Edward's eyes were still golden, so he still had control of his thirst. He nodded before taking my hand and leading the way towards his Volvo. He opens the passenger door, letting me in, before taking his seat in the driver's seat. There was tension on the drive back home. The air was much colder, and the atmosphere was so thick that you could cut it with a knife. For a while, I looked up ahead, staring at the road, but after several minutes, the quietness was killing me. Say something, I whispered. What do you want me to say? Edward murmured. That I have butterfingers, I suggested and then sighed. Things will go back to normal. Normal people get paper cuts. He started, his eyes focused on the road. If you had a normal party, you come down to a band-aid. If I were a normal boyfriend, I wouldn't have to fight the urge to kill you. Stop, I interrupted. Remember, I'm not normal either. You think you can't fight the urge of blood. Try to control your emotions, so you don't light a person on fire. What's done is done. Accept it and move on because I want you. Nothing was said after that. Edward continued to focus on the road while I watched him. His posture stiffens, rough. Eyes are a deeper light brown than gold. Lips in a sharp line, while jaw clenches. The way his chest was not moving meant he wasn't breathing too. This irritated me, for I need a reaction, an emotion, for Christ's sake. When we arrived at the cabin, I managed to get out before Edward could open the door. When I closed the door, he stood there in front of me. I took a deep breath looking him in the eye. You can't protect me all the time. I reminded him. At some point, something is gonna split us. It'll be an accident, aging, cancer, or whatever. I know we talked about this, that I stayed human and kept turning into a vampire on the back burner. But I want us to live in the moment, not the future. Edward just nodded. Knowing him, turning me would be a tragedy, just like he said earlier today when watching Romeo and Juliet. Even now, I don't know where our relationship will go in the future. Maybe we fall in eternal love or go our separate ways. We keep reminding each other that I could live up to 300 years if I use my magic properly. But there will be a moment when the decision will come to decide where we go from there. Ginger, do you not understand my feelings for you at all? Edward asked. Carlyle told me how you feel about your soul, I answered. I think it's bull. You and everyone have a soul. It's our morality that is questioned. You should go inside, Edward said in a monotone voice. Can I have a birthday kiss? I asked, trying to lighten the mood. The expression on Edward's face spoke of pain. At first, I was expecting a rejection, except he carefully placed a hand along my cheek and leaned forward. I took a moment to lean up and kissed him passionately. We were both gasping as our lips tried to stay together, never wanting to be apart. Sadly, Edward does what he always does and pulls back. I love you, I whispered. I love you, he murmured in return. Afterward, he walked me to the front step, ensuring I entered the cabin safely. Before I could turn to thank him, he was already in the Volvo, starting the engine. I sighed, a bit hurt, then went inside, going straight to my bedroom, not bothering to speak to my coven sister. Inside I changed into a tank top and pajama bottoms. Next, I opened the window hoping Edward could come in during the night to hold me as I slept. Then I went to my laptop and turned it on to download the pictures off my camera. I made sure all my pictures were in the photo album, putting my friends first, then the Cullens on the second page, and then a picture of Edward and me. I took out a red metallic Sharpie and wrote Edward's name and a quote he said last spring. And so, the lion fell in love with the fox, something that always caught my attention. Hopefully, the quote still goes on. Although I still felt the terrible feeling in my stomach that something bad was going to happen. I just hope nothing bad happens tomorrow. The next day Edward didn't come to school. Not him or Alice, or even Jasper. So, I sat with my friends during lunch as Jessica got the approval from her parents to host a Halloween party. It seemed interesting, with Halloween being a month away. However, I had a bad feeling in my stomach that won't go away. When school was over, Eleanor drove us home and asked her something. Can you use your runes for me? Why? Eleanor asked. I just have this bad feeling, and I need a confirmed answer, I explained. Eleanor parked at the side of the road pulling out her runes. She took the 4 ivory totems and held them in her hand. The moment she tossed them in the air, as this happened, I asked, will something bad happen soon? Once said, Eleanor caught the runes and examined them. Her expression was confused. What do they say? I asked. Undecided, she said, showing me the runes, as 2 ink sides showed while the rest were a blank canvas. Try a clearer question. Therefore, we did it again, and I asked if Edward still loved me. This time the runes said yes. On the 3rd try, I wondered whether he would be leaving me. Only the runes said undecided this time. More weight was added to the pit of my stomach. Undecided, somehow, I don't like that word. With nothing else to ask, Eleanor drove back to the cabin. My fears left me when I saw Edward standing on the porch. He looked worse for wear, for more bruising was under his eyes. I got out and walked over to him, giving him a hug. But he did not hug me back. What's wrong? I asked. Just come take a walk with me, Edward Said. I hesitated and looked at Eleanor, who seemed a bit apprehensive. She gave me a pleading look to not go into the forest. I know I would. Be safe with Edward, yet something, a nag, you could say, said don't go. Ignoring my instincts, I followed Edward into the forest. We walked for some time in the forest, not saying a word to each other. The forest becomes condensed with each step we take, practically a quarter-mile away from the cabin. Soon he stopped in a small area, body frozen, keeping eye contact with the ground. A minute later, he looks up. We have to leave Forks, he announced. Okay, I said. Why? Carlisle's supposed to be 10 years older than he looks, Edward explained, and people are starting to notice. Okay, so I need to talk to Zelina and... I stopped when I saw his expression falter. I know that look. I have known it for 3 years in the foster system when living in a family where the mother or child got the news of leaving or unwanted. When you say we, I mean my family and myself, he replied. What? I gawked. This isn't about Jasper because that was nothing. You're right. He agreed. It was nothing but what I always expected and nothing compared to what could have happened. You just don't belong in my world, Ginger. You're joking, I said, panting, not realizing that my eyes became watery or my face puffing red. No, I'm not. Edward murmured. I tried using my Sybil powers on him to see if he was lying. However, my ability couldn't detect the truth or lie. It was like he found a shield to block me. Like my shield could block him or anyone from reading my thoughts or controlling me. This made this far more difficult as my emotions flared uncontrollably. This can't be happening. Yeah, I thought of the possibility of us breaking up, but not so soon. Please, don't do this. I cried. Ginger, I don't want you, he said, straightforward. I gasped, feeling a stab in the heart, as I painfully asked, you don't want me? He answered, straight in the eyes in one sharp word, no, this changes thing, I whispered. But if it's not too much to ask, can you just promise me something? Edward asked. Don't do anything reckless, for Betsy's sake, and I'll promise something to you in return. This is the last time you'll ever see me. I won't come back, and you can go on with your life without any interference from me. It'll be like I never existed. I promise. If this is about my soul, take it, I yelled. I don't want it without you. It's not about your soul, he said. You're just not good for me. Those are the last words a child who experienced the system wanted to hear. Not what a girl whose heart was on her sleeve wanted to hear. And right then and there, I felt like Edward yanked my heart out and stomped on it. My emotions were everywhere. I couldn't figure out if he was lying or not. You're lying, I exclaimed. I'm not, he murmured. I'm just sorry I let this go on for so long. Don't do this, I sobbed. Please. Goodbye. That was all he said. I cried, standing there feeling my world turned upside down. Edward leaned forward, kissing me on the forehead before he vanished. Realizing he had just left, I unconsciously chased after him, calling out his name. He's lying. He has to be lying. After all this time, what we had been through, he couldn't just leave me now. Time flew by as I continued to walk through the forest, searching for Edward. It was like I was on autopilot. A zombie. I cannot feel the pain in my feet or the ache in my legs. All I could feel was the heartbreak in my chest and the tears sliding down my face. This can't be happening. It just can't. I was about to take the next step, only to trip over a log. I tried to motivate my body to move, get up and keep going, but finally, it gave up. Lost in the world of hell, I lay there crying, calling for Edward's name in the darkness. They say descensum is the ability to project one's mind into different planes, such as the netherworld or afterlife. The netherworld is one's personal hell of a constant repeat cycle of what we fear or experience. If I ever committed to the true magic of such ability, this would be my hell. Although, I don't need that hell, for I am living in it. A growl woke me up, not realizing it was raining. I looked up to the shadows of the unknown, for there was no moon to see. Up ahead stood a large mass that softly growled with two beady eyes. Not caring if the creature kills me or not, since I am worthless, I just laid down, going back to sleep. I have become so numb. Eleanor's pav. This is my fault, I said. Don't beat yourself up, Jacob murmured, placing a hand on my shoulder. But it is. I shouldn't have let Ginger follow Edward to the forest. I had tried everything to find her after she had been gone for an hour. If there was a change of plan, like them going to the Cullens' house, she would have called. In fact, she should have called if she was going anywhere. I tried contacting the Cullens from their house phone and individual cell phones to get a disconnected voice recording. I scribed, except the crystal couldn't pinpoint her location on the map, just the area. When all else failed, I called Zelina, who immediately closed her shop to help find Ginger magically at her professional level. Again, the Shadow Witch couldn't find our fiery friend. In a moment of desperation, Zelina called Charlie, who made a search party both from the Forks police force and volunteers of Forks and La Push. Before the average humans arrived and Zelina headed inside the cabin to hide all the caster items, I ran into the forest where I encountered the Guardians. The rain poured hard, making things difficult to see. The atmosphere is neutral while nature goes its path. When I stopped at the barrier, I removed my glasses. Please, I need your help, I yelled. This was an irrational decision, but somehow, I had more faith in the Guardians of the Forest than anyone right now. If this doesn't work, the odds of Ginger being alive are slim. Please, if you're out there, please help, I exclaimed. Silence. For the next 5 minutes, there was nothing but silence. Until the sound of running could be heard. Knowing these creatures do not like to be seen, I placed a hand over my eyes, if not closing them. A moment later, a presence was known. The creature stood in front of me. Its hot breath breathing down on my face. How it panted directly from above. A soft growl rumbled in its chest. Please, my friend Ginger, she went into the forest with a cold one and hasn't returned, I said. Instantly the creature growled, sending fear down my spine. She's alive, and in the barrier, but I fear something has happened to her. Please, find her. The creature stood there, breathing ragged but not making a sound, almost as if it had a mental confrontation, thinking. After what seemed like forever, the creature nudged my shoulder. Assuming they said yes, I nodded. Thank you, I whispered. I blindly pulled out a piece of Ginger's clothing out of my satchel, holding it at arm's length. The creature smelled it, sniffing the article of clothing thoroughly. Its nose slightly wet, along with the damp fur grazing my skin. Once it memorized the scent, it stood back and howled. I gasped, keeping my eyes closed, waiting. It was difficult, but I managed. With nothing else to say, it nudges me to turn around. Doing so, eyes still closed, I turned around. Then it shoved me forward as if saying, go home. I thanked it once more, walking straight ahead, not looking back. Once at a safe distance, I opened my eyes rubbing back to the cabin, never looking over my shoulder where the creature watched. Now here I am, panicking with a bunch of people around me. I tried to control my powers, but it was so hard in fear for Ginger's safety. When the Blacks arrive with their friend Harry Clearwater, I don't know if they felt less tense. And when Jacob saw me and ran over to hug me, all my anxiety vanished. Jacob was warm and his scent inviting. Now Zelina, Charlie, Billy, Hari, Jacob, and I stood around a cruiser with maps trying to find Ginger. It's nightfall, and the search dogs have found nothing yet. This just makes my fear worse with each passing minute. I'm gonna try the Cullens' place again, Charlie said. The Cullens left town, Charlie, Billy announced. Good riddance, Harry added. What? Zelina said, shocked. Where'd they go? Charlie asked. Zelina shook her head, taking Chief Swan's cell phone and trying to contact the Cullens. Harry got up, placing a hand on her shoulder. We'll find her, Zelina. Thanks, Harry, Zelina breathed. I sighed, taking a deep breath, when Jacob yanked my arm. I followed his direction to see a man without a shirt caring for an unconscious person. As he walked closer, I noticed the person had red hair. It was Ginger. I gasped while Jacob called for the adults to come over. Chief Swan and Zelina ran around as the officer took hold of Ginger. She's all right, the man shouted. When Jacob and I came forward, I realized it was Sam Yulee. We met once at La Push, a minor encounter. He seemed calm and somewhat relieved to bring my friend back. I got her. Thank you, Sam. Charlie said. Let's get her inside, Zelina ordered. As the adults took Ginger inside, I stared at Sam. Something about him seemed familiar. I shouldn't feel this connection from just one encounter, but I do. His eyes bore into mine, giving a nod. Being polite, I walked over to him, surprised how he was taller than I remember. Thank you, Sam, I said. You're welcome, Sam replied back, with a small smile. Taking a deep breath, I turned around. Well, more like Jacob grabbing my arm and pulling me back to the cabin. Jacob's expression is a bit irritated from how he looked at Sam. I don't know what is going on. I just know what happened today is not a good sign for what is to come. Thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Updated. October Casters of Oblivion disclaimer. I do not own the Twilight Saga. Chapter 4. October. Eleanor's paw. The sound of a shriek woke me up. Once more, Ginger was having another nightmare. I groaned, turning around, about to get up, only to fall 5 feet until meeting solid ground. I embraced myself and impacted on the floor. Damn it, I was levitating in my sleep again. This is the downside of being telekinetic. You levitate, not sleepwalk or talk in your sleep, but levitate. Anyway, I got up and ran to Ginger's room. My coven sister was tossing and turning in the sheets. She cried out, if not screaming from the nightmare within her subconscious. Quickly, I grabbed her by the shoulders, waking her up. It took a while, but Ginger woke up gasping. Afterward, she cried, holding onto me as she sobbed against my shoulder like a child. I sighed, rubbing her back. As much as I care for Ginger, this is getting out of hand. I cursed Edward Cullen for what he did. Indeed, I disapproved of the relationship between casters and vampires after centuries of conflicts. Yet, I didn't predict the outcome to be so overwhelming. Cullen may have been bold, but he's a bastard to end a relationship in the middle of the woods and abandon Ginger alone. And not just that, he left her heartbroken. The event scared me when Ginger didn't come home, which led to the Forks Police Department and volunteers forming a search party in the woods. I made a desperate move and went to the woods, asking the Guardians to find her. My worst fear is that Edward killed Ginger or turned her into a vampire. It wasn't until the middle of the night that Sam Yulee found Ginger and brought her home. But when I looked into his eyes, something about him seemed familiar. The thought of Sam Yulee as the creature crossed my mind. Even my runes can't decide if this theory is accurate or false. But he had a connection, yet it was something I couldn't cross. Maybe it's the land playing tricks on me. Since Sam is Quileute and there is a reservation. Jacob also mentioned a legend about wolves. I can't remember the specifics. The mention of wolves has me thinking about my guardian animal, who appears in my dream. He returned as he laid on the ground, exhausted from the ordeal of the false dexensum. It was difficult to tell of his condition with the amount of shaggy fur. Yet, I can tell he went through hell to protect me. Therefore, I sat down by his side and started petting his head. He lifted his massive head and rested it on my lap. I chuckled softly as I continued to pet him. The wolf wasn't always there in every dream. Most nights, I have empty dreams, but after New Orleans, I always spotted James lurking in the far corners of my dream. A face among the crowd or a repetitive nightmare of that night. The tracker constantly reminded me that I was the one who burned his body. How, one day, he will get his revenge. Only through dreams of the wolf do I feel safe, yet, my guardian animal can't be with me forever. Ever since the physical encounter with James in hell and the wolf fighting him off, I've been able to sleep in peace. However, I've been unable to get a good night's sleep because of Ginger's nightmares. The first week was understandable because of the trauma she went through because of Cullen. And October came around, and the nightmares continued to haunt her. Zelina and I tried to find a way to help Ginger. We tried herbal teas, potions, charms, and spells. But Zelina declared these nightmares were of Ginger's doing. All we can do is ease her back into reality. Ginger stopped crying, pulling back and wiping the tears away. She muttered, "Thanks," before lying down and going back to sleep. I sighed, casting a soothing spell so she could sleep soundly without nightmares. Once done, I tucked her in and returned to bed. It's late, practically 3 in the morning. Dead time is the time when spirits become active in the night. Not risking it, I went straight to bed. The last thing I need is to encounter a ghost from the past. "Are you all right, Eleanor?" Angela asked. Instantly, my head snapped up to attention, and I found friends watching me with concern. It took a moment to realize it was lunch period. I remember leaving Mr. Jefferson's politics class with Eric. He was rambling on about the Halloween party Jessica is hosting this weekend. The moment I sat in the cafeteria, I must have dozed off. "Yeah, just tired," I answered. "You sure?" Angela asked again. I nodded, pulling out my lunch from my bag. Angela was wary but nodded, returning to the conversation with Jessica. I listened, trying to participate in the conversation. They were discussing what everyone was going to dress up as for Halloween. Jessica announced she was going to be a sexy Cinderella. Angela said she was going to dress up as a cowgirl. When they asked me what I was going to be at the party, I paused. I hardly paid attention to the party date. I barely had time because I was busy with my training and Ginger this past month. I'm going as a witch," I answered. "Really, isn't that predictable?" Jessica stated, referring to me moving here from Salem. "Yeah, it's just that I didn't have time to buy a costume, and I got a witch hat. Add some black and voila." I exaggerated, waving my hand. Jessica nodded as she returned to the subject of music, hoping to catch a boy's attention. I sighed, munching on a sandwich while looking past everyone staring at Ginger, who sat in the corner of the cafeteria. In the chair, Edward used to sit by the table where the Cullens used to claim. Ginger sat there all alone in her mind. She has been behaving like a loner for the past month. Ginger barely hung out with the gang. Barely talks to anyone. Seeing her grades, they appeared average, with no change. In fact, they look much better. All A's and B's. Yet she acts so isolated at school and in training. I fear for the worse. Mainly when her magic relies on her emotions. Everyone fears a backfire suicide since Ginger is pyrokinesis, meaning fire could burn her alive. Saturday night, I got ready for Jessica's party. I finished taking a shower and blow-drying my hair, and attempted to curl it again. Somehow, I'm good at curling other people's hair but not mine. Anyway, this past October, I have been unable to shop for a costume. So, having nothing to wear, I went to my closet, pushing clothes back till reaching for my caster wardrobe. All the black, silver, white, gray, and dark color clothing in garments made of silk, velvet, leather, lace, and all the rich fabrics. Since I'm going as a witch, I can't expose too much of the caster society to my friends. Therefore, I grabbed my expired gothic clothing. Also, Halloween approved, but not overly dramatic. Jessica would kill me if I outbeat her in the costume department. Let alone Lauren. Since Tyler asked me out for junior prom, she really doesn't like me. Thus, I put on a tiered ruffle sweetheart dress with a somewhat puffy skirt. The straps complement the necklines, showing off the ruffles, and the skirt includes tiers of ruffled fabric. The waist displays a double row of buttons with lacing on each side. More crisscrossed lacing appeared at the back of the dress. The fabric shows off a subtle raised pattern on purple inlay over black. I wore black tights, purple and black lace boots, a black choker with a pentagram, and lace gloves. I put on the cloak and witch's hat to top off the look. There, I must be witchy enough for the party, and with makeup, I did the smoky eyes and purple lips. If my grandfather saw me now, he would laugh his heart out. The thought of him made me smile, as we had our tradition for Halloween. Although Halloween is on a Wednesday this year and not on a Saturday, I can sense the early presence of All Hallows' Eve. Halloween was different in the caster community. Unlike dressing up and going trick-or-treating, we casters go by traditions, especially among the traditional and naturals. In the Dark Ages, there were 3 blood sacrifices over the 3 days, the last before midnight on the final day of the harvest. In other words, All Hallows' Eve. A ritual to appease the ancestors and all deities. Of course, all the sacrifices were criminals who had wronged the community and would be executed. But instead of wasting their life on beheading, they were used in sacred rituals. Of course, Dark Caster believed this ritual would resurrect the demon Samhain. Now, knowing that this ritual could possibly resurrect it, the sacrifices were animals to this day. Samhain is a mere children's story. If he was ever raised, the only way to survive is to put masks over our faces, sweets left on the doorstep to appease him, faces carved into vegetables, turnips and pumpkins, to worship him, and all those necessities. All the stuff takes in today's time from Dark Casters. But as traditional, we consider this version of Dia de los Muertos, the night when spirits rise. My kind also celebrates at a bonfire, a gathering as we chant a sacred spell amongst the elements in worshipping our ancestors and praying for a healthy year. We dressed whimsically and danced along with the flames while the men tried to test their courage by walking on burning embers. Zelina mentioned we will be heading out of town for Halloween caster gathering in Washington. I was excited to meet all the casters who live in the area, dance the night amongst the stars and moon, and praise our ancestors. But right now, I'm going to a party. Hopefully, it will be fun. I've seen movies about teens partying, and tonight is my chance to experience it. I'm so excited that I can't wait. I walked out of my room and went to check on Ginger. Earlier today, I told her about Jessica's party and that she should come. She just shrugged and went to her room. When I knocked on her door and received no response, I found Ginger sitting in front of the window. Ever since Edward dumped her, she looked terrible. She looked sick, practically pale, bruising under her eyes from lack of sleep. Hell, her roots started showing her natural hair color of an orangey shade. She didn't wear her usual punk, jock, vintage clothing. Instead, a long black sleep shirt, hoodie, and jeans. This wallowing was out of hand. She practically trashed her room after discovering her gifts and sentimental stuff of the Cullens had vanished. Now, she is nothing but a shell. Taking a deep breath, I knelt down beside her. "Hey Jing, I'm going to the party. Want to come?" Ginger didn't reply. Just staring out the window. "Come on, the gang wants you to come. Mike is hoping you can make it." "Hell, you can borrow one of my dresses," I offered. Ginger always wanted to wear my caster gowns and dresses. I didn't let her because of the sentimental gifts they received from Grandfather Horatio. But tonight, I can make an exception. Practically anything to get her out of this funk she was in. Again nothing. By Hecate's third head, I thought angrily, as something snapped inside of me. "Damn it, Ginger, he's not coming back," I snapped. "You need to move on. Everyone is worried about you. Please, snap out of this before it affects your magic." Once more, silence. I groaned, stood up, and left her room, angry that she would rather rot than live life. Saying goodbye to Zelina, I got in the wagoneer and headed off to Jessica's party. I hope this All Hallows' Eve will be fun. Sorry for the holdup. I needed a break from this story and work on another. So, if you are a Supernatural fan, look at my other story, Harville Supernatural. I hope you guys enjoy the story. Please leave a review. Updated. November Casters of Oblivion disclaimer. I do not own the Twilight Saga. Chapter 5. November. Eleanor's POV. It was November, and Ginger still hadn't snapped out of it. Every day was the same schedule. Wake up, go to school, come home, do homework, train, have dinner, and then sleep, followed by nightmares. Every night is a nightmare. She wouldn't talk about the nightmares, let alone describe them. In fact, Ginger hardly spoke. She only talks when answering a teacher's question or when Zelina instructs a new spell. Afterward, she goes mute, back in her zombie-like state. On the other hand, I have been trying to live in two worlds, the everyday teenage life and the caster's life. When not in the cabin, I hang out with my friends. Jessica and Angela would invite me out for girl time, whether shopping or a sleepover. Somehow, I get excited when the offer comes around. Last week, we drove to Seattle on a Saturday to go shopping. And let me tell you, Jessica is the replacement for Alice. She pushed me to try a new style instead of my modern light gothic chic attire. Instead, she liked me to try bohemian with a pinch of hipster while she goes for preppy, and Angela does modern femme. I tried to drag Ginger along for the trip, And as usual, she refused and went back to her room to mope. Today was Saturday, and there was nothing to do. I did my usual training, enhancing my abilities to a stronger level. My telekinesis has grown stronger to levitate heavier objects such as a person in a vehicle. I have more control over my pyrokinesis, and my divination is much more precise. Zelina is pleased to see my improvement, although we haven't set much practice on Vitulum Vitalis in fear of exchanging too much life force. A caster can live up to 300 years, especially a traditional caster like me. But the more you use Vitulum Vitalis, the lesser your lifespan will be. My grandfather Horatio died at 218 because he used his ability to rescue his comrades during the Civil War and World Wars. Let alone my family is cautious. Anyway, I'm doing nothing right now besides going over Thanksgiving recipes. Zelina has decided to host a Thanksgiving dinner, inviting Chief Swan, Billy, and Jacob Black for the holiday. Although I debated if it was all right to invite the Blacks over since they were Native Americans, Zelina waved it off, saying, "When you say food, they will come." She did the decorations and invites while I focused on the menu. So far, there is a 20-pound turkey, mashed potatoes, stuffing, cranberry sauce, dinner rolls, green beans, and gravy. A lot to do, and hopefully enough to feed 6 people. Just need to buy the ingredients later today. Eleanor, Zelina spoke out of nowhere. I looked up to see Zelina standing on the opposite side of the table, holding bags of food. Occasionally, Zelina would cook the Blacks and Chief Swan meals when they forgot to cook. Let alone Chief Swan, who doesn't know how to cook unless it's eggs and bacon and cooking fish. As for the Blacks, with Billy's diabetes and Jacob taking care of his dad, they tend not to eat a healthy meal almost the same as Chief Swan. Zelina remedies that time again. "Can you drop this off at Charlie's in the Black residence?" Zelina asked. "Sure," I answered with a smile. I grabbed my coat and purse, ensuring I had the grocery list before delivering the meals. My first stop was at Chief Swan's house. Once I reached his house, I found Chief Swan taking debris from his backyard and moving it to the garbage can. His neighbor was also out pulling out 2 motorcycles. The bikes caught my attention, for they brought back memories from my childhood. My father, Gideon, is a fanatic about motorcycles, especially unique or vintage models. Back home, he has over 10 motorcycles from different time periods. I got out of the Wagoneer to get a better look. "It's about time you got rid of those old stupid things, Bob," Charlie said. "Seen one too many bikes smeared on the highway." "Say what you like, Chief. Soon someone hauls these pieces for scrap, you and my wife can rest easy." Bob chuckled. "Hey, what's this word on this bear problem? Folks are saying they're huge?" Yeah, that's talk," Charlie answered. "Hey, Chief," I greeted. "Hey Eleanor, Zelina drafted you into delivering this for me?" Charlie asked. "Yep," I answered. "Still coming over for Thanksgiving?" "You bet," Charlie confirmed with a grin. I handed him the bag with 3 days' worth of meals. Charlie said thanks as he headed inside to put it away. As he did that, I walked over to Bob to take a closer look at the bikes. Bob was surprised as I knelt down to evaluate the conditions of the bikes. Both were worn out, with a bit of patina, while the leather seats were practically destroyed. From what I could tell about the bikes on the model, the red one was a Honda Scrambler, while the black one was a Harley Sprint. "Are you into bikes?" Bob asked. "Somewhat. My dad owns a motorcycle collection from Indians to Harleys. It depends on the model and year," I answered. Bob nodded. "Man must have some good taste." I got up and pulled out my cell phone. "Mind if I take a pic?" "Sure," Bob said. I took pictures of the Honda and Harley and texted them to my father. A minute later, my cell phone rang. I answered it. "Hi, Dad." "Why do you know me so well?" Gideon chuckled on the other end. 1969 CL70 Scrambler and a Harley Sprint. I haven't seen those models in ages. "Are you interested?" I asked. Just saying that got Bob's eyes to widen. "Their condition has me wary, my dear," Gideon answered. "Not good enough to travel from Forks to Boston." "What if I restore them here, and later, when you visit for graduation, you can take a trailer?" I offered. "Maybe, but repairing a motorcycle isn't cheap, and I have my eyes set on the Honda," Gideon said. "Is there an auto shop you know that could do the job?" I thought about it. The only auto shop in Forks is Dowling. However, the owner and mechanic, John Dowling, charged a ridiculous amount, like a modern Scrooge. Say you need an oil change. He charges $60 to $80 instead of a couple 20 bills. The bill would cost $10,000 if I delivered 2 precious old bikes. Not risking dealing with bankruptcy, I thought about another mechanic. Just thinking about Jacob brought a smile to my face. Maybe he can fix the bikes in exchange for keeping one, or I will pay him for his labor. I got somebody in mind, I said. So you in? Ask the man what he's offering, Gideon requested. I looked at Bob Marks, who was still standing there, surprised by the sudden interest in these bikes. How much are you selling? Was going to toss them out, actually, Bob answered. Offer him $1,000, Gideon offered. My father is an honorable man. He will pay a bit extra if something is for sale on the market since the economy is not going so well. Even if these bikes are free, paying the man is only fair. My father is offering $1,000 if you accept, I said. Bob's eyes widened upon hearing this. $1,000 for 2 old, worn-out bikes. Not a moment of hesitation, he accepted. I informed my father, who was pleased and said he'd cash the money into my debit card. I thanked him before hanging up. Bob said he would hold on to the bikes until I get a trailer and pay him. Nodding, we wrote a deal. I left, heading to the bank to get $1,000 in cash, then back to the cabin to retrieve Zelina's utility trailer in the garage. I told Zelina what was happening, and she laughed, finally having a rebel moment. You're not mad? I asked in surprise. No, but don't let Chief Swan know, and wear a helmet if you dare ride one, Zelina answered. Her words made me smile, knowing she had my back on this. She helped me attach the trailer to the back of the Wagoneer and wished me luck. I returned to Bob Marks's house, where his son Austin awaited me. I pulled up to their driveway, close to where the bikes were. First, I handed Bob the money as promised while he and Austin helped load the bikes to the trailer and secure them. Saying thanks, I made my way to La Push, unable to stop smiling. I pulled up to the black residence, excited and nervous simultaneously, not sure if Jacob is willing to go with the idea of fixing 2 motorcycles. Yet going with my instincts, I drove near the garage expecting Jacob to be there working on his rabbit. When I got out of the Wagoneer, I was instantly in a bear hug and swung around like a child. Where the hell have you been, Loca? Jacob asked, chuckling. I laughed at his childish behavior. Once he put me down, I got a better look at him. The last time we saw each other was Ginger's disappearance. We spoke on the phone, by email, and by text. Yet, in October, I was busy watching over Ginger to go out until I decided to live my life after Halloween. Now, looking at Jacob, I gawked. Jacob Black has grown officially 6 feet tall, his body thicker and more toned, including the baby fat on his cheeks gone. Luckily, he kept his long black hair, tying a portion up, and his deep brown eyes glimmered in innocence. I brought you something, I answered. A bit of a project, actually. Okay, Jacob said, smiling. I went to the trailer, pulling the tarp off to expose the Honda Scrambler and the Harley Sprint. Jacob stood there analyzing the 2 old motorcycles in the trailer. At first, he was smiling, but then his face fell into a mere neutral expression. I hesitated, thinking this was stupid. Wow. Scrap metal. You shouldn't have, Jacob teased. I rolled my eyes and smacked his shoulder. I bought them from a neighbor. The restoration probably cost more than they're worth, but my dad is into these bikes, so I thought I had a mechanic friend to help me then. Me. Jacob interrupted, smiling in his bright smile. Me being the mechanic-type friend? Yeah, I confessed, blushing a little. First one that came to mind. Since when are you into motorcycles? He asked. Since I was a kid. My family is into vehicles, I answered. Cool. Yeah, he smiled, then sighed. The parts are definitely gonna be pricey. My dad is funding it, and I have some inheritance, I assured Jacob. Your dad, inheritance? He asked, baffled. What, are y'all rich or something? You can say something like that. But where's the fun buying a new motorcycle rather than fixing one, or 2? I answered. When I looked him straight in the eyes, I sensed his caution. Look, I know this is reckless. Yeah, I mean, it's completely stupid and reckless. Jacob interrupted. When do we start? I stared at him, surprised to accept the offer. For a moment, I thought he would reject the project and suggest doing something else. But no, he was in it all the way. Now, I cheered. Jacob chuckled as he unlatched the trailer's tail and removed the cords that held the bikes in place. He went over to the red bike, pulling it towards him before grabbing it and lowering it to the ground. I was going to use my telekinesis on the bikes to make them lighter, yet Jacob managed to bring the bike down easily. It took both Bob and Austin to get the bike in the trailer. However, Jacob got it down like it was nothing. "Jake, you're buff," I said, surprised. "How did that happen? You're what, 16? Age is just a number, baby," Jacob teased. "What are you, like, 40 now?" 18. I scoffed and then muttered, "Though it feels like it." Jacob started leading the way back to the garage, pushing the red motorcycle in. Well, I got mad skills, which raises my actual age. And you're a shrimp, so that for sure should drop you down a bit, say, like, 30. Make it 35. I corrected, laughing. Jacob and I spent Sunday in the garage working on the bikes. Jacob started the deconstruction process, setting the parts on an old blanket and sitting on the ground doing his magic. I sat in an old car chair covered in duct tape, cleaning the parts to see if they were salvageable. By the afternoon, we had the red bike stripped to its frame. The radio played into the background some romantic song called "All I Believe In" by the Magic Numbers. It's something I'm not used to listening to. Yet Jacob nodded to the music, so I let it play. Jacob seemed to notice my disinterest. "That song's good, you don't like it?" It's not my kind of genre," I answered, sitting down next to him as I used a scraper to remove grease and rust from the parts and dunk them in a bucket filled with drain cleaner and water. Jacob heard that drain cleaner is an easier way to clean parts than those expensive auto shop cleaners. "Okay. Like what?" he asked. "More alternative music. A bit of rock, too, if not modern folk-style music," I answered. Maybe later you can hook up your iPod," he suggested. I nodded. "Hey, if we're gonna do this every other day, we have to set some ground rules." "Ground rules, like what?" Jacob chuckled. "You know, fit in our homework," I clarified. "I don't want Billy thinking I'm a bad influence on you." "You? Influence me? Please," Jacob said humorously. "I'm older than you, therefore, I'm the influencer, and you the influencee," I stated. Jacob laughed, stopping his work. No, my size and knowledge base actually makes me older than you because of your general paleness and lack of know-how." "Really? Did you know Alexander the Great died at age 32 from malaria?" I challenged. "No," Jacob said. "But I'm still older than you." I laughed. "Last I checked, I convinced you to build 2 motorcycles with me. Don't you think that makes you naive?" Jacob turned around, giving me a "seriously" expression. "Okay, so where do we stand?" "I'm 35. And you are 32. I declared. "Come on," Jacob protested. There was a knock on the door, catching our attention. 2 boys came in, having the same Quileute traits of russet skin, brown eyes, and dark brownish black hair. One was slender and almost as tall as Jacob. His black hair was chin-length and parted down the middle, one tucked behind his left ear while the right side swung free. As for the other, he was a tad bit shorter with cropped black hair and a more rounded face. "Yo, Jake, you in there?" I debated whether to go. Maybe Jacob should spend time with his friends since he hung out with me yesterday. I was about to get up when Jacob placed a hand on my shoulder. "It's okay," Jacob said to me, "it's just my boys." "Hey, Jake." The boy with shoulder-length hair greeted. "Hey. Guys, this is Eleanor." Jacob got up and introduced us. "Eleanor, that's Quill and Embry." "Hello," I greeted. "I'm Quill Adiara," the one with cropped hair replied. I smiled, not sure what to say to that. The way he spoke it was as if he were the bad boy type. Embry puckered his lips, trying to prevent a laugh or snort. "So the bike building story is true?" Quill continued. "Yes, I taught him everything he knows," I teased. "What about the part where you're his girlfriend?" Quill asked. "What?" I replied, confused. "Ooh, burn." Embry laughed. "Actually, remember I said she's a girl and a friend," Jacob corrected. "Embry, do you remember him making that distinction?" Quill asked his neighboring friend. "Nope," Embry answered. "So you boys have girlfriends?" I asked. Jacob and Embry burst out laughing, holding their stomachs. Meanwhile, Quill tucked his hands in his pocket as Embry rubbed his arm sheepishly. I assume their body language means no. Yeah, right, Embry answered, unable to stop smirking. Quill's actually taking his cousin to prom, Jacob added. Yeah, that's still a riot, Quill sarcastically said. You want funny, Black? I'll give you funny. Suddenly, Quill and Jacob were wrestling on the dirty concrete floor, laughing. Embry cautiously walked over to me, avoiding the two natives fighting. The two argue in the fight about what is legal or not, tossing each other in the air and such, like any male species. I got $5 on Quill. Embry betted. You're on, I said. After the wrestling match, Jacob won. I won $5, which went towards the order of pizza shared with the guys. The rest of November has been spent mainly with Jacob as we worked on the motorcycles. Every other day, we were in the garage restoring those bikes, as the red one would be a gift for my father. Gideon would send a constant reminder and transfer money to my card to purchase any parts. Jacob was hesitant when there was a part he couldn't find for the cheap. I told him not to worry and to order the parts. No questions were asked. It was fun to hang out with him, especially when Quill and Embry joined the project. However, the excitement vanished when I returned to the cabin where Ginger is wallowing in her head. Every night was filled with screams from constant nightmares. I worry about how long she could last before her magic kills her. Thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Updated. December Casters of Oblivion disclaimer. I do not own the Twilight Saga. Chapter 6. December Eleanor's POV. It was December 20th. I was busy in my room this morning, so I wanted to confirm I had everything prepared for the holidays. Of course, my flight wouldn't be until 5 o'clock. But Zelina insisted I go to school and would pick me up and drop me off at Port Angeles Airport. It was impossible to hold back my excitement since the last time I saw my family was during summer vacation. By caster law, dependents of a certain age must live with another caster away from family. This was supposed to keep distractions at bay. My grandfather was an exception since he qualified as my mentor and had loopholes in seeing my family on weekends. But now, living in Forks with Zelina, visitation is during the summer and winter holidays. Although, I do worry about Ginger. Betsy's mom would come from New Orleans to celebrate Christmas with Ginger. Yet Ginger hasn't snapped out of her catatonic state. One time, when I went downstairs to get a snack, I listened to Zelina talking on the phone. I could assume it was the counselor Cordelia Fox discussing Ginger's mental condition. The longer the girl's emotions are depressed, the higher the chances of backfire suicide. As much as I would like Ginger to stay here as my coven sister, except she is no longer the same. Eleanor, come on, it's time to go, Zelina called out. After double-checking my suitcase, I took it down to the main room. By the corner of the living room, there was already a Christmas tree with mild decorations. Ginger was sitting by the couch, gazing at the fireplace and watching the flames come alive. Excited for the holidays? I asked Ginger. Ginger looked at me, then shrugged. What is the point anymore? Sometimes, I wonder why I am even bothering. She has barely spoken to me these past few months except in minor conversation or chanting spells. Maybe I should give up and focus on my friends. Zelina came out of the kitchen, handing me a Pop-Tart before forcing us out of the house. We were all taking her hybrid to school, and she'd pick us up and then drop me off at the airport. Here a guardian would be waiting to escort me there. I put my suitcase in the trunk. I sat in the passenger seat, waiting for the winter break to begin. I'll see you girls around 3, Zelina reminded. Ginger and I got out of the car and nodded. Closing the door, Ginger immediately headed inside the school. I adjusted my coat as snow began to fall before meeting up with my friends. The gang wanted to talk about winter break. The guys considered going to Vancouver or a ski resort for the weekend. Even though I won't be going, hearing them talk is nice. Ella. Somebody called out. I gawked as I turned around to see Jacob standing in the middle of the parking lot. Seeing him made me giddy inside as I ignored my friends and rushed to Jacob. Due to exams and the weather, we haven't seen each other this past week. Of course, we have our usual calls and emails, but being around Jacob is like being close to the sun. Jacob chuckled as he gave me a hug, though he did his annual spin around. Jacob, what are you doing here? I asked after he put me down. Came to see you, Jacob answered. What about school? I asked, worried he was ditching class. Winter break started last Friday. he answered with a grin. Of course, though, you should switch schools. Come hang out with the palefaces, I teased. Jacob laughed, shaking his head. I'm all right. I prefer the res school's exclusivity. They let any old riffraff into this place. He gestured to my school. Huh, so why aren't you hanging out with Quill and Embry? I asked. I was just buying a part for the bikes, Jacob answered proudly. Reconstruction going well, I presume? I asked. Yeah, Jacob hesitated. Of course, we chuckled since those bikes will take longer to restore than a regular motorcycle. Hey, Merry Christmas. Since you're going back home for the holidays, I thought I should give you your gift. Jake, you didn't have to. I started. Jacob shook his head as he pulled something out of his coat pocket. I saw this the other day and thought of you. It was a small dream catcher with a couple of charms. A wolf, seashell, beads, and a crystal. Catches bad dreams. He handed me the dream catcher, which I took in gratitude. Small tokens like these actually work in caster society. It depends on the craftsmanship and material used to create such a powerful charm. And by the looks of it, this one is undoubtedly workable. Let alone it brought memories of my grandmother Evangeline. It's lovely. Thank you. No problem, Jacob said with a huge smile. My dreams were getting complicated again. I still have nightmares of James on that specific day or seeing him off in the distance. Sometimes, my spirit animal would come, but lately, the wolf hasn't shown up much. Hopefully, this dreamcatcher can keep the tracker away when my wolf can't. Then I realized Jacob had brought me a gift, and I didn't have his. I don't have yours with me, sorry, I mumbled. It's all right, though there is one way you could repay me? He suggested. And what is that? I asked. Jacob took something out of his pocket and hung it over our heads. I couldn't help but laugh at the mistletoe tied in a red ribbon. It has been noted that Jacob has a crush on me and the same feelings in return for him. However, I tried to keep the boundaries because I was a witch, and he was an average person. I feared we would get hurt once I completed my training and the semi-immortality. It would be wrong to leave the boy hanging there. So, with a nod, I moved forward and gave Jacob a simple peck on the lips. Suddenly, there was a surge of electricity, causing us to step back and rub our lips from the unexpected shock. I'll see you on January 3rd? I awkwardly asked. Yeah, Jacob agreed as we hugged each other. We said our goodbyes as Jacob headed back towards his rabbit while I went to school, keeping the dreamcatcher close. The kiss significantly impacted me, or at least had me debating if it was the typical conducting electricity moment or something else. As I entered the school, Jessica and Angela were all over me. Well, more like Jessica. She asked who that boy was, if he was my boyfriend, and how long we had seen each other. I was still overwhelmed by this kiss and Jessica's interrogation. Angela saw my blush and smiled. I did not know where my relationship with Jacob was or what had just happened. I know it's short, but I couldn't think of anything else. Thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Updated. Wake me up casters of Oblivion disclaimer. I do not own the Twilight Saga. Just my witches belong to me. Chapter 7. Wake Me Up. Eleanor's Paw of Winter Break was fantastic. It was a wonderful experience with my family in Salem, Massachusetts, celebrating the Christian and pagan sides of the season. My brother Philip has grown yet again, nearing the coming-of-age ceremony showing telekinesis's basic capabilities and his gift of electrokinesis. Also, my little sister Winifred has grown to 8 years old and is learning how to happily announce she got 2 girls who were bullies trip constantly at school. As much as I want to praise her, I have to reprimand her for using magic on ordinary people. My mother Constance outdid herself this Christmas while spoiling her children. I'm surprised my father, Gideon, hasn't locked his wallet in a vault. Though his Christmas gift to me was a debit card to fund the motorbikes, if not reminding me, the Honda Scrambler would come back to Boston after graduation. I chuckled from that conversation. At least the black Harley Sprint will remain in Washington for Jacob, and I could ride on. I also received the caster mark on my left wrist. It was a tradition that all casters receive the mark of the casters at the age of 18. Of course, Zelina did not approve of the tattoo at the time of my birthday, but she allowed it as a Christmas gift in Salem. The tattoo is a crescent moon with 3 teardrops underneath the large curve. The symbol was Wiccan, and it represents blessing. The Elder of Salem chose this symbol. This was the moon goddess blessing, while the 3 teardrops represent the maiden, the mother, and the crone. The elder stained my skin with the ancient ways of tattooing by putting ink to skin as she dabbed the mixture of ash and herbs and stabbed it into my flesh with a needle. It was not a comfortable experience, but still an honor. I was surprised by the blessing symbol of the moon goddess. Most witches would get the pentacle or pentagram. And yet the elder decided I shall receive the blessing. When the older woman was done, she took my hand and said, "I see a long journey ahead, my dear. May this symbol protect you by the goddess of the moon and the goddess of three." I felt truly honored to receive a rare mark, but now that I am back in Forks on a Friday, I plan to go to the movies with Jessica after school in Port Angeles. At first, it was supposed to be a girls' night out with Jessica, Lauren, Angela, and I. Sadly, Lauren ditched us for a date with Tyler, and Angela's parents grounded her after coming home late with Eric. But Jessica insisted we continue the girls' night and see a movie. So after school and dropping Ginger off, I'll pick Jessica up, and we go off from there. Of course, the weekend will be busy seeing Jacob and working on the bikes. Thinking about Jacob made me laugh. When I returned from Salem and visited the Blacks, I gave Jacob his present. The expression on his face was priceless, as he was holding an authentic cylinder he was hunting for his Volkswagen Rabbit. Beforehand, he was using a cylinder that he had managed until now. And when it was his 17th birthday, I made him a cake and decorated it. Jacob, Quill, and Embry devour it before Billy, Charlie, and I could have a second slice. However, I did get a chance to smash a slice into his face, which he laughed, taking whatever remaining icing and smeared on my face. We cleaned up, and those Jacob invited joined a small bonfire. Anyway, I was excited for Saturday. I grabbed my backpack and headed downstairs for breakfast. However, Zelina stood there with a solemn expression. One that means bad news. "We need to talk," Zelina announced. "About what?" I asked. "About Ginger," she answered. I took a deep breath, knowing this day would come. "Ginger's paw of Alice. You've disappeared, like everything else. Now, who else can I talk to? I'm lost. Even with my coven sisters, it doesn't feel right. When you left, and he left, you took everything with you. But the absence of him is everywhere I look. It's like a huge hole has been punched through my chest. But in a way, I am glad. The pain is my only reminder that he was real, that you all were. I no longer care if my magic consumed me to oblivion. There is no purpose in living. I still breathe. I still eat. I still stay alive for the promise I made to him. For Betsy's sake. Yet it's like I'm screaming, and no one can hear me. I almost feel ashamed that someone could be that important, that without him, I feel like nothing. No one will ever understand how much it hurts. I feel hopeless, like nothing can save me. Please, Alice, please respond." Ginger automatically. I clicked on the send button. I stared at the monitor waiting for the message to be sent. But as usual, a pop-up says mail delivery failure due to a deactivated email account. I sighed, turned off my computer, and went downstairs to make some toast. Eleanor was already there with Zelina as the two talked about spells or something. The expression on Eleanor's face wasn't pleasing. Ignoring them, I plopped a slice of bread in the toaster and waited. Zelina came over to talk to me, yet I didn't hear her. Then suddenly, my cheek hurt, and I was pushed into the wall, being held prisoner there. "That's it, you're going back to New Orleans," Zelina announced. Suddenly, I snapped out of it. "What? You're going to New Orleans, train under Cordelia, and live with your mother," Zelina said, removing the force from me. "I'm not leaving Forks," I protested, still in shock. Zelina sighed. "Ginger, I don't know how much I can take your depression seriously." "Depression?" I asked. "Yes, you are depressed because of Edward Cullen," she clarified. I winced, followed by a sharp gasp at hearing his name. It hurt to hear his name. Okay, maybe I am depressed, but I'm not leaving Forks. There are a lot of good memories here, memories with him. "He's not coming back," Eleanor said. "You know that when ordinary people get suspicious, it's time to leave." "I know," I breathed. "It's just not normal, this behavior," Zelina said concernedly. "Quite frankly, it's scaring the hell out of your mother and us. Ginger, we don't want you to leave, but you're in an unhealthy environment. So go to New Orleans and make some new friends." "I like my old friends," I mumbled. "Jing, you haven't talked to any of them for more than 3 months, Eleanor announced. 3 months. Has it truly been 3 months since he left me? 3 months in this zombie-like state while going through the motions. It hardly felt like 3 months. The knowledge from school and training still lingers in my brain. Yet everything else seemed to be a blur. I recall Eleanor trying to get me active, offering girls nights and dates, but everything else seemed so vague. Damn, did I miss the season finale of Supernatural? Give me a chance? I begged. Ginger, Zelina sighed. Please, let me prove that I have moved on, I offered. Zelina stood there thinking about it. She took the elastic off her wrist and tied it up in her blonde curls into a messy bun. After what felt like a century, she sighed and nodded. I exhaled, not realizing I was holding my breath, and gave a forced smile. Eleanor, you have a movie night with Jessica, right? Zelina asked. Yes, Eleanor said, though she scowled. Let Ginger join you and evaluate the situation, Zelina instructed. Eleanor's eyes widened, opening her mouth to protest, but Zelina gave her the concilium stare. Her lips were sealed, which resulted in Eleanor huffing through the nose before leaving. Wait, what was that all about? Does Eleanor hate me or doesn't want me to go? Sighing, I ate my quick breakfast and grabbed my bag before getting in the passenger seat. Eleanor got in the driver's seat and turned on the radio station. I cringed. Music reminds me of him. Let alone that is the stereo Emmett gave me for my birthday. Emmett, Mr. Teddy Bear. Thinking of how fun it was to see him and his antics of teasing. Almost like a big brother in a way. The thought of Emmett didn't hurt as much as it does with Ed, even thinking of his name hurts. Not wanting to listen to any music, I leaned forward to turn the stereo off. However, Eleanor disapproved as she turned the sound station on. I tried again, but my hand stopped midway, not by Eleanor's telekinesis but by her hand in general. If you want to prove to Zelina that you have moved on, then you listen, Eleanor ground out. I stared at Eleanor to realize how much she had changed over the 3 months. For some reason, I was wearing memory glasses, for she no longer wore gothic chic, Castor clothing. Her hair is no longer long and dark, and her skin is pale. Instead, she seemed more normal with a dark twist. Her clothing is more up to date with some fashion genres, her skin is much fairer, and her makeup is more natural. But what surprised me more about Eleanor's transformation was her hair. Her dark chocolate hair was cut short, just past her shoulders, and layered. Along with her glasses, they were thin-framed, showing more of her face. Wow, she looked normal, I thought. Except her hazel eyes bothered me so. They were fueled with anger, hurt, and frustration. Did I being absent hurt her? I recall her trying to help me through my wallowing, oh crap. Now, I remember her always coming to my room asking me about hangouts, whether with friends or just us, and I ignored her. What kind of friend am I? Not wanting to make things worse, I pulled my hand back and nodded. Eleanor gave me a once-over before starting the engine and driving to school. As the music played, I stared around to see any changes. Other than the stereo and Eleanor, there was another change. It was a charm. It didn't appear Castor-related but more Native American. Next, I stared at my reflection in the window. That is when I realized how different I was from 3 months ago. My skin was much paler, my body thinner, and the bags under my eyes from lack of sleep. But that wasn't what bothered me. No, my hair. There were 3 inches of my regular hair. A ginger shade I did not like. It's a reminder about my sperm donor. Sighing, I let my mind wander on how to live this life. A life without him. At Forks High School, I noticed people were acting strange around me. It was as if they were surprised when I answered the teacher's question so willingly. But when lunchtime came, I hardly dared to leave the table. So I sat there eating lunch while watching Eleanor join the others. She whispered something to Jessica that surprised her, and she stared in my general direction, probably letting Jessica know that I would be joining them on their girls' night. By the end of the day, Jessica followed us to our cabin to drop off the Wagoneer before all 3 of us headed to Port Angeles. There we explored the city to see the new trends in clothing. How Eleanor interacted so girly surprised me as she and Jessica went over accessories in the boutique. Jessica lifted a metal necklace. It was a chain with metal feather charms. Ella, you should get this. It goes with your pendant, Jessica said. I don't know, Eleanor said. Seriously, it goes well with your new style, she complimented. That is because you picked out most of my clothing, Eleanor countered playfully. How they interacted reminded me of Alice and me during the summer, when Alice took us to Seattle to go shopping in the high-end boutiques and expensive stores. My pixie friend worked desperately to break me out of my punk chic fashion, but being generous, I would time and again wear a blouse she bought with my skinny jeans. In the end, Eleanor buys the necklace, while Jessica gets a new headband. Knowing I had to interact with the group to prove myself, I also bought a necklace. Nothing fancy or cliché, merely a sparrow. Okay, like Captain Jack Sparrow's tattoo. Don't judge me if I'm a Pirates of the Caribbean fan. We went to the movie theater and saw a zombie movie called The Dead Come Back. It was okay, though not the best zombie film I saw. Initially, the girls wanted to see a romantic comedy, but I gotta say, I genuinely don't want to see a romance film. Jessica considered my wallowing and then voted with me. Again, not the best film. Even though people were gasping from fright, the sight of blood bothered me. So, for most of the film, I focused on the scar on my wrist where James bit me. The two silver crescent moons that shimmer on my pale skin. Just touching it felt cold. After the movie, we left the theater as Jessica did her usual rants. I don't know why you want to sit through all those zombies eating people and no hot guys kissing anybody. She said directly to me. It's gross. And why are there many zombie movies anyway? 'Cause if it's supposed to, draw a parallel about leprosy, my cousin had leprosy. It's not funny, you know. Sorry to hear that, Eleanor apologized. And, is it supposed to be a metaphor for consumerism? Because don't be so pleased with your own, self-referential cleverness, you know. Some girls like to shop. Not all girls, apparently. Jessica continued looking at me, surprised to say that. Although, I was surprised you even joined us at all, you know? Yeah, it's all right. I managed to say. Your depression thing, I get it. I'm totally worried. But after a while it's you're still bumming. I zoned out to ignore her rants. I don't need to hear another person to remind me of my depression or wallowing. Suddenly, there were a couple of male voices calling out to us. They were by One Eye Pete's bar. By the looks of it, it was a biker gang with all the motorcycles and bikes. They continued to call us over, offering beer and rides. It brought flashbacks of those drunkard frat boys from last spring and how they ganged up on me under the influence of their stupidity. I turned my head to continue walking but gasped, stumbling back. There in front of me was an apparition of him. His form is like mist, a ghost per se. His golden eyes are gazing deep into my soul as he murmurs. Keep walking. It's official. I thought. I have gone mad. This is dangerous, he murmured, until Jessica walks through him and destroys his form. Jessica stared at me strangely. Dude, come on. Come here for a sec, a man yelled. I turned my direction toward the bikers. I think I know those guys. Both Jessica and Eleanor stared at the bikers. Both had a disapproving look. We got beer. We got bikes, the same guy yelled. Well, they seem great. Can we go? Jessica asked. I took a deep breath. I'm just gonna see something. Ginger, Eleanor called out. But I ignored her and continued down the road towards the bikers. All right, we gotta take her. The same guy said, pleased. He was a balding man in his late 20s, maybe early 30s, with dark blonde hair, blue eyes, a slight, fair mustache, and wearing black earrings on both of his ears. Suddenly, he appeared again. Turn around, I gasped, stepping back. As I was about to turn around, he disappeared. No, he is not going to vanish after breaking his promises. I am a witch. I can do whatever I want. I'm not going to let some stupid vampire control my life physically, emotionally, and mentally. So, taking a deep breath, I walked toward the biker, filled with this strange emotion of courage. You say you got bikes? I asked. Yep, want a ride, little lady? The man offered with a wink. Again, he appeared behind the man with a disappointed look. You promised me, nothing reckless. I inhaled deeply. You promised as if you never existed. I got behind the man on his bike, wrapping my arms around his waist. You lied. You say something, babe? The man asked. You know what? Never mind. The man kicked the kickstand up and started the engine, making the automotive roar. The vibration of the motorcycle was exhilarating too. The very core. As if it brought a new life to me. The man turned his motorcycle, going down the back road where the store's shipments are. Once the road was cleared, the guy accelerated, going way fast. The wind blew in my face, my heart beating fast, and this new sensation filled me. It was almost like a rush. However, the rush vanished when he appeared again in the center of the street. Shit, if this guy doesn't stop, he will run over him. I shouted for the biker to stop, but he wouldn't, saying I should relax, resulting in him doing a pop of wheel. Still, we were zooming closer, and I closed my eyes. I wanted to get off this motorcycle now. Suddenly, a sharp, tight feeling curled in my stomach, as if somebody punched into my stomach and squeezed the very organs. Afterward, I had an intense headache while the world around me became obscure in a swirling motion with a blast of wind. Next thing I knew, I had fallen to the ground, a block away from One Eye Pete's. Holy shit. Did I do that Harry Potter transportation thing? A smile curled up my lips to discover a new ability. Zelina mentioned that the late teens to young adults are when abilities become precise. Unable to resist, I got up and ran back to Eleanor to tell her the shocking revelation. When I made the corner, I found Jessica hesitating in the middle of the street, her eyes wide, consumed with outrage, while Eleanor was beyond pissed as she held a cell phone to her ear. My back pocket rang, indicating she was calling me. When I reached them, I couldn't stop smiling. Hey, what the hell's wrong with you? Jessica demanded. Just curious. Are you insane? Eleanor snapped. I thought I saw something, I answered, out of breath. You're insane, or suicidal, Jessica suggested as we walked towards McDonald's for dinner. That homeboy could have been a psycho. I was about to end up in an FBI interview room like some lame TV show. My heart was still pumping with my veins singing, especially from transporting from the motorcycle to here. As I thought aloud, that was such a rush. Eleanor and Jessica stared at me in shock. Eleanor sensed something had happened but was too pissed off to tell me. Yet Jessica had the liberty to speak. Awesome. So you're an adrenaline junkie now? That's cool. You can go bungee jumping. You don't get on the back of some random loser's motorcycle. Crazy. Crazy. I thought. Maybe I have gone crazy. With the rush in my veins, the numbness hardly returned. I kept my mouth silent after Jessica dropped us off at the cabin. Immediately I ran to tell Zelina the news, leaving Eleanor with Jessica, as my coven sister apologized. Zelina was sitting on the couch reading a grimoire. She looked up, surprised to sense such positive energy. I take it you had fun. More or less, I said. But something happened. What? What happened? Zelina asked curiously. I've transmutated, I answered. Zelina's expression changed. Either this is a good thing or a bad thing. Only tomorrow's lesson would tell. What do you guys think? Parts of Ginger's letter was from We Found Love by Rihanna. Thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Updated. A game of tag, Casters of Oblivion. Disclaimer. I do not own the Twilight Saga. Just my witches and warlocks. Chapter 8. A game of tag. Ginger's paw. I walked happily after Zelina asked me to get Eleanor for today's lessons. Today, we are going to try transmutation. An ability that teleports from one place to another. When I got off the biker's motorcycle, it was a total rush. One that I never felt before, and it had an addicting taste to do it again. Although, I have to do it properly. I remember Cordelia saying that if you transmutate irrationally or lose control, you could get impaled or be in a worse situation. As I reached Eleanor's door, I stopped to hear her awake and on the phone. Sorry, Jake, I can't make it this morning. Zelina piled on more chores for me today, Eleanor said. More chores were our ex-gate to our friends if they wanted to hang out, but we had our lessons. I know it is wrong to eavesdrop, but I want to catch up. I need to make things right with Eleanor. From what I recall, Eleanor has taken care of me throughout the night. Most of the time, when I have nightmares, Eleanor is there to wake me and comfort me. How she made sure I ate and was on time for school. When she helps me with my magical studies. And I let her down when she offered to do stuff and spend time. I'm a terrible friend and coven sister. Maybe I'll see if Zelina can let me off, and we can go parts hunting tomorrow, Eleanor said. Jake, relax. Go and spend some time with your friends. The bikes will be there tomorrow. Work on the rabbit or something. Bikes? I thought, surprised. Eleanor has bikes? Now that I think about it, she spends a lot of time at Jacob's, covered in grease and dirt. Has she been over there fixing some type of motorcycle? The thought about last night before I teleported and the rush-in was incredible. Before, he interrupted the fun. Maybe Eleanor can let me join in on the fun. I'll call you later, Jake, Eleanor murmured, then stopped. I don't know. Let me check my schedule. Okay, bye. I wonder why she hesitated. She hardly hesitates, yet at this moment, she did. It is well known Jacob likes Eleanor. However, she is forcing herself not to return the feelings. Maybe I'll make it my mission to be Cupid. At least they should give their relationship a chance. Realizing she was walking over to the door, I pretended to knock, but the door opened at the same time. Eleanor stepped back, startled to see me. I smiled and grabbed her hand. Come on, we got training. Easy, Eleanor grumbled, almost tripping. Sorry, I apologized, letting go. Eleanor sighed as she followed me downstairs. We headed outside, where Zelina stood waiting. She seemed calm in the light rain. We stood in front of her, wondering how things would go. Today's lesson is transmutation. The ability to teleport from one location to another. However, this ability is used for a short distance. Zelina said and then suddenly disappeared. Eleanor and I blinked out of surprise until we jumped from being startled as hands rested on our shoulders. We turned around to see an amused Zelina. Although, many witches and warlocks who have this particular ability use it for child's play. How do we control it? I asked. First, you think hard about why you want to travel. Your magic will stir in your gut as a mechanism, similar to a fight or flight. Zelina explained. Once you grasp it, then you can move anywhere. Zelina continued to explain how to teleport. When she was done, I let my instincts take control. Remembering how it happened, the sharp, tight feeling curled in my stomach. It no longer felt like somebody punched me in the gut. More like a squeeze on every organ. A coiling of a snake that I could only describe it. At that moment, I thought about being behind Eleanor. And just like that, the world around me became obscure in a swirling motion with a blast of wind. The next thing I knew, I jumped behind her as she blinked at my disappearance. I couldn't help but smirk as I tapped her shoulder, making her jump. Tag, you're it. Then I disappeared. Eleanor groaned as she tried to teleport, though she was struggling. For once, I felt like I beat her in something unique. She had so many abilities, from telekinesis to divination. It's nice to know I can have the advantage at something. So I teleported here and there around her, poking her arms and sides. This irritated Eleanor as she tried to control her emotions. The moment I was about to jump her, she vanished. No, I dramatically cried. Suddenly, I was shoved, stumbling forward. I turned around to see Eleanor with a smirk, no tagbacks. Afterward, she vanished. Oh, it's on, I thought. I tagged Zelina, who gave a protest and then vanished. Soon, it was a game of tag. We were teleporting everywhere, tagging each other in the backyard. As time passed, Zelina stopped pausing for a moment and grew serious. Stop right now. Oh, come on, we're having fun, I protested, and I say stop. Somebody is coming. Zelina ordered. Eleanor and I stopped, not sure what she meant. We walked around the house to see a cruiser coming over. Chief Swan. What is he doing here? Zelina held a neutral face as she walked over to the driveway. As the cruiser parked, Charlie came out with a serious look. Charlie, what a surprise. Zelina greeted. To what do I owe the pleasure? Charlie seemed relieved when seeing her, came to check on you ladies. What for? Zelina asked. There was another animal attack and more bear sightings, he explained. I wanted to make sure you all are aware and to be on guard. Charlie, you don't have to worry, I'll have my security up, Zelina assured. I know, he said. But you and your girls living in the forest concern me. Which I appreciate, Zelina said. Would you like to stay for lunch? Don't mind if I do. He accepted. Zelina smiled and led Charlie inside. Eleanor and I stood there, amused by how easily Zelina could manipulate people, especially Charlie. He could have a crush on Zelina. She is beautiful, after all. I wonder when he will learn the truth that she was a witch and had been casting spells in town. So, how long will it be before he has the balls to ask her? I asked Eleanor. I don't know. They've been friends for many years, Eleanor answered. But we casters rarely associate with average humans. Because we don't age normally, I guessed. Eleanor nodded. I mean, there are spells that we use on them to age slowly like us. However, some people don't want to tuck everlasting life. Tuck ever what? I asked. Tuck everlasting, Eleanor repeated. Seriously, it's a children's classic about immortality. I merely shrug. I grew up on Dr. Seuss. Eleanor rolled her eyes as she started walking back in. I followed her. And what about you and Jacob? She stopped, baffled by what I had just said. What about Jacob? She replied. Are you two, a thing? I asked. Eleanor sighed. Jake and I are friends. Really, Jessica mentioned you two kissed before Christmas, I recalled. Eleanor gave me a look. One that said I have crossed the line. What? I was merely curious if she liked him. I want my friend to be happy, not because I am interested in Jacob. Okay, sure, I haven't seen or communicated with Jacob since Thanksgiving, but still, he is somewhat of a friend. So they deserve to be happy. Eleanor, however, shook her head and went inside. I stood there watching her go inside sadly. Why does she deny herself happiness? Even though that happiness was taken away from me, I didn't want Eleanor to feel like Jacob was the one who had gotten away. So, it is my obligation to get those two together before graduation. To those who wanted to know each of the witch's abilities. Ginger. Pyrokinesis. Sybil. Lie detector, transmutation, and mental shield. Eleanor. Pyrokinesis, telekinesis, divination, transmutation, vitalum vitalis, water manipulation through the rain. Zelina. Pyrokinesis, telekinesis, divination, transmutation, concilium, descensum, and more. Their powers will increase over time. Thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Updated. Hitting hard casters of oblivion disclaimer. I do not own Twilight. Chapter 9. Hitting hard Eleanor's pav. Can I come? Those were the 3 words I didn't want to hear. I called Jacob, and we were about to go parts hunting in a nearby junkyard. The last thing I need is Ginger tagging along and complaining about being dirty or not making much effort. It's not that I don't want her to come. But being with Jacob, I feel free instead of being obligated to babysit Ginger. To be able to not worry about her having another catatonic episode. Although, the past few days, she showed promise, yet, I just don't trust her. Let alone, I'm still hurt after nearly 4 months of silence. I turned around to see Ginger dressed in casual clothes. To see her dressed and ready to be filthy had me concerned. Has she been eavesdropping on my phone conversations? I figured she was after Saturday before our transmutation lesson. She simply stood there through the end of the conversation. You sure? I challenged. It's going to be cold, wet, and laborious. Ginger scoffed, as if I haven't been in a junkyard before. Jing. Come on, I promise I won't ruin the love fest, Ginger interrupted. There is nothing going on between Jake and me, I snapped. For Hecate's sake, why does she think something is going on between Jacob and me? Sure, we're friends, and there is a slight platonic atmosphere, but it doesn't mean anything. I'm trying to keep a distance between us and prevent any heartache. There are so many casters right now who are hurt because of a broken heart, and those emotions can disrupt our magic. Ginger chuckled. Okay, nothing is going on between ya, yet. I groaned, unable to get her off my back as we headed towards the Wagoneer. We drove to Jacob's place first to check on the bikes. The moment I parked, Jacob was running his way with a smile on his face. That contagious smile spread against my own. I opened the door to get out, only to be dragged out and pulled into a hug. Jake, can't breathe. I groaned. Sorry, Jacob chuckled as he let me go. I chuckled and stared at Jacob, noticing something different about him. The baby fat on his cheeks was almost gone. He looked no longer his age, but more of a young man than an adolescent teenager. Hey Jake, Ginger greeted as she walked around the Wagoneer. Jacob's eyes widened when he saw her. Ginger. He ran over and gave her a hug. You finally joined the living. My coven sister chuckled, rubbing her neck sheepishly. Yeah, out of my zombie funk. So, you're joining us then? Jacob asked. Yep, she said, popping her pea. Can I see the bikes? Sure. Jacob grinned as he led the way to the garage. The red bike was halfway assembled, while the black one was completely taken apart and organized on storage blankets. Ginger was in awe as she walked over to the Honda Scrambler, tracing her fingers on the gears. I stood by the door, my arms crossed. I don't like the look in her eyes. It's exhilarating to ride a bike, but something about her methods seemed wrong. Jacob started explaining how far along we were on the bikes to Ginger. In a month, we may have the bikes fully operational. So, whose bike is who? Ginger asked. Well, they're both Eleanor's, Jacob answered. I shook my head. The black motorcycle is Jacob's. Although I might not have told him, I considered it his present. Billy knew the bikes when he rolled over to say the pizza was here. At first, he was angry, but when I explained why the motorcycles were there, he waved it off and told Jacob that if we ride them, we do it in a specific location. The last thing Billy needs is Charlie lecturing him. Also, I bribed Billy by bringing a hot dish now and then. Oh, by the way, Quill is coming over, Jacob announced. Is Embry coming? I asked. Jacob's expression was wary, indicating anger and pain, as he forced the word, no. Oh well, guess it's a double date then. I joked to lighten the mood. Jacob somehow managed to chuckle, sure. Ginger rolled her eyes at the lame joke. Jacob then pulled out the list of parts we needed to find in the junkyard. I nodded, making a mental note to use my powers to detect them when we struggled. When Quill came by, we all got in the wagoneer and headed to the junkyard. I had to say it was pretty amusing. All because of Quill. As Quill flirted with Ginger, who seemed unimpressed by his antics, he chuckled. Now and then to ease his self-esteem. As those two goofed around, Jacob and I talked with the junkyard owner, who showed us his storage facility for motor parts. We managed to find 3/4 of the parts we sought, yet spent a few hours searching in piles. I used my divination to search for an important cylinder when Jacob had his back turned. Afterward, we headed back to the garage, ordering pizza while Jacob and Quill reassembled the Honda Scrambler. Meanwhile, Ginger and I cleaned the new parts we got. For once, I actually believed Ginger was trying to move on. She was socializing, dealing with Quill's jokes and Jacob's music. Although, I could tell she didn't want to listen to music. Music probably reminded her of Cullen. Yet she merely zones it out by focusing on the parts she cleaned or talking to me. Soon, 2 weeks have gone by. After school, Ginger and I would head to La Push and join Jacob on the reservation. We would hang out in the garage, working together on bikes or doing homework. Quill would pop in now and again with pizza and warm soda and sometimes spicing things up with Chinese. We took a break one weekend as Jacob and I walked along the beaches. It was just him and me, for Zelina needed help with her shop and drafted Ginger to work, much to her protest. I, on the other hand, appreciated this. So, Quill keeps asking to come over. I think he likes Ginger a little too much, Jacob said. Why am I not surprised? I chuckled. Doubt she's into the whole cougar thing. Since Ginger is almost 3 years older than Quill, though it would make Jacob laugh, he looked at me strangely. What's up with you two in age? Jacob asked. I mean, how old was that Cullen guy, anyway? I'm not sure, I lied. 17, I guess. Seriously, you don't know? He continued. I shrugged. Edward and I hardly got along. In fact, I hardly approve of their relationship. Really? He asked. I nodded, picking up a rock and tossing it into the ocean. I hope he doesn't ask why. The last thing I need to do is explain to him the supernatural. But there was more to it. Edward and I don't do well in the same room without a debate or argument. I grew up loathing vampires. After what the Volturi did to my kind and the original's affiliation to use us as pawns, there is bound to be tension. Including that moment when Ginger almost died at the hands of James. We both saved Ginger from becoming a vampire in death. But the moment I finished the Vitalium Vitalis spell, the look he gave me said it all. He accused me of almost killing her. How I am the responsible one and the voice of reason. And yet, Ginger still went to James and nearly got herself killed. However, Betsy was in danger. And by caster standards, we protect our own. Even though the council considered those taken from the ordinary world no longer needing their family, it was different. I lost my grandfather recently, and I didn't want Ginger to feel the same pain as I did. I didn't want her to feel guilty about missing an opportunity. Knowing that I had Vitalium Vitalis hurts, for I wish I had known sooner than maybe, just maybe, I would have saved my grandfather. So when Edward looked at me after the incident, it was a reminder. How come? Jacob, so asked. Because he has this awkward controlling thing about him, I answered. Sure, he grew up in the foster system, but the controlling thing, it's unnerving. Oh, that would make sense, Jacob said. I'm just glad he's gone, I said, skipping another rock into the ocean. Though, I did wish the others could have stayed. Rosalie and I were good acquaintances. When I came over under Zelina's order as Ginger hung out with Edward, Rosalie seemed to notice me there. She would bring me to her garage, and we would chat or learn how to fix things. As I brought Ginger over to the Cullens one day, the brakes felt loose. I had made a mental note to go see a mechanic. Later in the day, as Ginger spent time with Edward, I sat on the porch reading a book when Rosalie came over. "Bring your car to the garage," Rosalie said. "What?" I asked. "Bring your car to the garage," she repeated. "I want to take a look." I was utterly confused but did as she asked. I drove the Wagoneer into the garage, taking the Mercedes spot since Carlisle was at work. Rosalie popped the hood and started checking the brake fluid level. She announced it was low and went to one of the utility cabinets to pull a jug out, but she was not done as she did a diagnostic check. I was baffled, for I did not expect her to be a mechanic. And yet, Rosalie seemed interested in checking my car. "I could hear some problems a mile away," Rosalie said, slightly smirking. She showed me some methods to fix a car, and we chatted. She even answered a question that has been on my mind since. Discovering her family is vampires. How do they not get hungry when a girl is on her period? Rosalie chuckled and explained that menstrual blood has a lower protein content, and the endometrium lining makes it unappetizing. Rosalie calls it dirty blood. Well, that answers the question. Rosalie and I would get along when Ginger and I came over. Also, Emmett and Jasper are good people too. Therefore, I managed to work with 3 of the 5 Cullen teens. Alice can be overwhelming, and Edward, well, you know why. "So, can I ask you something?" Jacob asked. "You just did," I teased. "Har, he muttered, then sighed. "What I was going to say, are you moving back to your folks or going to college when you graduate?" "Oh, I'm considering attending a community college or online while staying here," I answered. My training explains why. Young casters are considered legal adults when they turn 21. Until that time comes, we stay with our mentors, learning to grasp our magic and ensure we have it under control. The last thing we need is accidentally setting something on fire that could attract witch hunters. Jacob couldn't help but smile. His contagious smile felt as warm as the sun after the death of my grandfather Horatio. I thought a piece of me that felt safe was gone. My grandfather had this smile that assured you everything was all right and to smile. Jacob had one of those smiles. He is one of the reasons I'm glad to be in Forks when I can't be with my family in Salem, Oregon, Boston. "Come on, rain is coming," I said. "Rain is always coming," Jacob joked. I stuck my tongue at him before jogging back to the garage. Jacob protested, catching up in our childish race. The moment we reached the garage, Jacob accidentally tripped over me, causing us to fall. I fell to the ground, banging my head on the concrete. I gasped, feeling the shock of pain surge from the back of my head and deep within. Tears welled up in my eyes as the pain continued onward. Jacob groans as he kneels up. "Oh shit, I'm sorry." He moved his hand to the back of my head, checking the condition. However, I hissed from the sudden touch, "Man, your head." "Ow," I hissed, using his hand to help me sit up. "Hold still. Let me look at your eyes to see if you have a concussion," he instructed. I sat still as Jacob leaned forward. His face was nearly close to mine, and I could smell his scent and a hint of Axe deodorant. Those deep brown eyes stared into my hazel orbs. For the first time, I got a better look at his face. He is extremely handsome, with dark good looks, raven black hair, russet skin, and deep-set twinkling dark brown eyes. Those eyes told me how much of a pure soul he had. "Your pupils seem even," Jacob murmured. Then he noticed my staring. "What are you staring at?" "You're kinda handsome," I mumbled. Jacob blinked a few times while biting his lip before a smirk lifted it. "How hard did you hit your head?" I blinked a few times, berating myself for saying that. "I don't know. I was hit by a bus, after all." Jacob laughed, helping me stand up. "Come on, let's head inside and call Zelina to pick you up. I don't want ya driving." I nodded as Jacob led the way inside the red house. So much for finishing the bikes today. I called Zelina, and she said she'd pick me up after work. In the meantime, Jacob and I sat on the couch watching the game with Billy. Jacob got me some Tylenol and ice, though he seemed guilty. A few hours later, Zelina and Ginger came over to pick the Wagoneer and me up. Zelina took me in her hybrid while Ginger drove the Wagoneer back to the cabin. Once home, Zelina gave me a potion for headaches and concussions. It didn't taste great, but I knew it'd cure the pain. Afterward, I took a shower to wash off the dirt and oil. As I washed my hair, my mind drifted off to Jacob. I remembered his face and how much he had changed since the first time I met him. He was no longer the boy who liked to fix cars. No, he has changed so much at a drastic rate. I continue to wash my body, and my thoughts linger more on Jacob, how his muscles move, how he ties his hair, how he smiles and laughs. Suddenly, a slight moan escaped my lips, and I tensed, realizing that I was almost touching myself. No, I can't fantasize about Jacob Black. He is my friend, and I have to keep him like that. I'm a caster who can live up to 300 years if I use my magic correctly. He is human. And not just that, but a son of a chief. I don't know much about Native Americans and their leadership. Billy is an elder, and from what Jacob said, his great-grandfather Ephraim was a chief. Therefore, Jacob would be bound to his community. And even if I continued this relationship and extended his life, would he hate me when his father and sisters passed away? No, I can't do that. Jacob deserves someone who is there for him in La Push. I changed the water temperature to cold, resting my forehead on the tile and letting the cool water soothe me. Jacob can only be a friend and nothing more. I went to my room after taking a shower and going through my nightly routine. I sat on the bed and stared at the dreamcatcher on the headboard. Ever since I got that dreamcatcher, it has done its job. It has caught bad dreams and prevented James's ghost from haunting me. I touched one of the charms, remembering when Jacob gave it to me, followed by the kiss. I sighed, shaking my head. He's only a friend, I told myself. Nothing more, as much as it hurts me to say it. I dreamt about those brown eyes when my head hit the pillow. Ginger's paw. After Eleanor went to bed, I used my laptop and decided to write another letter to Alice. Dear Alice, I wish I had your actual email address. I wish I could tell you about Jake. He and Eleanor make me feel better. I mean, they make me feel alive. I'm waiting for them to admit they like each other more than friends. I hint at it constantly, yet Eleanor puts the friend zone on which Jacob supports. But I know he's smitten and doesn't want to scare her. The way they act, I thought I would feel the hole in my chest. Yet the hole in my chest, well, when I'm with them, it's like it's almost healed for a while. But even Jake and Eleanor can't keep the dreams away. Hope you respond. Ginger. After submitting and seeing the rejected acceptance, I turned off the laptop and went to bed. I knew I would come face to face with my nightmares. So, what do you all think? Thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Updated. Moving forward, casters of Oblivion. Disclaimer. I do not own Twilight. Chapter 10. Moving forward. Ginger's paw. They haunted me every night. Every time I close my eyes, I see nothing but a nightmare. The one that continues to haunt me in my sleep. Again and again, it repeats, always the same. Like on a record player. As if I was living in my own descensum. Directing myself into a personal hell. Only this wasn't hell, but my own nightmares. It's always the same. I was back in the forest the moment he left me. The sky was dark, and there was no moon in the sky. Yet, for some reason, there was light in the forest that I could see. I stumble through the woods, trying to get out. Upon my travels, I hear a music box playing. I come into a surreal scene. My bedroom was in the forest, where a duplicate of me lay in bed while he crouched over the bed, hovering over my form like a predator. Next to the bed was a wolf wearing a necklace Eleanor would wear. The beast growled at him, wanting to step away from the clone in the bed. I approached the scene with caution till noticing my laptop was covered in centipedes. I gasped at the insects typing in the nonsense of random letters. A shudder went down my spine till focusing on him. Edward, I forced out. It hurt to say his name. My throat would clench as if it was being strangled by the name. I'm not him, he said softly, his eyes still focused on my clone. Who are you? I asked. You know who I am, he answered, still focusing on the sleeping clone. I'm you. What do you want, Georgia? I want you, Edward, I mumbled. That's not my name, he growled. My name is nothing. As he turned his attention to me, his appearance changed into a reflection of me. She stared at me with emptiness. Eyes so dark as if there was no life in her. His voice left her lips when she spoke. You're nothing. After those words left her lips, a man would appear and snap her neck. I was catatonically in shock to see the death. Never seen one in person or in consciousness. The man was my father. He stared at me with those dark sapphire eyes that held little emotion. Georgia. However, I screamed. The suppressed screams of the horror of witnessing my own death. That is when I wake up screaming. My body curls into a tight ball as the pain in my chest returns. It isn't when somebody is grasping my shoulders, shaking me to wake up, that I realize it was a dream. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw it was Zelina who woke me. She shushed me, rubbing my arms. "You're okay, you're okay." I panted, adjusting until I looked at the alarm clock and saw it was 3 a.m. Zelina combed her fingers through my hair, assuring me it was nothing but a bad dream. She picked up the vial of sleep draft and then sighed. "I thought this potion was starting to work," Zelina murmured. She sat up straight. "Can I ask you something?" I nodded. "Hanging out with Eleanor and Jacob seems to take your mind off things?" she asked. I nodded again. "You know, sometimes you must learn to love what's good for you," she explained. "You understand?" I debated on answering that. I know she means I have to let go of him. Zelina mentioned before that there are different types of love in the world. My love for Eleanor was that of a sister, and Jacob's was that of a friend, which keeps me going. Let alone Zelina's love that of an aunt in a sense. Along with love for Betsy since she is my mom. But I just can't let him go. That one year, I felt pure happiness. Feeling love in a romantic sense was something unique. He knew what I was and didn't treat me differently. The one thing was taken from me. Zelina sighed. "Of course, what do I know? I'm just a terminal bachelorette. Close to being a crazy lady with cats. Well, substitute the cats with young hormonal witches." I couldn't help but snort. "There's always Chief Swan." Zelina chuckled and adjusted the blanket. "Get some sleep." I nodded, bringing the covers closer for warmth. Zelina got off the bed and left the room to retire for the night. However, I remain lying there contemplating the dream with my father in it. Why does he appear in my dreams? Sometimes, I wish I had slept longer to see what he wanted. I debated if I should talk to Betsy about Dante, but I fear that asking her would bring back her heartache. For she truly loved Dante, and he abandoned her. That is when I realized how similar I am to Betsy. She knew of the Castor world because of Dante. He showed her magic, and when she was a few months pregnant with his child, he left her. Betsy was heartbroken, yet she remained strong for me. She could have terminated the pregnancy, yet she kept, raised, and loved me. Even though I was a living reminder of him, having his hair and eyes. My mom is stronger than me. She managed to move on, and I continued to wallow. Then again, Mom had something worth fighting for. As for me, I don't know what I have. Eleanor's POV. My cell phone rang early Sunday morning. I yawned, still exhausted from yesterday's training and the potion I took. The past week has been spent on recovery and homework. Of course, Jacob was determined to finish the second motorcycle. Friday after school, I came over to help with the final repairs. However, around 9 at night, Zelina called, saying she needed me back in the cabin. I told Jacob to get some rest and spend Saturday with his friends. "Hello?" I yawned. "Want to ride bikes?" Jacob asked. "Bikes? Aren't we still repairing them?" I yawned again, not getting the message. Jacob chuckled on the other end. "I finished them last night with the help from Quill." Now fully awake, "Jake, what time did you go to bed?" "1. So are we riding?" he responded. I checked the digital clock and noticed it was 9 in the morning. I wondered if he was lying about when he went to bed, but the excitement got the best of me. "On my way," I said. I quickly got out of bed, took a shower, and dressed for the day. I told Zelina I was heading out with a quick breakfast, taking the wagoneer and trailer. I tried to get Ginger, but Zelina told me to let her sleep. Apparently, Ginger had another nightmare. I thought the nightmares had stopped. This past week, she hadn't had an episode. I was surprised that I didn't hear it. Then again, I've been taking a few potions to recover from the head trauma and headaches that put me to sleep. I sighed mentally, hoping Ginger was not returning to her previous state. I don't want to relive that experience again of her dying or finding her body. "You better get going," Zelina smiled. "It's going to rain later today." "Right," I said and headed out. When I arrive, the annual routine happens. I pull in, and Jacob runs over. We share a hug with some jokes, then head to the garage to fix the bikes. They both looked rusty from the weather, yet I'm sure they'll work with some more elbow grease and a paint job. I walked over to the Honda Scrambler and sat down on it. My dad will surely love this. Yeah, Jacob said as he rubbed his neck. What's wrong? I asked, sitting up straight. Jacob sighed as he leaned against the rabbit. If I told you I couldn't have fixed these bikes, what would you have said? I stared at him as if he had grown a second head. Are you doubting yourself? No, definitely not. I mean, they'll run fine. Jacob said with a slight snort, then sighed. It's just, maybe if I was smart, I would have dragged out the rebuild a bit. I then realized why Jacob was doubting. He doubts that I would no longer hang out with him after the bikes are officially done, and that's not going to happen. We have formed a bond that I can't ignore, Jacob, even if I try. I sighed, got off the red bike, and sat next to him. If you told me you couldn't repair these bikes, then I would say, oh well, what do you want to do now? Jacob looked at me, analyzing my answer, then nodded with a laugh. Like cliff diving. Yeah, like cliff diving, I said, then stopped. Say what? Yep, we're going cliff diving once it gets warm, Jacob confirmed with a grin. I stared at him as if he was crazy. What is with everyone trying to throw themselves into danger? When traveling, I've seen people cliff diving in Europe and Hawaii. Grandfather would shake his head, saying that is one risk he was unwilling to take. Then again, this is the man who fought in 3 wars and did some dangerous things. Jacob saw my dumbfounded and hesitant expression and laughed. Don't worry, we'll go on the lower levels. Well, until then, let's test out these bikes, I said, changing the subject. I claim the red. Sure, Jacob said. The first thing we did before riding our bikes was the gear. Gideon had sent me equipment, from a motorcycle jacket and helmet, if I needed to secure my glasses. On the other hand, Jacob put on a vest over his regular jacket but no helmet. Jake, seriously, I scolded. Trust me, I know how to ride a bike. Do you? He challenged. Yeah, I answered. Jacob chuckled as we took the bikes out. Jacob, although he doubted my ability, came over as I took a seat. Okay. Where is the clutch? I rolled my eyes and set my hand on the lever on the right side of the handlebar. I gripped it, keeping the vehicle balanced and straight. Now, where are your brakes? He asked. I moved my right hand and curled my fingers around the lever over the throttle. Main brakes, while the one by my right foot is for later use. Jacob chuckled. Gear shift. I nudged it with my left calf. Seriously, how do you know all this? He asked. My dad has his own motorcycle collection, I answered. Been riding since I was 15. What? Is your family rich or something? He asked. Something, I muttered. I wasn't going to tell Jacob that my family is wealthy. I come from a direct line of Castor nobles and used any family members with psychic abilities to predict the stock market. My parents also invest in buildings and rent apartments to renters and businesses. Okay, so follow my lead. I know a secluded place where we can drive freely, he said. Jacob got on his bike and kick-started it. I grabbed the clutch, squeezed it tight, kicked it hard a few times on the pedal, and sighed in relief when the bike purred. Jacob asked if I was ready, and I balanced my foot on the bike. With nothing else said, he took the lead down the road while I followed him. An unknown wind blew against my face, passing the helmet's visor, practically whistling in my ear. It was like I was doing transmutation. The only difference is that I could see my surroundings instead of jumping from one place to another. Jacob was 20 feet away, still in view as we went over the zigzag, curvy roads along the cliffs. The view was terrific until spotting a bunch of men on the end of one ridge. At first, I thought they were goofing around. Not bothered about it, I decided to mess with Jacob and drive past him. Jacob complained loudly and laughed, trying to catch up. Looking ahead, I saw the men pushing one of their members off the cliff. Gasping, I hit the brakes, dropping everything and rushing to the rail to use my magic. Before I could use my telekinesis, Jacob came over laughing. Relax, they're not really fighting, they're cliff diving. Scary as hell, but a total rush. Seriously, at that height? I asked, dumbfounded. Yeah, most of us jump from the lower down, Jake said, his voice slightly bitter. Even his eyes darken. We leave the showing off to Sam and his disciples. As in Sam Yulee? I asked, and Jacob nodded. You got some kinda beef with him or something? I don't know, Jake answered. They just think they run this place. Embry used to call them hall monitors on steroids. Now look at him. Looking at the cliffs now, we're only two guys. I could only assume it was Sam and... That's Embry? I asked, astonished, watching him dive like a professional diver. I hadn't seen Embry in a while. Probably after Jacob's birthday in January. Now, we are nearing the end of February. For a quick moment, I saw Embry, but it was different. The most drastic change with his shoulder-length hair was gone. Then I recall Embry stopped coming over when we built the bikes with Quill and Ginger's help. I asked why he didn't show, which usually ended with a sour face and a change of subject. I consider it to be a mild dispute, however, now I see why. Yeah, he breathed. So, what happened to him? I asked. He missed some school. All of a sudden, he started following Sam around like a little puppy. The same thing happened to Paul and Jared. He said, slightly paranoid. Sam keeps giving me this look, like he's waiting for me or something. It's kinda starting to freak me out. Jacob's expression reminded me of other casters who believe hunters targeted them. Though I have never encountered a hunter, many of my kind have become paranoid. A hunter will not strike unless having evidence of magic being present or direct orders from their chain of command. It has been nearly a century since the last witch hunt. All of it ended after World War I. But there are a few rogues dedicated to the extermination of magical beings since the Dark Ages. Figuring out a way to comfort Jacob, I placed a hand on his shoulder. Just ignore him. I try, Jake sighed. Looking back at the cliffs, I saw Sam Yulee standing there. For some reason, I felt like his eyes were on us. Let alone the presence I felt when the Alpha Guardian was watching me entering the forest. Something about Sam doesn't seem right. From the day I first met him on La Push when he stared at my pendant, the search party when Ginger was lost in the woods, and now, he wasn't normal. It was as if Sam had noticed us staring back in return. He turned, taking several feet back before rushing ahead and diving into the water. Come on, let's keep going, Jacob said. I nodded, fixed my helmet, and got on the bike. Jacob waited until I got the engine rolling before we headed off to our destination again, an open, dried field with a view of the mountains. We spent the entire day to early afternoon enjoying the bikes until returning to Jacob's home. We made it back in time before the rain arrived. Afterward, I drove back to the cabin in the Wagoneer, thinking about what Jacob had said and how Sam Yulee had been staring at us from such a distance. When I returned, I found Zelina on the couch reading a book. She lowered the book and smiled. How were the bikes? They are perfect. My dad will be pleased, I answered, sitting across from her. That's good. I find it amusing how the River Clan are addicted to the excitement, she said, turning the page of her book. Can I ask you something? I asked. You just did, she answered. I rolled my eyes. Is there more to the Olympic Peninsula than us casters and several wandering cold ones? Zelina stopped reading and looked at me with a cautious stare, as in? Well, there are the guardians who live in the forest. They're spirits, right? There is nothing else we should know about? I started. She took a deep breath and leaned forward. There are things out there that I know of but cannot say. It's up to you to figure it out. And Sam Yulee? I asked. The man who found Ginger in the forest? She replied. I nodded. She sighed. I can only say this. Go to him if you are ever in danger, and I am not around to be there. He can protect you along with the others. How can Sam Yulee protect me when I don't know who or what he is? Ginger's dream is inspired by a deleted scene from New Moon. Thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Updated. My turn. Casters of Oblivion. Disclaimer. I do not own Twilight, American Horror Stories, or other shows mentioned in this universe. Chapter 11. My turn. Ginger Pov. Why can't I drive? I whined. It was Saturday back on the reservation. Eleanor asked me if I wanted to join and ride the bikes. I was ecstatic that I could finally drive the bikes, but most importantly, to see him. However, when I asked if I could take the wheel, Eleanor said no. Why not? I asked. Because you don't have a license, Eleanor answered. Yes, I do, I countered. I got my driver's license over the summer to drive a vehicle. Not a motorcycle license, she countered. And you do? I challenged. Eleanor went into her purse and pulled out her wallet. She went through it, and I realized she had 2 driver's licenses. One is to drive a car, and the other is to drive a motorcycle. Both were confirmed in the state of Massachusetts. Damn, is there anything she can't do? Why is she so perfect? Okay, I'm being dramatic. What about Jake? I asked. He has a permit to operate a bike, and we are riding on private property on the reservation. We are good. Damn it, I muttered. Miss Goody Two Shoes. Eleanor chuckled as she put her wallet away. I also saw a small bag with leather string, hair elastic, and beads in her purse. What are those for? I asked. Oh, Jake and I made a bet, and I won, she answered with a smile. And what was the bet? I asked with a smirk. It was something stupid, she answered with a blush. I grinned, truly curious what the bet was that Jacob would lose. Unless Jacob loses on purpose to have Eleanor touch him, when I got a chance to come over, I would find him giving her a hug, an arm wrapped around her shoulder, wiping grease off her face, and so much more that was not crossing boundaries. He tried to hold her hand a few times, except he would hesitate, or just when he was about to grab it, her hand pulled away. Jacob likes Eleanor, more than a friend, and I can tell she likes him but holds herself. My Sybil abilities can detect it. Every time I asked her about Jacob and her, she would lie, and the inner voice in me had called her out. Besides her conflict with her emotions towards Jacob, she has changed in the past year. Last year, when I moved to Forks, she was conservative. No, that is a strong word. How about being serious about the Casters' secrecy? You couldn't blame her, as she comes from an influential family line and has a history that Casters went through for 1,000 years. She has been more relaxed. Since she became friends with Jacob and others at school, more easygoing, more free. I wished I wasn't in my zombie state those 3 months. I wanted to see how much I missed her changes. These parties and adventures. And yet, I chose to wallow over him instead of living my life. We got in the Wagoneer, and Eleanor drove. She turned on the stereo and adjusted to a station. I flinched, still not accustomed to listening to music. I mean, Eleanor was kind not to play classical music. Usually, Eleanor would play modern rock or alternative music, skipping songs about romance or breaking up for my sake. But now, the music was different. It was something Jacob would listen to. I couldn't help but smile at this. When we arrived at the black residence, I immediately hugged Jacob and stopped. Holy shit, did he grow again? I saw him last week, and he has become more buff than ever. So Jake, I was wondering, I started in a playful voice, if you can let me drive the bike. Sure, he replied. Jacob, Eleanor snapped. What? He asked, confused. I told her she could ride but not drive, she stated. So, he countered, it's not like she can hurt herself. Eleanor was going to open her mouth to recount all my injuries but closed her lips. Yep, I have leverage since all my injuries were supernatural related. Therefore, she can't say anything without exposure. I stuck my tongue out in victory. Eleanor growled and clicked her tongue. Suddenly, my tongue moved between my teeth, and I had no control over it. I yelped from that. Okay, I deserved that jinx. Let's ride, I cheered. We gather the bikes and safety gear. Jacob went to inform Billy where we were going before heading out. Eleanor took the red motorcycle, much to my dismay since red was my favorite color. Then again, the bike Jacob had was more on the classy side. So, putting on the helmet, I got on the back behind him and wrapped my arms around his torso. Whoa, Jake, steroids are not good for you, I teased. Jacob laughed, working on these bikes gave me a workout. Eleanor chuckled as she eyed him. Oh man, she did like him. I seriously need to crank my mojo if I'm going to get these two together. Because the whole thing that lets them have quality time isn't working. Anyway, Jacob reps up the bike, making it come alive. The vibrations were going straight into my system, stirring up trouble. I briefly closed my eyes and opened them to see him. He had a look of disappointment on his face. Shaking my head, he was gone. Sadness consumed me and then vanished. No, I will not let him guilt me this time. I will be strong. I want to see him but will not let him guilt me. We reached the location and stopped. I almost fell off from the sudden lack of motion. Luckily, Jacob caught me in time. I couldn't help but grin like the Cheshire Cat as Jacob got off the bike and had me in the front. He started going over where the clutch and gears were, brakes, and other essential parts. Before I got the all clear, Eleanor moved to sit behind me. "Aw man," I whined. "Think I'll let you drive alone?" she asked. "You're no fun," I pouted. Jacob laughed. "You two act like sisters." "Brother, you have no idea," I muttered, then drove off. I drove at a steady speed. "That's good," Eleanor praised. I nodded. "Right now, it's about getting to know the bike. Slow and steady, take my time." "What the hell, let's burn rubber." "Ginger," Eleanor screamed as we went fast. "This is reckless and childish and idiotic, Ginger," a velvet voice said, not belonging to Eleanor. "I don't care. Do you want to kill yourself, then? Is that what this is about?" I grinned widely. It was working. Adjusting the clutch to go faster, I could feel the wind blowing in my face. The adrenaline was pumping through my veins like acid. The trees blurred into a wall of brown and green. However, he would appear in a ghostly form, hovering over us, then vanished, only to reappear again. I was so distracted that I didn't see the turn up ahead. "Brakes! Brakes!" Eleanor shrieked. The bike suddenly became unstable. There was too much speed, and the thoughts about braking vanished. I tried to steer but had no control. Eleanor cursed, took her hands off my waist, and grabbed the handlebars. She used her magic and forced the bike to turn sharply as the sound of the bike protest could be heard. The gear shift and clutch moved under my hand, and not a moment later, we suddenly stopped. I panted in shock at how Eleanor did that. I thought her telekinesis was to lift heavy objects, levitate, and create barriers. Never has she used it to stop an object in motion. Turning my head, I saw her panting. She looked exhausted after a long day of work. She used too much magic to make it seem natural with Jacob nearby. "You okay?" I asked. She nodded, but anger consumed her. "Are you trying to get us killed?" "Let me try again," I mumbled. "No, forget it," she growled. "No more bikes." I bowed my head in shame. Jacob allowed me to ride with Eleanor's supervision and instruction. Today was supposed to be a day of fun. Instead, I made it about him. So, getting off, I got back behind her, and we headed back to Jacob. "What happened?" he asked. "You almost hit the rock." "She messed with the gear shift," Eleanor answered. "Almost hit it, though turned on time." Jacob nodded as he checked the black bike's condition. "It looks good to drive back home. I'll double check to see if it needs any tuning." Eleanor nodded. "Sorry, Jake," I mumbled. "No problem, but this isn't a bicycle," he reminded me. I nodded. "Told you so," the velvet voice murmured as he appeared behind them. "Oh, shut the fuck up," I thought to him. I rode with Jacob on our way back to his house on the red motorcycle. Eleanor drove behind us on the black bike, keeping watch to ensure nothing happened. We placed the bikes in the garage once we returned to the black residence. Jacob took a brief moment to examine the condition of the black motorcycle. At the same time, Eleanor said it seemed fine on the drive back, but Jacob said he'll take a look at it tomorrow. We spent the rest of the day on the beach. Eleanor and Jacob had set a blanket and sat down. She took out her hair kit, and Jacob chuckled, saying he would have a small side braid under his left ear. Eleanor nodded, took out a comb, brushed his hair, and prepped it for the braid. As they were doing this, I got up and walked briefly. I ensured I was in view so Eleanor didn't freak out. I was jealous of what those two had and annoyed that Eleanor was setting boundaries. Can't they kiss already and see what happens next? I sighed, staring out at the ocean. When we arrived at the cabin, Zelina was in the den reading a book. She looked up, smiled, and asked, "How were the bikes?" Eleanor went upstairs and slammed the door to her room. I winced and looked at Zelina. Not good. She raised a brow and gestured for me to sit next to her. Taking a deep breath, I went over, sat down, and gazed at the coffee table. I saw the dents and chipping on the rim, and the stains from countless drinks were on it without using a coaster. "So what happened?" she asked. I told her what happened, minus him. She sighed, shaking her head. "Ginger, driving a car is one thing, but a motorcycle is another." "I know," I assured. "Did you know those bikes aren't Eleanor's?" she asked. "What?" I replied. "Those bikes are Gideon Rivers," she explained. "Eleanor bought them for her father to add to his collection. He gave her and Jacob permission to ride them till graduation." "Oh," I said, looking down. Zelina nodded. That could explain how angry Eleanor was and how protective Jacob was. They put so much hard work into restoring those bikes for Mr. Rivers. I was, trying to be reckless so that I could see my ex-boyfriend again. If my coven sister hadn't used her magic, we would have collided with that boulder, and the bike could have been damaged. You got some kissing up to do, Zelina said. No shit, I muttered. She chuckled, tucking a strand of hair off my face. Get some rest. Tomorrow, we got training. On what? I asked. The basics, she answered, then sighed. By the way, Chief Swan called. 5 hikers went missing, and they still can't find the bear. You and Eleanor need to be careful when out in the woods. We can handle ourselves, I said. I know, but the unknown is what we fear. I nodded. So, later, I headed upstairs, went to my room, and checked my emails. I saw a few from Betsy checking up on me, but I scanned through and found none from Alice. I sighed, crossing my arms on my knees. I desperately wished Alice would reply to my emails. She understood my madness and how to solve it. I feel so alone in the world without her and the others. Even with my coven sisters and my mom, I still feel incomplete. I know it's been forever since I last updated this story, and I have no excuse. It's just one of those challenges of knowing what to do next and having other stories to work on. I'll try to update when I can. Updated, update. Hello, my fellow readers. I have some news, especially for those who have favorited and followed this story. I just wanted to let you know that I had rewritten Wicked Casters and did some editing the same for Casters of Oblivion. So if you like to follow this series, you might want to reread it. Thank you to all who have been patient with the Wicked Caster series, and I hope you enjoy the modifications. Sincerely, Silent Wolf Singer Movies Casters of Oblivion. Author's note. I have rewritten Wicked Casters and Casters of Oblivion. Please reread the first book and then this one before continuing. Disclaimer. I do not own Twilight or other media for this story. Chapter 12. Movies Ginger's Pav. I took a deep breath when I entered the cafeteria. These past few weeks, I've struggled to head over to the table where my friends used to sit. Maybe 4 to 5 months, I've been sitting where the Cullens used to sit, sitting in his chair. But now I want to change that. Maybe Zelina and Eleanor were right. They were not coming back, and I needed to accept that. I can't waste my senior year moping. But it was so hard. It was easy to go through the motions. However, the moment I snapped out of my zombie trance, I realized how alone I was at school. Sitting in his chair while looking across the cafeteria to see Eleanor talking with our friends, I fell into the motions. Eric and Angela were still an item. Mike and Jessica were confused about their status. Tyler would pop up now and then with Lauren, followed by Ben and Connor if they were not occupied with their groups. Right now, Eleanor, Mike, Angela, Eric, and Jessica are sitting at the table. Mike said something that made Eleanor nearly spit out her soda. Jessica, Angela, and Eric laughed as Eleanor grabbed a napkin to clean herself up. I remember joining the group on the first day of school. Mike and Jessica invited me to join them while I got Eleanor to come. Eric was gushing over Eleanor, while Mike had a crush on me. Or when Tyler pulled his prank by kissing Eleanor on the cheek while yanking the chair right from under Mike, knocking him over. As the two chased each other and Eric ran a quick errand, Angela and Jessica bonded with us. I missed those times. So, taking a deep breath, I grabbed my food and headed to the table. I did see something in the woods, Angela said. Eric took her hand. Totally. Baby, I believe you. Jessica waved her fork at him. No, he doesn't. He's just trying to get lucky. Eleanor snorted at that while Eric laughed it off. No, okay. Angela stood her ground. It was jet black and huge. On all fours, it was still taller than a person. A bear, maybe. When Angela said that, I saw Eleanor tense, which the others didn't notice. Eleanor had encountered what she called the guardians of the forest. I've never seen them, and with Eleanor's poor eyesight, she only made out their colors. She says when she senses them, they have a protective aura. So I didn't doubt her on that. Although, I think she saw Bigfoot and his pack. Or an alien, Mike teased. You're lucky you didn't get probed. Wanting to change the subject to prevent any assumptions about the supernatural, I set my tray between Eleanor and Mike, saying, you know, you're not the only one. Chief Swan told Zelina that 5 hikers had been killed by some bear. Jessica's amusement vanished when I sat down. She is probably holding a grudge after the incident in Port Angeles. when I stupidly walked over to a biker and got on his motorcycle. Eric and Angela were surprised to see me. From what I heard, they can't find the bear, Eleanor said, welcoming me to the table. She smiled at me. A genuine smile, despite the fact the topic wasn't positive. It was my action in joining the table that pleased her. Angela gave a hem and stared at Eric to see his response. Eric was indeed on thin ice. His only reaction to get out of trouble was looking at us and awkwardly laughing. Last time you clowns doubt my girlfriend. I couldn't help but smile at that. Angela was amused by Eric's response while Eleanor snickered behind her drink. Jessica started talking to Eric and Angela while Eleanor listened to their conversation. I took a bite of my apple, feeling relaxed. Mike spoke, clearing his throat to get my attention. So? I mean, Ginger's back? I chuckled awkwardly, nearly choking on the apple, then swallowed. Yeah, I guess so. All right, welcome. Mike said with a smile and took a deep breath. So, listen, now that you're talking and eating again, which, you know, as he nudged my shoulder, you've got to get that protein in there. I chuckled, shaking my head. I was just wondering if you wanted to go see a movie with me? Mike asked. Is he still holding a crush on me? I thought. Yikes. Sure, I managed to say, not to be rude. Although, I don't want to make this seem like a date. I'm still not ready to date again. So maybe I can make this a hangout with our friends. Hopefully, Mike doesn't choose a sappy movie. Cool, he grinned as he thought about the options. Let me see, we could check out Love Spelled Backwards as Love. You know, it's a dumb title, but it's a romantic comedy. Yeah, it's a dumb title, I silently agreed. Also, I can't do a romantic comedy or any romantic movie right now. Nah, I said, shaking my head and trying to stay positive. I'm in a bit of an action mood. I tried to think about the recent trailer that popped up on TV. What about Face Punch? Mike stuttered as he rested his head on his hand. I mean, that's an action movie. Great, I said with a smile. We should get a bunch of people to join. Mike's smile had dropped some. Oh, sure. I turned to face the others. Do you guys want to see Face Punch? Eric got excited when hearing that. Face Punch, yeah, Mike. Hey, we were supposed to watch that. As he made mock fighting poses. Remember the trailers like Punch Faces? I remember, Mike grumbled. Jessica then spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Yeah, movie night with Ginger. I sighed, knowing I had to make it up to Jessica after ruining her girls' night with Eleanor by watching a zombie movie. Maybe buying her ticket and drink might help. I'll tell her this after school. I truly want to make amends. We were eating our lunch when the bell rang. Once the gang left, I turned to Eleanor. You should invite Jake. Maybe I'll see if he and Quill might be interested. Friday night. Perfect, I said with a grin. Also, that was a bit cruel on Mike, she murmured. I sighed, throwing my garbage away. I know, but I'm just not ready to date again. Eleanor nodded as she threw her trash away. I understand. Focus on yourself one step at a time. I nodded as we made our way to class. Eleanor's POV. It was Friday when Ginger and I made our way to poor Angelus to see a movie. I called Jacob on Tuesday, asking him if he and Quill would like to join my friends and me to see a movie. I thought about the conversation that made me chuckle. You'd like me to come with you and your friends there? Jacob asked. Yes, I confirmed. Bring Quill, and we'll make it a party. Jacob chuckled. Quill's gonna freak, senior girls. I bet, I chuckled. Sure, what time? He asked. I gave Jacob the time. I told him the gang would see a movie and then have dinner at McDonald's, nothing fancy. I even told him not to worry about the tickets since I get them without the ushers questioning his age. Then again, Jacob doesn't look like a 17-year-old. Either way, Jacob appreciated that. However, on Thursday, Mike tried to get Tyler on board, but he had a date with Lauren. Later that night, Jacob called, saying Quill was out. Grounded for fighting at school. The worst came on Friday. Apparently, a stomach bug, flu, or virus spread around the school. Mike tried to get Ben and Connor to join, but they got sick. Even at lunch, I noticed Angela seemed a bit pale. When we were driving, Eric called, announcing that Angela was sick with the stomach flu. He apologized for bailing on us, saying he was going to take care of her since her parents were going to a formal event and someone had to take care of her siblings. Ginger seemed a bit nervous about our friends dropping out. In the end, only Ginger, Mike, Jessica, and, of course, Jacob and I were able to go. Hopefully, no one bails on us, Ginger said. I shrugged, hopefully. We arrived at the movie theater and waited at the front. Mike was already there, and he, too, seemed a bit pale. Oh no, I thought. Not him, too. Hey Mike, Ginger greeted. Did you get your ticket? Yeah, Mike managed to say. Ella, Jacob called out. Jing. I turned around and smiled. Hey, Jake. Jacob soon joined us. I couldn't help but grin to see he still had the braid in his hair along with the bead. Mike's eyes widened when he saw Jacob. Mike, you remember my friend Jacob Black from La Push? I introduced. Mike paused, remembering. Wow, you've grown. Yeah, Jacob said, offering a hand to shake. Mike accepted his hand, although it did not look like a friendly handshake. It seemed like the two had no intention of getting along. When they broke it off, Mike was rubbing his hand slightly. Are you even old enough to see this movie? Mike asked. Jacob raised a brow. I mean, you know, without, like, adult supervision, Mike added. Right, yeah, well, Eleanor's buying my ticket for me, Jacob explained. I'm gonna do that right now, I said. Jing, make sure they don't kill each other. Ginger chuckled, giving a salute. I went over to the ticket counter. As I waited in line, I got a call from Jessica. She apologized and said she had lost track of time and won't be able to make it. I had a feeling it was something else. Probably the fact Mike asked Ginger out somewhat, and the previous movie experience didn't go so well. I assured her it was fine and that we could plan a movie date another time with just us. Jessica appreciated it and hung up. I sighed, getting 3 tickets for Face Punch. I made my way over to see Ginger chuckling while Jacob seemed amused and Mike looking awkward. Jessica bailed, and Angela got the stomach flu, so Eric's taking care of her, I announced. It's just us 4. Great. Jacob grinned, staring at me. Great, Mike repeated, smiling at Ginger. Yeah, Ginger said awkwardly, then clicked her tongue. For some reason, her plan backfired. Then again, she might have given the boys the impression that this had become a double date. I'm not happy, either. We headed inside, getting our drinks, candy, and popcorn. Once we got everything, we took our seats in the center, the order from Mike, Ginger, myself, and Jacob. It seemed to be full, as every seat was occupied. Therefore, we were lucky. I heard it sucks, Jacob murmured. Bad. I snorted, looking at him, seriously. That's what the critics are saying, he grinned. I shook my head, we will see. The trailers started and the movie began. And just like that, Jacob was correct. The movie sucked. Lately, many Hollywood films have fallen into this funk of corny or cheesy lines, rush cinematography, and blaring album music throughout the film. Jacob chuckled as he whispered in my ear, that blood squirted 20 feet out of that guy. How fake can you get? I couldn't help but laugh. As I watched the film, I snickered with Jacob as the disastrous movie got increasingly ridiculous. I noticed. Mike had his hand out towards Ginger as Jacob did the same for me. Ginger seemed to have seen this as she kept her arms crossed. To my surprise, she was watching the movie or somewhat interested in it. However, her eyes seemed to drip, and her complexion paled. Oh dear, I thought. I think Mike is contagious and passing it on to Ginger. I'll probably call Zelina before driving back to ask her to get a potion ready. I sighed, grabbed the candy box to get some milk duds, and offered it to Jacob. He accepted it, plucking a few with his other hand while the other remained on the armrest. His hand was waiting for me to put it on his own. I bit my lip, forcing myself to pay attention to the film. A part of me wants to hold his hand, but if I do, it would mean something. Something more than friends. I took a deep breath and adjusted myself. The scene turns to a 3-way gun draw. Put your gun down. Put your gun down, or I'm gonna blow your frickin' head off. Both of you put your guns down or I'm gonna blow both of your frickin' heads off. This movie is utter crap, I thought, rubbing my eyes under my glasses and resting my hand. I paused, feeling the warmth that enveloped my hand. I tensed slightly and realized I had put my hand into Jacob's. Staring through the strands of my hair, he seemed not to notice and was snickering at the poor dialogue in the movie. I bit my lip, not sure how to pull my hand out. How can I make this seem natural? All right, forget it, Let's do this, until it happened, his thumb rubbing against my own. His hand was warm, and it felt inviting as he rubbed his thumb against mine. All the tension I had been feeling seemed to vanish. Maybe, just maybe, should I give us a chance? Guns were firing, and the music was blaring. Mike, are you okay? Ginger asked him quietly. Okay. I think I'm gonna throw up, Mike mumbled as he shot up and ran out of the room. Ginger paused, baffled at what just happened, before standing up and rushing after him. I looked at Jacob. Should we? I guess, he grinned. We got up and went as well. Mike made it to the men's bathroom when we left the theater. Ginger sighed as she made her way to the concession stand. What a marshmallow, Jacob teased. I scoffed, shaking my head. Be nice. You should hold out for someone with a stronger stomach, he murmured. I smacked his chest, still laughing. Someone who laughs at the gore that makes weaker men vomit, he added. I'll keep an eye out for him, I chuckled, then sighed. Poor Mike. He probably caught that bug that's been going around. Jacob then took my hand, leading the way to a bench. Immediately, I pulled my hand away out of reflex. I mentally cursed, seeing the disappointment in his eyes. What? I can't hold your hand, he asked. I opened my mouth to speak, yet the words couldn't come out. I sighed, sitting on the bench, struggling to find an excuse. It would mean something. Jacob sat beside me. Okay, well, tell me something. I looked at him. You like me, right? He listed. I nodded. And you think I'm sorta handsome? I blushed, knowing I couldn't deny that. Jake, I really don't want to have this conversation. Why? Because I'm scared, I confessed. That something will happen, and I'll end up hurt. I don't want what happened to Ginger to happen to me. I sighed. Or if I get called back home. I said half that is realistically true to my fear of committing. I'm not gonna give up, as he took my right hand. I don't want you to, I confessed, squeezing his hand. But I don't want to ruin what we have. I've seen things that can do a number on ya. I've been hurt by people who bullied or used me. And most of all, I grew up with high expectations. I fear one mistake, and I'll lose everything here. Jacob sighed as he rested his forehead against my own. I won't ever hurt you, I promise. I won't let you down. You can count on me. I stared into his eyes, lost in those brown pools. I could see so many emotions in them, and they were dedicated to me. There was this slight pull that was bringing us together. My heart was beating rapidly, unsure of what would happen next. Jacob turned his head slightly, his lips pressed against my own. I wish you were just like me, I thought. I wish you were part of the supernatural. Well, Mike interrupted. Instantly, I pulled away and took off my glasses. I kissed Jake, I thought. Oh, Hecate, what did I just do? Jacob sat there with a neutral expression. I put my glasses back on and stared at Mike, who sniffled, a bit embarrassed. I need to go home, Mike mumbled, putting his hands in his pockets. I was feeling sick before the movie, okay? Jacob scoffed, clenching his fists as he glared at Mike. Mike stepped back, waving his arms. What is your problem? Right now? You're my problem. Jacob snarled. Feeling sick? Maybe you need to go to the hospital. I sensed a change in the atmosphere. Jacob's aura was no longer calm. It was like a shell being cracked, and something wild had been unleashed. Before I could comprehend what was going on, Jacob stood up with much anger. You want me to put you in the hospital? Jacob threatened. Mike stumbled back, creating distance. Jake, I gasped, standing up and grabbing his hand. Ginger rushed over, holding an empty popcorn bucket. What's going on? Mike had his hands up in defense as Ginger stood between the boys. I held Jacob's hand and noticed his warm hand had become hot and sweaty. I turned my attention to his face, seeing him become clammy as sweat started to form on his temples. He appeared sick as I felt his forehead. You're really hot, I noted. It seems you might have a fever. Are you okay? Jacob stepped back, letting go of my hand. I thought I saw him vibrate and steam coming off his skin for a second. Mike and Ginger don't seem to notice this. He was panting, almost out of breath. I don't know what's happening, he breathed heavily. I gotta go. He started walking out. Concern, I followed after him. That dude is weird, Mike told Ginger. Jake, wait, I called after him. Jacob stopped at the door, almost in pain. Let me drive you back, I offered. I insist. No, Jacob forced out. You probably need to drive Marshmallow home. Jake, I pleaded. I'll text you when I get home, he said, forcing a smile. I promise. I took a deep breath, doubting it. Jacob bent down and pecked my forehead before leaving. I stood at the door watching Jacob make his way to the rabbit. I rubbed my amethyst bracelet and cast a small protection spell to ensure he made it home safely. The bead that I had put in his braid was charmed. However, I kept getting this bad feeling that something was not right. Ginger and Mike came over. I'm gonna drive Mike home. Can you follow us? Ginger asked. I nodded and stared at the massive popcorn bucket. What's that for? Ginger was about to answer when Mike made a gagging noise and rushed to the bathroom. For that, Ginger said, shaking her head. I have a feeling this weekend will suck. No shit, I muttered. There is no doubt that we will catch the stomach flu as well. I followed Mike's black Suburban. Ginger was driving Mike home while I followed them. Once we drop Mike off, we'll head home. It seems like the flu has won the battle. I wouldn't be surprised if it lasted another week at school. I took a deep breath and turned on the radio to distract me. So many thoughts were running through my head, it was hard to comprehend what had happened in the last hour. First off, Jacob and I held hands, twice. Second, Jacob and I talked about our feelings. Third, Jacob and I kissed. Fourth, Mike got sick and interrupted the kiss. Fifth, Jacob's aura changed. Casters have a sixth sense that is like self-preservation. I would get a violent shudder when I'm near a cold one. When something terrible is about to happen, we can sense it before it happens. Grandmother Evangeline says this was our magic and the spirits guiding and protecting us, but this was different. Jacob's aura changed. His aura used to be warm, friendly, playful, carefree, caring, and inviting, with a sense of security and joy. But the moment we kissed, and Mike interrupted, something snapped. A burst of wildness consumed him. It plagued him like a volcanic eruption. It was not a standard change. Something like this doesn't happen in an instant. No, this was something else. I need to talk to Zelina about it. A change in one's aura is not a good sign. Ginger dropped Mike home and helped him inside his house, where Mrs. Newton collected him. She thanked us before guiding her son to bed. Ginger got in the passenger seat and looked exhausted. No doubt she will be the first to succumb to the virus. When we reached the cabin, Zelina immediately gave us a potion to prevent contagion inside the house. We barely got a say as we drank the potion, took a cup of tea, and headed to our rooms. When I entered my room, I found my pajamas set along with a trash can, a few water bottles, crackers, and other necessities when one catches the flu. I wouldn't say Zelina was a germaphobe, but I can tell she likes to be one step ahead. As I changed, my phone vibrated. Quickly, I grabbed it and saw it was a text from Jacob. Made it home. I sighed in relief as I texted back. Get some rest. Good night. After a moment, Jacob responds. Night. Thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Updated. Illness Casters of Oblivion author's note. I have rewritten Wicked Casters and Casters of Oblivion. Please reread the first book and then this one before continuing. Disclaimer. I do not own Twilight or other media for this story. Chapter 13. Illness Eleanor's POV, and just like that, Ginger and I had the flu. Ginger was the first to fall victim, as she started retching in the early hours of the morning. I started puking around noon. Zelina's potion had helped prevent body aches, sore throat, congestion, and reduced coughing. But the fever, fatigue, and headaches were there. I don't think I ever felt this sick except for one summer 2 years ago. I lay in bed, hugging a pillow, imagining my mother combing her fingers through my hair. Constance hummed a lullaby as she stayed by my side until the ailment was gone. Casters were not immune to sickness. We don't get them as often, but they come with a vengeance. If caught early, a potion might help. We are still human, and though we can relieve any sickness, we can't cure it. Magic can defend us from outer illnesses. However, it cannot cure health problems that the body creates. For example, my grandmother Edith passed away from cancer. Potions and spells had helped her not suffer from the pain and prolonged her lifespan, yet they could not cure her, even with modern medicine. When the vessel decides to stop working, you can only welcome death. I groaned, feeling my stomach churn, and grabbed the trash can in time to vomit. I cursed the person who brought the flu to school. Hopefully, Jacob is all right. I don't think he caught the flu. No, it was something different. When I felt his hand, he was perfectly warm. But after we kissed, his temperature drastically changed. His skin was burning over 100 degrees. Along with his aura. That wild aura that took over him. Every time Zelina walked in to check on me, I was about to ask her until the fatigue won, and I fell asleep. My wolf didn't appear in the dreams. I wished my spirit animal could arrive so I could get some comfort. I needed someone. And yet, I felt alone in the dark abyss where time vanishes. Sometimes, I can't tell if I was dreaming or not. When I open my eyes, the numbers on the digital clock keep changing. All I can recall throughout the 24 hours is the time changing, Zelina walking in, vomiting, and falling back asleep. It will be late Sunday afternoon, but I somewhat feel better. After stripping my bed and putting the contaminated bedding and pajamas in the washing machine, I showered and changed into clean clothes. Sometime later, I sat on the couch in the living room watching television. Ginger was still sleeping in her room. Zelina came over with a tray that had tea and crackers. She sat down next to me, resting a hand on my forehead. Fever's broken. That's good, Zelina murmured. She removed her hand and handed me a cup. Thanks, I mumbled. Zelina nodded. Got a call from Billy. Seems Jacob got sick as well. I figured, I grumbled. I took another sip of tea and sighed. You wanted to talk to me, Zelina said out of nowhere. Huh? Zelina chuckled, taking a sip of her tea. You tried to ask me a question a few times, although you keep falling asleep. I nodded, trying to figure out how to explain what happened Friday. Can an aura change in an instant? I asked. Zelina paused as she adjusted her hair. What do you mean by that? I hesitated, not sure how to answer. From an emotional standpoint, she asked. Because auras can change when it's emotional. I shook my head. No, I don't think so. Whose auras change? That has your concern. Jacob's. Zelina paused as she stared at me. She held this calculating expression, debating what to say. My mentor keeps saying there are many mysteries in the Olympic Peninsula. There were the casters. Who resided here, the cold ones from the Cullens and those who wander through, the guardians of the forest, and the Indian reservation, a melting pot of supernatural creatures and many more that hide under the constant clouds. Why don't you tell me what happened? She suggested. So I told Zelina what happened at the movie theater and how Jacob and I talked after Mike ran off to the men's restroom while Ginger got a bucket for him. I told her about the emotional conflict and how Jacob tried to reassure me, including the kiss. Zelina couldn't help but chuckle at that. But when I told her the sudden anger Jacob had after kissing me, when Mike interrupted, and his spiked fever had me concerned. I also mentioned that I saw Jacob's form vibrating and steam surrounding his skin for a brief moment. Most of all, I told her about his aura changing. How loving and caring it was, and like a shattered egg, this wildness appeared to dominate everything. Zelina took the information in. You sense a wild atmosphere from him? I nodded. Zelina sighed as she took another sip of tea. I'm not sure. The Native Americans are quite a mystery. They hold more secrets than any culture in North America. You could have sensed his spirit guide helping him. I doubt that, I muttered, taking another sip of tea. Jacob is a bit of a cynic. You are very spiritually open, she murmured, combing her fingers through my hair. My grandmother Edith was spiritual, as is my grandmother Evangeline. Zelina nodded, especially you being a full-bred caster and not half-blood or descended from one. I nodded. Full-bred casters tend to have more magic than those whose parents or ancestors married and consummated with ordinary people. I don't think anyone in the Rivers or Woodwards has married a human. It wasn't because they were bigots. No, they just simply had fallen in love with another caster. I wouldn't worry too much about Jacob, Zelina said. I think he is going through a change. In a way, he is just like you. Only he is descended from spiritual warriors and chiefs. Maybe, I sighed, unsure what she meant by that. Later that night, I texted Jacob and asked if he wanted to call. It took a while, but he texted, sure, not missing an opportunity. I called him. Hello, his voice was hoarse. Oh Jake, still not feeling well? I asked. I feel horrible, he whispered. I'm sorry, you probably wouldn't have caught it if I hadn't invited you, I mumbled. I wonder if I was infected, and the kiss got him infected, too. I'm glad I went. He croaked, then sighed. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. Still, Jing and I caught what Mike had. You were sick. Yeah, but I'm fine now. That's good. Hopefully, you'll feel better soon. I don't think I have the same thing you did, though. This is something else. What's wrong? I asked with concern. Everything, he whispered. Every part of me hurts. I'm sorry to hear that, I said. I wish I could help. Let me know if you or Billy need anything. Thanks, he managed to say. But it might be a while. I'll call you when I can. I'll let you know when you can come down. Again. Oh, I mumbled, slightly hurt but understood. Okay. I've got to go, he said with sudden urgency. Get some rest, call me when you feel better. Right. He promised, though I noticed a hint of bitterness. There was silence on both ends. None of us wanted to hang up. Ella, get well soon, I murmured. Bye. The line disconnected as he hung up. Something told me this was not good. Something was happening to Jacob, and I don't know what it was. I tried pulling out my runes and asked the ivory totems for a list of viruses and bacteria that could be infecting Jacob. All of them said no. Then I thought about genetics and asked the runes if this was diabetes since Billy had it. The runes said no. I lay in bed wondering what was happening and hoped Jacob was okay. Monday came and went. It was uneventful, although Angela, Mike, Connor, Ben, Ginger, and I were still weak from the terrible bug. Eric was absent as he caught the flu from Angela. Mike felt guilty as he apologized to Ginger and me. I'm so sorry, he apologized. I should have called. It's okay, Mike, everyone got sick, it was just a matter of time, Ginger assured. Mike nodded, though still embarrassed and flustered by what happened. Tuesday came around, and Zelina informed us about Jacob's condition. Harry Clearwater just called. Billy took Jake to the doctor, and it looked like he had mono. He's exhausted, and Billy said no. Visitors. Mono, I thought. Thanks for the update, I said, heading upstairs to do my homework. I turned on my laptop and started typing the rough draft of my essay, then stopped. Opening a new tab, I researched mono. Infectious mononucleosis, mono, is often a kissing disease. A virus that is spread through the saliva. You can get it through kissing, but you can also be exposed by sharing glasses or food utensils with mono. I read this article about mono and how it covered external and internal symptoms. One symptom was soreness before the actual illness was known. The incubation period is 4 to 6 weeks. Jacob didn't seem sore or tired. I continued to read the article until I felt my stomach drop, reading that mono is an STI and herpes virus. Jacob and I kissed on Friday. And there were a few times we accidentally drank each other's sodas when working on the motorcycles. How on earth did Jacob get mono? Did he kiss another girl? The thought got me angry. I then paused. Am I getting jealous? No, I'm not jealous. Jacob and I are friends, and we shared a kiss. Then again, I don't know where our relationship is at. The conversation we shared put our emotions out. I told Jacob some of the reasons why I was scared to start a relationship with him so that he would understand. How I was bullied and taken advantage of, and how Ginger reacted to a breakup. Along with the fact that I could be transferred, not to my family but to another coven. He doesn't know that I am a witch. Yet all these fears opened a door for him to take my hand and promise that he would never hurt me. I won't ever hurt you. I promise. I won't let you down. You can count on me. His voice whispered in my head. I fear I'll be the one to hurt him. When my aging slows down, I will have to move when the day comes. I could use a glamour spell, but what if there was a day I slipped up? Some casters have even shortened their lifespan to fit in with the mortal society. However, I don't think I can give up my life so easily. Jacob deserves someone better than me. My eyes linger on the article. Mono. Zelina, I exclaimed, rushing downstairs. Ginger's pav. I couldn't help but laugh at Eleanor, who was forced to drink a potion daily to prevent mono. Eleanor was required to drink the potion once a day and not to share anything that was oral use, or kiss anyone. She was also put on a cooking ban. Well, she can cook for herself. It's just that she can't taste the food while cooking for others. I don't mind being the taste tester. Eleanor grimaced as she drank the potion that was supposed to prevent mono from infecting her. She basically has become Typhoid Mary. The potion prevents symptoms, but it doesn't stop any possible spread. I sat across from her, elbows on the table and resting my chin in my hands. I had a devilish grin. So, you and Jacob? Shut it, Eleanor grumbled, taking another sip of the potion and gagged. This is horrible. That's what happens when you share saliva, Zelina teased as she cleaned up her potions table. It was a peck. Eleanor exasperated. It's still kissing, I added. Eleanor groaned, slamming her head on the table. I couldn't help but smile. My plan was to get Jacob and Eleanor together. The movie might have been somewhat of a bust, but it still brought the two together. Only now, there is a slight delay. Because of Mono. But still, I find it amusing. Who would have thought Eleanor would kiss Jacob twice? Drink, Zelina ordered. Eleanor grumbled in Latin and chugged down the rest of the potion. Once she was done, she made a sour face. Well, 4 to 6 more weeks with this potion, and you shall be good, Zelina prescribed. Oh Hecate, Eleanor moaned, covering her face. You'll live, Zelina murmured, rubbing her back. It will probably be a month before you and Jacob can hang out again. Great, Eleanor grumbled, crossing her arms. I smirked at this. She really does like Jacob. Well, I guess we'll do more training to keep you occupied, Zelina suggested, and help me with my store on the weekends. Both Eleanor and I groaned. Going to La Push was our only permission to leave the cabin. Now that Jacob is out of commission, it will mean more training. It's hard to make plans with our high school friends, and with all that has happened, no one wants to hang out while the flu spreads around. Influenza, I thought. He almost died from influenza. I remember him telling me that. My chest tightened, for it had been a while since I last thought about him and the others. With Jacob sick, that means no bikes, there has to be another way to see him again or something. The meadow, I thought. We could try hiking, I offered. Zelina and Eleanor looked at me strangely. What? I asked. You and hiking? Eleanor countered. So, it'll be something new, I said, and we can reconnect with nature. I don't know. With 5 hikers missing or killed and the possible bear, I wouldn't, Zelina warned. We'll take a trail first. And if there is trouble, we can easily teleport our way out, I offered. Zelina paused, thinking about it. Then we'll be practicing more transmutation this week. I need to be sure you girls have it under control. We nodded, not arguing with her. The last thing any of us needs is to accidentally get impaled. The rest of the evening was spent doing homework, both school and caster related. Eleanor seemed to struggle as her thoughts lingered on Jacob. Thinking about your indie? I asked. No, she answered. Liar, the inner voice told me. And don't call him that, she scolded. I raised my hands in defense, sorry. Eleanor grumbled as she worked on her pre-calculus. I merely grinned before focusing on my essay for Mr. Birdie's English paper. On Wednesday, Eleanor and I stopped at Newton's Olympic Outfitters. We bought some of the essential hiking gear with the help of Katie Marshall. I was glad Katie was helping us and not Mike. Don't get me wrong, I like Mike as a friend and nothing more. He's not my type, and Jessica still has a fling for him. Anyway, we got some hiking boots, socks, backpacks, and other supplies needed for beginners, along with reflective trail tape. I also bought a standard map and a grid map just to be safe. When we got home, Zelina was waiting for us as we began our training on transmutation. Although, before we started, Zelina gave Eleanor a vial. She groaned, chugging down the potion. I couldn't help but laugh. Thank God I didn't kiss someone with mono. Then again, the last person I kissed was him. I felt my chest tighten and shook my head. Don't think of him, I thought. Zelina started training. We spent the day practicing throughout the backyard and in the garden, once more, playing our game of tag. This time, we were not interrupted. It was pretty fun, as we teleported, surprising each other and trying to catch the person. Eleanor and I needed distractions. When we were done, we headed inside, enjoying some food Zelina had cooked. Afterward, we watched a movie. I was literally laughing my ass off since it was Monty Python and the Holy Grail. We were all in tears from hysterical laughter. Until the end, I was utterly confused. Did they really get arrested? On Thursday, Zelina had us practice transmutation in the forest inside the barrier. It was slightly tricky compared to the backyard, as the trees were in our path. Eleanor and I slammed into several trees or had debris in our hair a few times. By sundown, we managed to travel through the forest. Friday was the same in teleporting in the forest. Only this time did we work on teleporting in the branches. Let me tell you, I hated it. There were a few times we fell, probably 10 or maybe 20 feet, luckily. We were wearing the endurance rings, but if I wasn't wearing one, I probably would have a few broken bones. Zelina wanted us to know how to get into the trees if we ever crossed paths with predators to keep a distance. I managed to get on a thick branch. Hold on, spider monkey, I murmured to myself. Once more, I felt my chest tighten. Damn it, why did I have to think about that comment? He would carry me on his back, traveling throughout the Olympic Peninsula. I shook my head. Come on, Ginger, you need to concentrate. When we get to the meadow, then you can think about him. I leapt down, using transmutation to reach my destination, and stumbled, falling on my ass hard. Nice, Eleanor snickered as she appeared in front of me, offering a hand. I scoffed yet took her hand, pulling myself up. We better get back, Eleanor said as she looked at the sky, noticing it was getting dark. Yeah, I agreed, wiping the dirt off of me. We made our way back to the cabin, but Eleanor stopped and turned around. Come on, I called out. Eleanor did not move for a moment before she teleported to me and forced me to turn around. Don't move, she whispered. I was confused, wondering what she meant, when all of a sudden, she placed hands over my eyes. What are you doing? I demanded. Eleanor shushed me, and I froze. I sensed a wild aura nearby. It wasn't an animal, so it wasn't a bear. No, this aura felt sacred and wild at the same time, with a hint of protection. That was when I heard it. Loud thud sounds. It sounded like there were many, and they were walking on 4 legs. Heavy breathing and a slight growl followed. We remained still, keeping our backs to the animals behind us. A grunt could be heard, followed by a painful whimper. Yet the beast that made the grunt gave a warning growl to the one who whimpered. After what felt like forever, the creatures left. Eleanor sighed as she removed her hands from my eyes. We both turned to find whatever was gone. Was that Bigfoot? I asked. Eleanor shook her head. No, it's the guardians of the forest. Really? I pouted. Look, they don't like to be seen, Eleanor warned. So if you sense their presence, close your eyes. How come? I asked. I don't know. I think they are creatures from Native American folklore. She answered and took my hand, leading the way. Come on, it's getting late. We made our way back to the cabin. Although I did not see the guardians of the forest, hearing them and sensing them was amazing. Maybe next time, I'll take a peek at what they are. Thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Updated. Hiking Casters of Oblivion disclaimer. I do not own Twilight or other media for this story. A.N. Hello, fellow readers. I was wondering if you could leave a review to let me know if the story is good or if you have any suggestions. I'm trying not to be 100% accurate to the book. If you have any ideas, that would be great. Chapter 14. Hiking Ginger's Paw. It was Saturday, and I was excited and nervous on the hiking trail. I know it will probably take a few tries until Eleanor and I reach the meadow. But the thought of going there made me giddy. I remembered some landmarks and knew the meadow was. One way to get there was to take Highway 101 north and Highway 110 until the pavement ends. Then, it would be a hike. He would always go straight. I took a deep breath, feeling the hole in my chest clenched. I took out the map and set it on the bed with a crystal pendant. I was going to use scrying to get a better idea of where to go instead of going straight. I emptied my mind, focusing on the meadow. Slowly making small circles, I imagined the wildflowers blooming and the stream off in the distance. The crystal spun around until an unknown force yanked it down, locating a spot on the map. I couldn't help but grin, glad that it worked. Taking a pen, I placed a star on where the crystal landed. Also, doing the scrying again on an expanded map of the area. The meadow wasn't there, but it can give me a better idea for the future. Once done, I ensured I had my gear ready and went downstairs. Eleanor was in the kitchen preparing sandwiches and other snacks for us. Zelina was there, too, getting ready for work. She took a sip of her coffee and raised a brow. You look awfully excited, Zelina noted. It's nice to get out of the house, I said. We've been out of the house, Eleanor reminded. But we got so used to our woods, I said and stole an apple from the fruit bowl. Well, you girls, be careful, Zelina warned. Charlie let me know there was another attack at a nearby resort. They only found blood at the scene. Isn't that like the sixth attack? Eleanor asked. Zelina nodded. You don't think it's another cold one? Eleanor asked. I tensed slightly when cold one was mentioned and rubbed my left wrist along the scars. I'm not sure. These attacks include sightings of large bears, Zelina said. But if it is, Eleanor, use your telekinesis to tear him apart and set him ablaze. That is, if they don't attack us, I mumbled. Zelina remained silent as she stared at me. I stopped rubbing my scar and looked at her, putting up the mask to ensure her I was all right. She sighed, setting her mug down. Or maybe you should bring a jar of honey, just in case. Zelina jokes to lighten the mood. Eleanor snorted when she heard that, while I gave a small smile. Zelina was trying to make things better for us. From what I heard, most mentors are strict with their pupils. Zelina was different. She made sure we enjoyed our youth before reaching the age of adulthood. Zelina was the first to leave. Once she was gone, I came over to Eleanor to grab my sandwich and decided to lighten the mood. You didn't lick your fingers while making my sandwich, I teased. Eleanor groaned, seriously. I couldn't help but laugh. Maybe I am being mean about the whole mono situation, but I find it funny. Eleanor especially has to drink a potion to prevent symptoms. Although I wonder how on earth Jacob got mono. Last I checked, you get it from kissing. So, if Jacob did, in fact, kissed another girl while hanging out with Eleanor, I'm gonna hex him to oblivion. Sorry, couldn't resist, I chuckled, putting my portion in the bag. I trust ya. Eleanor rolled her eyes. Say, since the local trails are no longer safe, I thought maybe we could go to a new place, I said. As in? She asked. Well, I found this place in the forest once. A little meadow, I murmured. I used scrying, and I think I found it. It would definitely take a few tries. A meadow, you say, she replied while cleaning up. Yep. It's beautiful, especially when the wildflowers bloom along with a stream. I felt really connected to nature. I listed to hold interest. I think you might like it. I doubt the flowers would bloom at this time, she recalled, taking the dishes into the dishwasher. I know, but it wouldn't hurt to find it. We can enjoy it in April or May, I said. And maybe you know some of the flowers could be useful in potions. Eleanor chuckled. Fine, we can go. I couldn't help but grin. We got ready and locked up the cabin before getting in the wagoneer. I took over the driver's seat and drove to the end of the highway. The weather was nice. There were a few scattered clouds but no signs of rain. We secured the wagoneer and gathered our things when we reached our destination. I felt excitement and nervousness roll into one. I know finding this place wasn't going to be easy. It had been a long time since I'd been to the meadow. I tried not to dwell on my last trip through this forest with a different companion. It wasn't hard to keep focused on the present, not with my coven sister along. Eleanor came over to me, lead the way. I smiled, taking her hand as we made our way through the forest. I pulled out a compass and a map to better understand where we were. After a few tries, we started our journey. Unlike the local trail, the trail was not set in stone. We were starting our own. We wrapped yellow reflective tape on every 10th tree to avoid getting lost. As we traveled, I felt so much stress leaving my shoulders. Nature has a thing for us, casters. It welcomes you and absorbs all your troubles away. You just need to separate yourself from man-made things to connect. We continued our journey, climbing over fallen trees and branches. Eleanor seemed interested as she stopped us to show me the different types of plants and herbs. She pointed out a gathering of plants that had vibrant green leaves in the shape of hearts and little flowers that were oddly shaped. Aristolochiaceae, Eleanor said. Bless you, I teased. It's wild ginger, also known as birthwort, Eleanor explained. Used in ancient medicine and other healing properties like cancer. Doesn't look like ginger, I said. No, the aroma is similar to ginger, she explained. How do you know this? I asked. Eleanor had a sad expression. My mother would make these potions for my grandmother Edith when she was going through cancer. Oh, I gaped, rubbing the back of my neck. Casters know how to extract it probably better than modern medicine, since they keep getting the poisonous toxins. Eleanor continued to educate me about the plants, telling me the different types of ferns, the difference between lady fern and grand firs. I didn't realize there were so many types of plants and flowers in the state of Washington, along with mushrooms and moss. I was pretty intrigued. We even took some samples to restock for Zelina's potions cabinet. Time seemed to vanish, and we heard some thunder. I paused, realizing we spent our hike mainly on plants instead of following the original plan of finding the meadow. Knowing it was unsafe to hike in the rain, we had no choice but to turn back. We probably made 3 miles in the forest and hiking back. We had gone 6 miles when we got back to the Wagoneer. "We'll find it next time," Eleanor said. "I actually had a good time, thank you." As much as I was disappointed in not finding the meadow, the look on Eleanor's face was worth it. We got in the Wagoneer and headed back to the cabin, and just in time, might I add, since it started to rain. It was afternoon when we got back, and it was pouring. We kicked off our muddy boots on the porch before going inside. "Let's change into comfortable clothing," Eleanor suggested. "I'll make some hot chocolate and warm some cookies." Cookies and hot chocolate. Eleanor, you are a saint, I thought. Eleanor has magical hands when it comes to cooking. She even ate a giant tub of cookie dough for emergency sweet tooth. "Yes, please," I sang. Eleanor chuckled as we went upstairs. I changed into comfortable clothes and stared at my laptop. A part of me wanted to email Alice to give an update on what's happening. Yet, the moment I sent the email, it would be automatically declined. I sighed, wondering if Alice kept tabs on me now and then. Is she aware of what I have gone through and what I am trying to do? Shaking my head, I went downstairs into the kitchen to see Eleanor putting cookie dough in the oven. "Need help?" I asked. "I'm good," Eleanor answered. "Why don't you pick out a movie for us?" I nodded, headed back to the living room, turned on the TV, and set up the DVD player. I went over to the DVD cabinet to see what options there were. Zelina has collected a variety of movies since the creation of DVDs. I scroll through, avoiding romance movies. After watching Face Punch, there's got to be something else. I chose a classic for my generation and put it in Harry Potter. Rainy Day, Hot Chocolate, and Harry Potter. Sounds like a good combination. As I set the movie up, I could smell the cookies baking, followed by popcorn popping. Man, Eleanor is a saint. We hadn't had movie time together in a long time, just us. We would watch movies, talk, get to know one another, or bash about anything. After some time, Eleanor came out with a tray with popcorn, warm chocolate chip cookies, 2 bottles of water, and her hot chocolate. Once she was settled, I hit play and watched her reaction. Eleanor raised a brow when the opening credits played with a slight chuckle. "Seriously?" "What?" I teased, grabbing my cup. "It's Harry Potter." Eleanor chuckled, shaking her head as she grabbed a cookie. I smiled, taking a sip of my hot chocolate, but stopped. I tilted the teacup, only to find it pouring very slowly. The chocolatey beverage was thick, almost like pudding. "Why is it thick?" I asked. "It's Italian hot chocolate," Eleanor answered, handing me a spoon. "Something Grandfather Horatio would make for me on the regular." I nodded. "You and your granddad were close?" Eleanor nodded. "Yeah." There were many emotions in her eyes. Zelina mentioned that Eleanor was going through a lot. Oh shit, it was nearing the 1-year anniversary of his death. Damn, and the timing sucks with Jacob on sick leave. From what I heard, Eleanor was the one who found Horatio dead. Constance mentioned it when Mr. Gideon took Eleanor to visit Horatio's grave. Anyway, we focus on the movie. Eleanor's Pav Jacob still hasn't responded. Sometimes, I wanted to call him, even if it was Billy, to get an update, but I didn't. From the last call, he sounded terrible, and reading about mono, one of the symptoms is swollen tonsils. So, I send Jacob emails now and then just to give him an update. If anything amusing happens at school or the cabin, I just want to put a slight smile on his face. Yet Jacob does not respond. "I'm sure he is exhausted and most likely asleep," Zelina assured me. Zelina was restocking supplies for her store, so Ginger, Zelina, and I made soaps and other hygiene products. The cabin smelled heavenly as the ingredients were melted and blended together. "I know. I just wish I could get one response," I sighed, working on a potion. Even a simple text. Zelina chuckled as she rubbed my back. "I know, but give him time." I sighed, carefully pouring melted soap into molds. I plan to cook a few dishes for Charlie and the Blacks. Also, drop off some herbal remedies to Harry Clearwater. His heart's not doing well, and it seems modern medicine is not helping. Zelina informed. "Would you like to drop them off for me?" I looked up at her, surprised. Really? Zelina nodded as she tapped the molds. Now listen. You will not be going inside their house. It's up to Billy to decide if you can come in or not. I nodded with a small smile. Even if I can't go see Jacob, just to get an update is more than enough. And they say I was obsessive, Ginger muttered as she chopped up herbs. I clicked my tongue, resulting in Ginger cutting her fingernails tip. She cursed, retracting her hand from the shocking pain, and glared at me. Really? Ginger scowled. You started it, Zelina said. Now, no more bickering, and get back to work. We nodded. Zelina and I started meal prepping for our friends the next day after school. We made a lot of food for Chief Swan and the Blacks. I did some research in search of a meal that can help those infected with mono. I made a large batch of my grandmother Edith's recipe for chicken soup. You can eat it in many ways, either with noodles, rice, or by itself. Still, I ensured the veggies and chicken were in small cuts to be easy to consume. After dividing the foods into portions, we put them in the fridge and freezer and call it a day. The following day, I attended school as usual. Everyone was getting excited for spring break, which was coming around the corner. Apparently, many are going out of town or have plans. For example, Jessica and her family were going on a cruise. Mike got drafted to work full-time at his parents' store. Eric and Angela were going to spend half the time together while the other half of the time, they both had family trips. Tyler was occupied with Lauren, and those who occasionally hung out were busy with spring break. What are you going to do? Angela asked. Well, we might have to do some spring cleaning and work in Zelina's store, Ginger answered. That and training, I thought. Man, it's like you two barely get to have fun, Jessica said. We do, I assured her. Ginger and I are doing some hiking. Is that wise with all the bear sightings? Mike asked. Customers keep talking about seeing mutant-sized bears. Well, we haven't seen any, Ginger said with a scoff. Not even a squirrel. I snorted at that. The day continued until I returned home. There was a ton of food in the fridge and freezer. Ginger helped me load the items into the wagoneer. Do you want to come or chill? I asked. I'm gonna chill and get a head start on a project that's due in 2 weeks, she answered. Right, I chuckled, doubting it. Anyway, I ensured I had directions from the Black's house to the Clearwater residence. Making sure the tank was good, I started driving, stopping at Chief Swan's place. Zelina mentioned that Charlie might not be home and put the food on the porch and cover it with a towel. When I got to Charlie's, I grabbed some of the bags and rang the doorbell. I waited a minute and rang the doorbell again. Nothing. So I placed the food on the porch and set a towel over it before returning to the wagoneer. It would be 30 minutes to drive to the Black residence. The weather seemed nice. It was still light rain but nothing severe. My thoughts linger on Jacob, wondering how he is feeling. Hopefully, he is feeling a bit better enough for a small chat. It wasn't long before I saw the Black's home. It is a small wooden place with narrow windows, and the dull red paint makes it resemble a tiny barn. Billy's Chevy truck was parked in the front, though I did not see the rabbit, and I assumed it was in the garage. I parked in the front and took a deep breath. I got out of the wagoneer and grabbed some of the bags with the dishes and containers. Quickly, I made my way over to the front door and knocked on it. The bags started slipping, and I promptly tried to readjust my grip. A moment later, the door opened, revealing Billy, who seemed baffled. Eleanor, what are you doing here? Billy asked. Hey Billy, just dropping off some food Zelina and I made, I answered, raising the bags. Zelina said she called. Oh, yes, must have slipped my mind, he said, still cautious. Don't worry, I'm just the delivery girl, I assured him. I have a few errands to run. Billy nodded as I sensed some relief in him. Mind if I bring these into the kitchen? I asked. Billy blinked a few times and nodded, yes. He rolled himself out of the way as I walked towards the kitchen. As I walked through the hall, I noticed Jacob's bedroom door still closed. Remembering that Billy was in charge, I MDE'd straight towards the kitchen. I started putting the containers in the fridge. You don't have to do that, Billy said. I insist, I assured. Your hands are busy. Billy only nodded. I take it Jacob is still not feeling well? I asked, putting the lasagna in the freezer. The aches have stopped, but the fever is still there, he answered. He just went back to sleep after a trip to the hospital. I nodded. Dang, it would be nice to talk to him. Maybe next time. Billy nodded, still watching me like a hawk. Once I had the containers put away, I faced him. I just need to bring in a pot of chicken soup, and I'll be off. Much appreciated, he said. I rushed out to grab the pot and made my way to the kitchen. Why don't you put that on the stove? Billy instructed. I'm sure Jacob would appreciate some homemade soup tonight. I nodded, setting the pot on the stove. Hopefully, some homemade soup can help, I murmured. You can add rice or noodles to it. I didn't know what you two prefer. It's the thought that counts, he said. I nodded and checked the clock on the kitchen wall. Well, I better get going. Gotta stop by the Clearwaters. Tell Jake I said hi and to get well soon. I will, Billy promised, following behind me as I made my way out. Once outside, I waved to Billy and got in the Wagoneer. As I put my keys in the ignition, I looked up to see one of the window curtains moving. It was as if someone was peeking out and quickly closing it. Maybe Jacob was looking out. Billy was still by the door, watching me. I gave another wave before leaving the property. Pulling out the MapQuest that Zelina printed, I followed the instructions heading towards Clearwater's residence. I turned on the radio, changing to the local station on the reservation that Jacob listens to. Everything seemed so calm until I sensed that I was being followed. I stared at my side view mirrors, seeing no other cars on the road. Yet, I can't shake this feeling of being followed and watched. I glanced out the passenger side to see nothing along the forest line. Nothing. I then turned to the driver's side, careful to see if something was there. That was when I saw movement. Something was running along the forest. It appeared to be an animal, maybe an elk or a bear. There have been talks about a bear. It was hard to tell from the trees blocking it. Still, it's not something I want to find out. I made a turn, and continued following instructions to get to the Clearwaters. Yet the sense of being followed continues. I bit my lip, wondering why I kept sensing this. Taking a few deep breaths, I made my way to the destination. The Clearwater residence was similar to the Blacks, though it was a two-story building with washout green and exposed wood. A house nearing the border of the forest and a view of the coast. I got out of the Wagoneer, grabbing a carved box that held tea for Harry. Zelina did mention that Harry was dealing with some heart problems. This tea is probably a potion to help his cholesterol and blood pressure. Closing the door, the sense of being watched was there. I turned toward where it was coming from, the forest. I closed my eyes and tried to sense what was following me. A wild aura filled with protection, almost like the Guardians. However, this Guardian was not like the other three I have encountered. Then again, I am on sacred ground. Maybe this spirit resides on the reservation, and that's why I haven't sensed it before. Not wanting to waste more time, I went to the front door and rang the doorbell. I stood there, looking at the surroundings while trying to avoid the presence of being watched. It wasn't long before the door opened. I turned only to be face to face, well, face to chest. A muscular, naked chest was in my view. I looked up to see none other than Sam Yulee. The last time I was this close to Sam was back in September. Sam had long, rounded muscles, copper skin, cropped black hair, and brown eyes. He seemed taller than I last remember, being over 6 feet tall. On his right upper arm was a large tattoo. There appeared to be 2 wolves in the Quileute design. The same design as my pendant. Eleanor, Sam greeted with a deep voice. Sam, right? I asked, flustered from the sudden encounter. Doesn't he own a shirt? I thought. This is the 3rd time I have seen him without one. Sam nodded, his brown eyes staring at me in question. Can I help you with something? Oh, I thought this was the Clearwater residence? I started. It is, Sam confirmed. Is Mr. Clearwater here? I asked, a bit intimidated by Sam. Something about him felt familiar, the dominating presence as the Alpha Guardian in the forest. Sam nodded as he turned slightly. Harry, you have company. A moment later, Harry Clearwater came over. Eleanor. Hello, Mr. Clearwater, I greeted. I came by to drop this off for you. Zelina made a blend that. I wasn't sure how to explain it with Sam standing there watching us. His dark eyes looked between Harry and me, along with glances at the forest. However, when his eyes linger on Harry, they hold concern. No doubt Sam cared about Harry and his health, especially when a man has some health problems involving his heart. Ah yes, Harry confirmed as he accepted the small box. Thank you. I nodded. I better get going. Harry nodded. I'll let Zelina know I got the tea. I nodded again. Let me walk you to your car, Sam offered. That's not necessary, I declined. I insist, Sam said, in a tone that led to no argument. I bit my tongue. Despite the fact that Sam is the one who found Ginger in the forest, Jacob's words were still bothering me. Jacob stated Sam was taking young men forming some sort of gang. How? Is this the man who ruined the friendship between Jacob and Embry? But not wanting to appear rude in front of Harry, I nodded. Harry wished me goodbye as Sam walked me back to the Wagoneer. How is Ginger doing? Sam asked. She's doing fine, I answered. Much better, actually. Sam nodded. That's good to hear. I nodded, pulling my key out and unlocking the door. Say, do you know if the Cullens are back in town? I stopped and stared at him strangely. As if I would know. I wasn't really friends with them, I answered bitterly. Sam stared at me as if trying to read my expression until his eyes lingered on my chest. More specifically, the Quileute Vervain pendant. Even with the cold ones no longer here, the pendant was a gift from the Blacks. One I have cherished since coming to Forks. Anyway, I gotta go, I declared, opening the door. Sam took hold of the door, opening it for me. Thanks, I said and got inside. Sam only nodded. Better get home. It's getting late. I nodded again, for I didn't know how to talk to him. Sam closed the door and stepped away. Finding him strange, I buckled up and headed out of the parking lot. As I did this, I noticed Sam running toward the forest from the rearview mirror. Shaking my head, I drove back to Forks, trying not to think about how strange the men on the reservation were. Hey all, I'd like to know how these changes and new chapters are going. If you have the time, please leave a review. I genuinely appreciate it. Thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Updated. Go away casters of Oblivion. Disclaimer. I do not own Twilight or American Horror Story. Chapter 15. Go away. Ginger's Pav Eleanor was really down when Jacob hadn't called, texted, or emailed her the last several days. She was constantly on her phone by the hour if a text came in or if she missed a call. Every 30 minutes, on her laptop, to see if he left an email. It was shocking how much she used to deny liking Jacob more as a friend to this. Maybe that kiss at the movie theater changed her mind. Something happened, and now she was desperate. Probably it is the, are we in a relationship phase, when you haven't gone on an official date but admitted your feelings to one another. Then again, Eleanor is going through many firsts in Forks than she did in Salem. Well, Eleanor was being bullied back in Salem while the people in Forks were kind to her. I tried to keep her occupied after our homework, but it was not training. We would try hiking again, yet the weather has not been on our side. So, we made arrangements with our friends. Well, it's more like hanging out with Angela. Jessica barely wants to hang out with me, so she chills with Lauren, and Lauren doesn't like Eleanor since she went to prom with Tyler, even though that bitch stole Tyler from her at the dance. Mike is still embarrassed about the movie theater incident and wants to join us. Ben and Connor were busy with sports. Eric would join us now and then, yet he seemed more focused on Angela. Angela decided one day we should hang out at her place. It was nice, though there was a slight tension in the air, because Mr. Weber is a Lutheran pastor. Some religious items were around the house. Then again, it was not as severe as the parts of Christianity that persecuted casters. Zelina explained some forms of Christianity had manifested a barrier that repels casters without realizing it. Almost like a poltergeist in a sense, an energy that makes casters uncomfortable to certain degrees and the physical trauma. It was not like touching the cross. Carlisle had that shocked me when I touched it. Casters who believe in religion go by spirituality since the practices can be harmful. Anyway, we girls tried to do our homework and then watch a movie. Angela's twin brothers, Isaac and Joshua, would sneak in to join us. Angela scolded them away, yet they kept coming back. No doubt they had a slight crush on Eleanor and me. It was nice and peaceful. I felt guilty for missing out on all this, just chilling with friends and watching a movie while gossiping. Angela soon brought up the topic of colleges. So, have you decided on colleges? Angela asked. I replied, not sure how to react. Casters in training don't become legal age until they are 21. Zelina doesn't seem interested in moving just yet, so we were stuck in this logger town. I'm actually going to take online courses, Eleanor answered. Take a break year. Really? Angela gasps, surprised. I would have thought you would want to go to college. I do. I'm just not sure what I want to be, Eleanor sighed. Same here, I joined in. Zelina mentioned attending Peninsula College, Western Washington University, or Washington University that does the nature preserve nearby. What about you, Angela? Eleanor asked. I've already sent an application to the University of Washington in Seattle, Angela answered. I hope Eric did as well. We nodded, not sure how to respond. We need to spend more time together, Angela said. We don't know how much time we have before we grow up and go our separate ways. Adulting, I grimaced. Eleanor and Angela couldn't help but laugh. After spending time with Angela, we made our way back to the cabin. Angela brought up a good point about college. A small part of me does want to go to college. But do I want to do college or wait until after my training? Sure, I'll have a job in Zelina's store while training. However, do I want to do more? I seriously don't know what I want to be as a grown-up. Do I want to major in arts and communication, business and management, healthcare, information technology, math and sciences, social sciences and education, or skilled trades? There were so many options to choose from. When we got home, Eleanor went to the kitchen to start cooking. I grabbed my laptop and searched the Peninsula College website for their majors. There were tabs to click on, and each major provided examples of career pathways. After looking at social sciences and education, I think I can cross that off my list. Are you thinking about college? Eleanor asked. Yeah, I answered, although I don't know what I want to be. Eleanor nodded as she pulled out some pork chops that had thawed in the fridge. What about you? I asked. Eleanor washed her hands and turned around to face me. Well, my family usually tends to study business and management, that we keep to the family business, she explained. Oh right, you're rich, I grumbled. It's not about money, she said, shaking her head. It's about investments and protection. Witch hunters are still out there, and my family is fortunate enough for my ancestors to provide security and connections. Yet you are not like the Kardashians or Hiltons, I teased. Eleanor scoffed, private is better than open. I chuckled, shaking my head. Eleanor cooked the pork and made some side dishes and sauce, which I had to taste since my coven sister might have mono. I didn't mind, and I still find it amusing. Zelina arrived with an annoyed expression. Oh, something happened, I thought. Bad customer? I asked. No, Zelina grumbled as she used telekinesis to levitate a hard cider from the fridge. We're going to have company. A council member? Eleanor asked. Zelina opened her drink and took some swigs before saying, worse, Fiona. Eleanor gasped. Fiona, why does that name sound familiar? The Supreme? Eleanor asked in shock. Oh shit, I thought. Zelina nodded. I don't know when she'll arrive. So tomorrow, we will have to clean the cabin and make sure everything is spotless. Eleanor, you might want to pull out your luxurious recipes and start prepping. Is she that superficial? I asked. Cordelia says she can be spoiled. When you have Fiona good over, you'll have to be perfect, Zelina explained. And she will be a bitch, especially towards us. What do you mean? I asked. Zelina took another sip. Supremes are not given semi-immortality. With the 7 wonders and other abilities, they use more magic to prove their dominance. Not many reach 100. And with more casters being found generations later, their lifespans are also shortening. Hence, the epidemic with traditionals. I nodded, reminded that traditional is decreasing because many populated out do not have children of their own or have waited so long that they can't have kids. I, being half-breed, still have the ability to live up to 300 years, but witches who are almost like Muggle-born might not be able to live that long. Be considerate, Zelina said, and be careful. Why careful? I asked. Zelina sighed again. There is a dark rumor that Fiona killed the last Supreme to take her position. When a Supreme senses her successor, her magic is transferred to that individual. Unless what? I asked, knowing the answer. Unless you kill the successor, she answered bitterly. It has never been done before. However, shadow witches and warlocks tend to be an open target for this hypothesis. And, I said, you girls have shown an increase in magic, Zelina explained. Most casters get 1 to 3 gifts. There has been an increase in the number of casters who have more abilities. You are still young, so more magic might appear. Eleanor tensed when hearing that. Zelina was worried about Eleanor. Eleanor could do divination, telekinesis, pyrokinesis, vital vitalis, and transmutation. Basically, 5 of the 7 wonders. I only have transmutation and pyrokinesis from the 7. Deep down, I know I'm not a supreme. Nor do I have the ability to lead. I sighed. I hate spring cleaning. Zelina snorted. Get used to it. We chuckled and then ate our dinner, Eleanor's pav. The following day was non-stop cleaning. Zelina, Ginger, and I were doing our best to get the cabin pristine for the Supreme, Fiona Good. I met her once when she was in Salem, and the elders hosted a party for her. She seemed pleased with all the attention, yet she was not one for the customs and traditions. She was more into the modern, sophisticated lifestyle. Now she is coming here. From what I recall, only Zelina's coven lives in the Olympic Peninsula. So why is she visiting us here and not in Seattle? Zelina didn't mention how long Fiona would be here. Hopefully, not for long. She held a presence to avoid being messed with, and the rumors that she had killed many people using the reversal of vital vitalum, concilium people's brains to mush or commit suicide, and other things. Many call the North American Supreme the worst of them all. Don't get me wrong, Europe, Asia, and Africa had confirmed documentation of their worst Supremes. But in North America, Fiona Good is a catalyst who cares for no one but herself. I did meal prep by Friday, marinating some meats and mise en place. Zelina and I reviewed the menu for a week to prepare for the Supreme's arrival. I also did some food for the blacks. Zelina had called Billy asking if it was all right if I could drop some food off. He says it was fine, though Jacob is still not feeling well. It disappointed me not to be able to talk to Jacob. He truly got a bad case of mono. I shuddered, for I had already taken the potion for mono. How would Jacob get mono? Did he accidentally drink from someone else's beverage? Did he use a used utensil? Or did he actually kiss a girl who had mono? The last thought bothered me to think he kissed someone. After October, Jacob showed how interested he was in me. And after December, with the mistletoe, we kissed. So, when we kissed at the movie theater, I thought there was something. The doors were open to try dating. Damn mono, I thought bitterly. Zelina came over. A storm is approaching. If you want to deliver food to the blacks, you better go now. Are you sure? I asked. Zelina nodded as she collected the food and put it in the bag. I grabbed my jacket and keys before taking the bag and headed out. It was already raining. Quickly, I got in the wagoneer and drove towards La Push. My thoughts lingered around since it was 4 in the afternoon. Spring break is here, and I'll spend it with the Supreme. Terrific, I thought. I wish Jacob were healthy so I didn't have to spend the week at the cabin. There were so many things I wanted to do. One is riding the bikes or getting the paint job done. Maybe go cliff diving. Practically anything just to spend time with Jacob. After 30 minutes, I made it to the black residence, and what I saw had me seeing red. He didn't see me as he walked out of the garage. He looked like one of Sam's boys as his hair was cropped, with a tribal tattoo on his right shoulder. The only thing he wore was a pair of shorts and old sneakers. He was muscular as well. Fearing that this guy might be sabotaging Jacob's rabbit or the bikes, or worse, trying to steal from him, I rushed out of the wagoneer toward the person. The rain had gotten worse, as it was raining cats and dogs. There was thunder in the distance and, no doubt, lightning nearby. I ran towards the person as fast as I could. Hey, what were you doing in Jake's garage? I demanded, grabbing the person by the arm. The person turned around, and I gasped. It was Jacob. My eyes watered, for he no longer looked the same. His body had changed, his facial features hardened, and his hair chopped off. Jacob glared at me with his brown eyes, yet they seemed to have turned black, barely recognizable, filled with anger and hate. Those eyes stared at me, and all this anger seemed to vanish while the tension in his body faltered. Eleanor, Jacob breathed. Jake, I managed to say. What happened? Your hair, and, is that a tattoo? I stared at the tattoo on his right shoulder. It was the same tattoo that Sam had on his shoulder. No, Jacob wouldn't dare join Sam's gang. He loathed Sam after he took Embry away, let alone creeping him out. What happened? I demanded, getting angry. I thought you were too sick to come outside or talk to me. Was that all a lie? Eleanor, he forced out as if he was conflicted by something. Go away. I felt a jab in my chest. What, go away, he repeated. Not until you tell me what is going on. I spat. What happened to you? He turned to walk away, and immediately, out of reflex, I grabbed his wrist. Even in the rain, his skin was burning hot. His aura was screaming with different emotions that conflicted with one another, the wildness with the peaceful. The wildness was winning. Don't you dare walk away from me, I yelled. Jacob spun so that his right shoulder was in my face. The tattoo glared at me. It's Sam, isn't it? I asked, not holding back my emotions. Please tell me you're not in his gang. Jacob's head snapped. He glared at me with those conflicted eyes. Sam's trying to help me, don't blame him. But you said. I know what I said, and I was wrong, Jake. But if you want somebody to blame, how about those filthy bloodsuckers you love, the Cullens? What? I gasped. A loud rumble of thunder roared above us. He knows. He knows that the Cullens are vampires. Out of instinct, I grabbed my pendant. By the laws of the supernatural, I can't confirm this with him. Even if he knows that the Cullens are vampires, I can't respond that will provide confirmation for his safety. Jacob, I paused. What are you talking about? No, you know exactly what I'm talking about, he spat angrily. You've been lying to everyone. Zelina, Ginger, you. But you can't lie to me. Not anymore, Eleanor. Does he know? I thought. Does he know that I'm a witch? Jacob. Someone bellowed. We looked at the forest line to see Sam with 3 other guys. Sam called out to Jacob again with an almost militant tone. He waved Jacob over. Jacob's body tensed while his face expressed pain. As if he didn't want to go with them. Jake, are you in danger? I asked quietly. Jacob shook his head, staring at me. Look, Ella, we can't be friends right now. Another jab to the gut. What? Why? I know it took me a while, and I thought about what you said at the theater. Ella, Jacob pleaded as he took my hand, it's not you. I shook my head. No, you're not using that excuse. It's not the hole, it's not you, it's me, seriously. His body shook as his grip tightened. His dark eyes locked into mine while he licked his lips, trying to find the words. It's true. It is me. I'm not good. I used to be a good kid. Not anymore. Please tell me what is going on. I cried. You're scaring me. Jacob shook his head. This doesn't even matter. All right. This is over. Jake, I mumbled. You promised. The pain was written on his face, knowing he had made that promise 2 weeks ago at the movie theater. I know. He murmured, tucking a strand of hair off my face. I promised I wouldn't hurt you, Eleanor. He removed his hands and stared at me with much determination. And this is me keeping that promise. Go home and don't come back, or you're gonna get hurt. He turned around and jogged his way back to Sam's gang. I stood there in utter bewilderment. They stood at the forest line until Jacob joined them. Sam was staring at me with caution. Not a moment longer, they left, leaving the area. All my emotions, which I had bottled up, finally snapped. Like a banshee, I screamed from the top of my lungs, startling the birds in the trees. A flash of lightning danced upon the sky. A burst of magic erupted, and I redirected it into a tree, causing a massive branch to fall off and be tossed along the field. I collapsed onto my knees, panting, clutching my right hand, feeling it go numb with pins and needles. I sat there, trying to realign my magic and calm my nerves, but it was not working. Therefore, I grasped the earth, digging my fingers into the mud and casting a spell to give my magic to Mother Earth. Chanting it 5 times, the earth consumed the negative energy that could cause harm. I knelt there, panting. Hot tears fell down my face while the rain joined them. Rain. 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 The rain could not purify the anger I was feeling. Eleanor, a deep voice called out. I tensed, turning around to see Billy in his wheelchair. Shit, I thought. Please, in Hecate's name, Billy did not see that? I took a deep breath, using my damp sleeve to wipe away the tears, and stood up. Sorry, I fell. Billy nodded. Let me get you your food, I managed to say, heading back to the wagoneer. Billy complied as he wheeled himself back into the house. I took several deep breaths to regain my composure before bringing the food in. I didn't bother with small talk. I just placed the food on the table and made my way out. I needed to get out of here. I rushed to the door, not looking back. Eleanor. Billy called out. I shook my head, ran back to the wagoneer, and sobbed. Forcing the key into the ignition, I drove off. Zelina can come back for the empty dishes. I need to get out of La Push. I need to be far away from here. So many emotions were running through my head that I started to feel my magic riled up again. I need to get back to the cabin. I sobbed. Jacob doesn't want to be my friend or anything with me. I was such a fool. It was Salem all over again. Just a girl to mess with. The sense of being followed could be felt. I glanced out the windows to check the side view mirrors, and no other vehicles were behind me. I closed my eyes and sensed it was the new guardian from last week. It's probably chasing me out of the reservation. A sense of unwelcome could be felt. I sobbed again. And then another thought came in. Jacob knew about the Cullens. He knew they were vampires. The Quileute legends about the Cold Ones and Ephraim Black coming across the Cullens in their hunt. They made a treaty on peaceful terms that the Cullens could not set foot on Quileute lands. Jacob never took these legends seriously. Until now. And that comment about me knowing the truth along with Zelina and Ginger. Does Jacob know? Does Jacob know that we are casters, or witches for his case? But I wasn't the one who held an interest in the Cullens. No, Ginger held an interest in the Cullens. This is Ginger's fault. My mind went blank. I pulled into the garage and made my way back into the cabin. I was faced with two shocking expressions when I opened the door. Ginger, who was cleaning the kitchen, stood up straight. Her blue eyes widened in surprise. Zelina held a concerned look. They glanced at my attire, seeing the mud that covers my legs and hands. Eleanor, Ginger asked, concerned. Are you okay? I shook my head. What's wrong? She asked. He knows because of you, I whispered. Ginger stared at me, confused. What? With a snap of my fingers, I used telekinesis to bring Ginger closer so she could hear better. She gasped from the sudden pull and stared at me in shock. Jacob knows about us knowing that the Cullens are vampires, I grounded out. Her eyes widened. I threw her out of the house and into the backyard. Ginger gave a cry as she went 20 feet and landed hard on the muddy ground. She groaned from the impact and stood up. What the fuck is your problem? She yelled. My problem, I snapped. My problem is that those vampires have done nothing but cause trouble. Ginger sighed tiredly. Don't me, I spat. The Cullens have done nothing but make things difficult. Ginger winced at the name. See, they still have a hold on you, and they are not even here, I yelled. It's not their fault that you and Jake didn't work out, she said. A roar of thunder deafens the air. Ginger paused, realizing her mistake. She was defending them. She was protecting the coven that has harmed our own. The vampires took advantage of us to please their curiosity. Has she forgotten the legends and the treaty between them and the natives? Or what Edward did to me during the car accident? The hunt with the tracker James and what he did to us. What Edward did to her was break her heart and abandon her in the forest. Meanwhile, the rest of them left without saying a word. Jacob knows what they are, I exclaimed. He knows about them, and might know about us. I blasted at her, which caused Ginger to fall off her feet. Eleanor, stop, Zelina ordered, rushing out. Stop, I yelled. Why? So, she can be spoiled. Zelina raised her hand, about to use her powers on me, yet I caught her in time to prevent it. No, you have always given her what she wanted without the consequences. A fire orb was thrown at my feet. I jumped back, glaring at Ginger as she stood there, her hands consumed by fire. Let her go, Ginger demanded. Oh, now you care? Ginger took a deep breath. I know you're angry. Angry doesn't cut it. I know. What Jacob did was wrong. He shouldn't have toyed with your feelings and ended it just like that. But you can't hold on to these emotions you are feeling. It'll eat you up, and you want to retaliate or shut down. I made that mistake, and as much as it does, just thinking about Edward, she winced at the name. I'm trying not to let him control my life. You can do the same. You're better than this. Better than me. I comprehended her words, realizing she had said his name. Ginger hasn't said Edward's name since he left her. And here she was. I took several deep breaths as the tears continued to fall. Suddenly, a blast of energy knocked me off my feet, and I lost concentration on Zelina. I was tossed aside and pinned to the earth. Ginger transmutated over, trying to help me up, yet I remained stuck. A sound of footsteps could be heard as a middle-aged woman with short golden hair and brown eyes, in all black, holding an umbrella, approached us. "What are we talking about? High school boys?" The woman in black said with a slight southern accent. "Most men are a tragedy of stupidity. Almost makes you want to cry, doesn't it? But, then, the world's not gonna miss a bunch of assholes, and neither would you. Their loss." "Who are you?" Ginger asked. "Oh no, she's here," I thought in embarrassment. Zelina made her way over. "Girls, I want you to meet Fiona Good, the Supreme of North America." Fiona used her free hand to break the connection she had placed on me. I panted, able to breathe better, as Ginger helped me sit up. "You know, I've got to hand it to you," Fiona murmured, her eyes on me. "Tossing a person at that distance? That's not easy. But you never use magic on your mentor unless she allows it, little witch." "Bitch." Ginger glared at her. "Go to hell, you stupid hag." Fiona gracefully waved her hand, and Ginger was tossed aside and pinned to a tree. "Manners like that, and you're never gonna become great women of our clan sitting around here at Hogwarts under the confusion of men," Fiona announced, freeing Ginger from her bond. "I'm spending a few days to see your progress." Ginger and I only nodded. "Now, we're going out for dinner," she added, then glanced at our attire. "Jesus. Go change your clothes." She started making her way towards the cabin. "Wear something black." Zelina gave us a warning look to behave before following Fiona. Ginger made her way over and helped me stand up. I looked down, ashamed. "I'm sorry," I mumbled. "It's okay," Ginger assured me as she hugged me. "I'm sorry that Jake hurt you." I hugged back. "We'll get through this," Ginger murmured. Together. I only nodded. We made our way back inside. It felt right for Ginger to use the bathroom first, and she appreciated it as she rushed in to wash up. I went to my room, stripped off the muddy clothes, and put on a bathrobe to wait. I sat on the bed, glancing at the dreamcatcher on the headboard. I grabbed the dreamcatcher and held onto it, tracing along the strings and then caressing the charms. Jacob bought this for me as a Christmas present, something meaningful that kept terrible dreams away. Shaking my head, I threw the dreamcatcher across the room. Thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Updated. The Supreme Casters of Oblivion disclaimer. I do not own Twilight or American Horror Story. Chapter 16. The Supreme Eleanor's Pav. We all wore black as we went to the most expensive restaurant. Lodgings. It was one of those restaurants with a strict dress code and a reservation. You had to make a reservation for 3 days in advance to get in. How Fiona is going to get us a table is beyond me. Until she used Concilium on the host. The host almost rejected her, but Fiona kept a sharp stare, and the man complied, getting us a private table in the back. Ginger and I did not say a word as we sat down. The server came in, politely handing us our menus along with fresh, warm bread and varieties of flavored butter. Fiona took charge, starting with water all the way around and a bottle of the finest wine. The server nodded and left. Fiona took a menu and stared at the options. "Now, Zelina showed me your files, and I am quite impressed." Thank you," Ginger replied. "But you still have a lot of work," Fiona added. "Well, yeah," Ginger agreed. I nodded in agreement. Zelina sighed as she grabbed a roll, cut it open, and applied the garlic herb butter. I did the same, while Ginger chose the cranberry butter. Fiona removed her gloves to prepare for her own roll. She then stared at me. "Your grandfather was Horatio Rivers?" Fiona asked. "Yes," I confirmed. "I met him a few times, being one of the elders of Salem," she stated. I nodded with a small smile. "A bit of a bore," she added casually. I frowned. Grandfather Horatio was never a bore. He was born in the infancy of America after the American Revolutionary War. He studied medicine and science while mixing alchemy. Horatio also served for the North in the Civil War, fighting for the rights of all in both world wars. After the Second World War, he resigned from fighting for what was right and focused on family. He gave decades of his life saving people. Horatio Rivers was never a bore. Did he live the last 60 years in humble living? Being an elder of Salem and mentor, he held responsibilities. I kept my mouth shut throughout the dinner. Fiona merely took over in conversation and was quiet when the server was here. Ginger can sense the discomfort. Zelina mainly joined the conversation to keep Fiona away from us. We ate dinner, and Fiona used concilium to not pay for the dinner. Zelina placed a few hundred bills just to be honorable. Afterward, we went back to the cabin. Fiona had taken over Zelina's bedroom since it had an ensuite bathroom. Zelina seemed fine by that. Although Zelina made us some tea to help us get some sleep since we will be showing our gifts tomorrow. I'd rather take an exam than this, I grumbled. Technically, this is an exam, Zelina murmured. It's only for a few days. I sighed, drinking the tea before going to bed. I entered the house after a long week of school. There was so much happening that I just wanted to bake to get my mind off things. I stopped to stare at the federal house when I crossed the gate. The flowers had wilted, and there was no sense of life from the squirrels, birds, or even insects. As if all life had vanished from the grounds. Grandfather, I whispered, running inside. I rushed in, using telekinesis to open the door and slamming it shut behind me. Grandfather, I shouted, calling to him. Grandfather. The keys were still on the rack, so he must be home. I rushed around the first floor, checking every room. He was not in the living room, the kitchen, or the solar room. When I went to the library, that was where I found Horatio. He was on the ground, a hand clutched to his chest. Grandfather, I cried, rushing over to him. I turned him onto his back and placed a hand over his face. No breathing, as for his neck, no pulse, or his chest moving. I pulled out my cell phone and called 911. I gave them the address, explained the situation, and started doing chest compressions. Come on, I cried. You can't die. Not yet. Both hands are on his chest, doing chest compressions. Counting to 100 reps and then tilted his head, putting air into his lungs. Before doing another round of chest compressions. Repeatedly, I did this, wondering where the ambulance was. So, this is the worst moment of your life, a voice murmured. I looked up to see James sitting on an antique bergère chair. Wait, James was never there when Horatio died. This was not a memory, it was a nightmare. You know he died after you left for school, James murmured. I raised my hand to use telekinesis, but somehow, the magic I had a moment ago vanished. James sprinted over, hunching above me as he grabbed my arm and twisted it at a sharp angle. Pain consumed me as I screamed in agony. I don't know which I find amusing, he murmured, clenching his grip tighter. Torturing you now or watching you suffer all the horrific experiences in your life. I screamed, trying to deafen his hearing while clawing for his eyes. James caught my other hand and tossed me across the room into the mantel where the Riviera coat of arms hung. Pain shot through my body on impact, falling onto the hardwood floor. In a second, the vampire knelt, grabbing my hair. Tell me, how does it feel to come home to find your grandfather dead only to realize later on, you could have saved him? Stop it, I seethed. I'm serious, he murmured, forcing me to look at Horatio's remains. You could have saved him like you did for sweet Georgia. I didn't know I possessed the ability for Vitalum Vitalis. Grandfather Horatio focused on telekinesis, pyrokinesis, divination, potions, and spells. Along with water manipulation through the rain. I didn't show any signs of possessing or having it, and with the number of abilities, he thought I exceeded my limit. It kills me to know that I could have saved him. I could have given him enough years to see his grandchildren get married. Such a shame, he murmured. I spat at him, which James let go. Why do you keep haunting me? I demanded. Why can't you leave me alone? Because the hunt is never over, he sneered with a sinister grin. He flickered over now in front of me, and your mangy wolf won't be appearing anymore. My eyes narrowed. What did you do to him? I haven't seen my guardian wolf for weeks. Oh, I did nothing to him. He answered, walking around. He went over the books on the shelf, tossing them around. Your big puppy vanished 2 weeks ago. The Dreamcatcher has kept me away until now. The Dreamcatcher? I threw away the Dreamcatcher out of spite. I was so angry at Jacob that I didn't want his gift hovering over me. James was back to me. Now, where was I? All I could do was run. Ginger's paws somehow. I woke up without a nightmare. Maybe the tea has been working after all. Lately, the teas and potions have been a hit or miss. Sometimes, I would have nightmares and wake up screaming. Other times, the nightmares were too vague that it was hard to grasp. And lately, I've had more empty dreams. You mainly sleep in a dark abyss, and time vanishes. Like when you take a long blink. Anyway, I got out of bed and checked the window to see if it was a lovely sunny day. So we might do our training outside. Quickly, I got up to call dibs on the shower. Once I had finished my morning routine, I paused, staring at my hair, knowing I needed to get that done. Maybe try a different color than red. Shrugging, I went to Eleanor's room and knocked on the door. "Rise and shine, sleepyhead," I called out. No response. Eleanor wasn't one to sleep in. Then again, she used a lot of magic and was emotionally drained after confronting Jacob. I opened the door a bit to check on her. I found her awake, crawling on her hands and knees, trying to find something. "Where is it?" she said to herself in panic. "Where the fuck is it?" Eleanor dropping the F-bomb was not good. "Eleanor, is everything all right?" I asked. Eleanor snapped around and looked at me, and let me tell you, she looked horrible, as if she hardly slept last night, as if she ran a marathon. Her room seemed to be trashed. "Fine," she gritted out, still crawling around. "The dreamcatcher fell, and I can't find the blasted thing anywhere. The dreamcatcher that Jacob got her for Christmas. She must have taken it down and had a terrible nightmare, one that would have her desperate to get the dreamcatcher back." Not wanting her to search around like a dog, I helped her. It took some time, but we found it between the laundry basket and the dresser. Not a second longer, the dreamcatcher was back on the headboard. She sighed, combing her fingers through her hair. "What's wrong?" I asked. Eleanor bit her lip, debating on her answer. "I don't know." I murmured, taking her hand. "You can tell me." She took a deep breath. "I think I'm being haunted by James." James. The nomad vampire. The tracker chased us all the way to New Orleans. The Cullens, Emmett, Jasper, and Alice tore him apart, and Eleanor burned his body. I tensed. "And what makes you think that?" "Because he has been haunting my dreams," she muttered. "Offer the ballet studio. I saw him in the mirror, and his spirit broke a vase, leaving a message." "And what was the message?" I asked. Eleanor gave a dark chuckle. I said, "Glad that everything was over." And he responded, "Not yet." I inhaled sharply. Ever since then, I either dreamt of that day we fought him or his face amongst the crowd. Until we did the mock descensum. There, he made actual contact and attacked me. How he wanted to get revenge for what I did to him. "But the Cullens were the ones who destroyed him," I reminded. "And I'm the one who ensured he never comes back," she countered. "My spirit animal has protected me since then." James would be the face in the crowd occasionally, that was rare. Until last night, when I threw the dreamcatcher away. He used my darkest memory to torment me. That would be, when I found my grandfather dead. My eyes water, for that is the hardest thing a person can go through when finding a body. And not just anybody but the body of a loved one. "It sucks that I could have saved him if I had only known," she cried. "That I had the ability of Vitalum Vitalis. Give him enough years until my sister reaches 21. I hugged Eleanor as she cried. She had carried this burden for a year. When we arrived at Forks, and Zelina was going over the 7 wonders, Eleanor discovered she could balance the scales between life and death. It would have cost some of her years, but hearing about Horatio Rivers, he sounded like a good man. The only time Eleanor had used the spell on a human was me. "James also said my spirit animal is gone," she cried. "That he has been gone for 2 weeks now." I murmured, rubbing her back. "I'm afraid," she cried. "What if in the next encounter, if I don't have the protection, he will kill me? I won't do descensum ever. For if I do, James will hold me back until the sun rises and torment me for all eternity." I held her. "Have you told Zelina?" I asked. She shook her head. "You should. Maybe Fiona might know a thing or two," I suggested. Eleanor shook her head again, as if she cares. Something must have happened, or someone in the caster community warned her about Fiona Good. Let alone Zelina's warning about the rumor that Fiona was here searching for her successor to kill to prevent death. Eleanor having 5 out of the 7 wonders might intimidate Fiona, including in age. Eleanor is 18. In less than 3 years, she might claim all her abilities. My coven sister has done so much for me. She has protected me from James and helped me through my breakup with Edward. Now, it was my turn to be there for her. Spiritually, her soul was in danger. As she sleeps, she is being hunted down. Girls, it's time to get ready, Zelina called out. We sighed, knowing what was to come. Go shower. I'll get breakfast ready, offered. Eleanor nodded as she grabbed her toiletry bag before going to the bathroom. I made Eleanor's bed, picking up the room before heading downstairs. Breakfast was already set, with eggs Benedict and pastries. Fiona was at the kitchen dining table eating her breakfast. Zelina smiled as she handed me a plate. I smiled back, though a part of me was sad for Eleanor. Hopefully, we can address the problem once Fiona is gone. I sat down and began to eat. 20 minutes later, Eleanor came down and was all freshened up. She got her breakfast and started eating. Fiona looked at her with an arched brow but did not say anything. Zelina noticed this and made some tea along with the potion. Eleanor grumbled as she drank the potion, not expressing her distaste in front of the Supreme. Fiona waited as we ate and finished. Eleanor got up to do the dishes while I helped put stuff away. Now girls, today you're gonna show me how much you learn, Fiona announced. We nodded. Fortunately, the weather is on our side in this miserable town, she added. We headed outside into the backyard. Now, what are your abilities again? Fiona asked. I went first, pyrokinesis, transmutation, mental shield, and I'm a Sibyl. Fiona raised a brow. Is that so? She gave me this determined expression. I could sense something almost like a blanket on my head, yet nothing was happening. Fiona narrowed her eyes and turned her attention to Eleanor, and suddenly, she slapped me across the face. I gasped, clutching my abused cheek. Eleanor stared at me in horror. I didn't do that, Eleanor pleaded. It wasn't me. No, it was me, Fiona confirmed. Had to be sure that I didn't lose my touch. I glared at Fiona while rubbing my cheek. No wonder Cordelia hated her mother. She's god-awful. Fiona turned her attention back to Eleanor. And what are yours? Pyrokinesis, telekinesis, divination, transmutation, vitalum vitalis, and water manipulation, by rain, Eleanor answered. Interesting, Fiona murmured and looked at Zelina. Both girls have mastered pyrokinesis, Zelina informed. They can set objects on fire and manifest fire orbs. And what have your girls been focusing on lately? Fiona asked. Transmutation, Zelina answered. This ability appeared to both of them over a month ago. So far, they can do short distances. They're working on condensed areas in the forest. Fiona nodded. Interesting. All morning, we had been showing Fiona our abilities. We started by doing pyrokinesis, setting some logs ablaze from a distance and creating fire orbs. We then showed her transmutation as we teleported around the backyard, being professional and not a game of tag. Fiona already did her test on my mental shield, which can protect me from mind reading and mind control. She didn't like my lie detection ability since there was no fun at the moment, but she did add, I'll call on you for my future business deals. Afterward, it was Eleanor's turn. We stood back as we watched Eleanor levitate a massive boulder off the ground and move it around before setting it down, followed by blasting a few logs across the backyard. Zelina volunteered to show Eleanor's force field. Usually, telekinesis is about moving objects, yet somehow, it can resist the object from coming towards her, for example, other physical attacks. As Zelina blasted fireballs at Eleanor, who used her force field. We went inside, as Fiona wanted to see her do divination and vitalum vitalis. The Supreme had us wait in the kitchen so she could hide something. After several moments, she came back. I hid my pearl necklace somewhere in this house, Fiona announced. Be a dear, and find it for me. Is there a method you want me to find it? Eleanor asked. Surprise me, Fiona murmured as she pulled out a cigarette and lit it with the tips of her fingers. Eleanor bit her bottom lip before going to the cabinet and pulling out a canister of loose leaf tea. She could have done the traditional way by making a cup of tea and reading the tea leaves. Instead, Eleanor shook the canister a few times and poured the tea leaves onto the table. She set the canister down and waved her hands along the leaves and spices. My coven sister read the tea leaves. Her eyes somewhat illuminated as her facial expression went blank while her hands, one over the other, moved around, seeking the answer. Until her hands jerked, the bottom left, and her eyes analyzed the mess of tea. You placed them in the powder room in the downstairs corridor, Eleanor announced. In the mirror cabinet. Georgia, be a dear and check, Fiona said loftily. I went to the half bath and checked the medicine cabinet for the expensive pearl necklace. Being careful, I brought the pearl necklace and handed it to Fiona. Fiona seemed impressed. Now for Vitalum Vitalis. I think that is enough for today, Zelina stepped in. Besides, Eleanor has used enough magic, and we don't have any birds to test them on. Fiona sighed. Very well. Zelina nodded, used her telekinesis to clean up the tea leaves, and levitated them back into the canister. Girls, the weather is nice. Why don't you go out and enjoy it? Zelina suggested. Really? I asked, surprised. Yes, really, Zelina confirmed. I turned to Eleanor. Let's go hiking. Maybe we can find the meadow this time. Eleanor nodded with a smile. Thanking Zelina, we quickly changed and grabbed our hiking gear before going outside. I was ecstatic to have the freedom to go outside and not train anymore. Eleanor seemed so as well. This time, we will find the meadow. Zelina's paw. Zelina made sure the girls were gone as she sat on the couch facing Fiona. She and Fiona were once good friends until their paths went separate ways. Fiona lived the glamorous, if not luxurious, lifestyle, while Zelina was more simple and private. Fiona was a supreme, and Zelina was a mentor, if not a shadow witch. You should move out of this dreary town, Fiona announced as she lit a cigarette. You're becoming a woodland hag. Zelina barked a laugh. Now you insult me. Fiona smiled, then sighed. Your girls need to learn to fight. When witches don't fight, we burn. I have been teaching them how to fight, Zelina assured. They have mastered pyrokinesis far better than the last girl I taught. Both can produce fire orbs and set objects ablaze at a distance, as you have seen. Fiona nodded. Why are you truly here, Fiona? Zelina asked. Can't an old friend come and visit? Fiona replied. My girls are not your successors. And how do you know that? A supreme needs to be in perfect health. Eleanor has sensory anxiety and poor eyesight. Ginger, she has shown no other abilities in the 7 wonders than pyrokinesis and transmutation. So your girls have claimed all their abilities? I believe so, at least when it comes to the 7 wonders. Fiona nodded as she took a puff and exhaled the white smoke. You are still making lotions and soaps. I do have a restorative that can help with the wrinkles. Zelina, with her potions and powders. Fiona sarcastically murmured, you know, one of your greatest disappointments in life is that you never fully realized the extent of your power. I've done pretty well, Zelina said, grabbing a mug and taking a sip of tea. You are a shadow witch, Fiona reminded. You have noble blood running in your veins. You could be ruling the world or be a member of the council. Hell, even be an elder. Why are you here, training? Girls? Because I want to make sure no other caster is hunted down under my watch, Zelina said sharply. When Zelina was younger, she and her friends were attacked by hunters in the 70s. They had younglings with them on a spiritual retreat on sacred ground. One night, hunters came in and massacred many who participated in the festivities. Zelina managed to get 5 out with many trips by transmutation. Yet she could not save all of them, even with magic. She vowed that she would train her pupils to defend themselves. So far, Eleanor and Ginger have shown signs they could handle the basics of transmutation and pyrokinesis. Well, your girls are a mess, Fiona added. Zelina snorted, that they are. Especially associating themselves with vampires, the Supreme added. Zelina sighed. And not any vampires, but cold ones. The Cullens are gone now, Zelina reminded. They won't be back here for a very long time. Fiona nodded, taking a drag of her cigarette. This place is a melting pot of beasts. More spiritual, but yes. Fiona took another puff of smoke. With her other hand, she started to wiggle and stretched her fingers. Zelina noticed this. Although Fiona is over the age of 40 and drinks and smokes excessively, there should be no discomfort. But this was different. When did the symptoms start? Last year. Started with numbness in my fingers. I didn't expect it so soon. Well, the balance has been offset after Anna Lee Layden's disappearance, Zelina reminded. You're reaching the age she disappeared. Fiona nodded with a somber expression. I already found some research on a drug that could reverse aging. Zelina sighed. The best thing a caster can do is accept death. One can prolong the inevitable, yet death will have his due. All Zelina wanted was to live in peace and protect her girls. She has mentored 20 girls since she started this profession. Currently, she is enjoying herself in Forks. However, once Eleanor and Ginger finish their training, she would have to move again, unless she uses an illusion charm. Even then, she had to be careful. Only one group knows she's a caster in Forks. She made an arrangement, and now, she wonders if that arrangement held consequences. "I think we should have some fun tonight," Fiona announced. "And what are you thinking of?" Zelina asked curiously. "Lime, salt, and tequila," the Supreme murmured. Zelina chuckled, shaking her head. "Then we better head to the store." Fiona nodded. The two powerful witches got up and grabbed their purses. As they made their way outside, something was knocked over. It was a bottle of tequila with a red bow. Zelina was confused as she picked it up. She looked around, wondering who had left this here. A ribbon was on it, so it had to be a gift. "A gift from your policeman?" Fiona teased. Zelina was confused since Charlie was more of a beer person, and if he wanted to drink something fancy, it would be bourbon or whiskey. Unless you count Billy's moonshine. "Well, that saves us on tequila," Fiona praised. "Now, let's go get some produce for tonight's events. Your girls will learn how to drink." Zelina nodded, set the bottle inside, and followed Fiona. "Thanks for reading, and please leave a review." Updated. The Meadow Casters of Oblivion disclaimer. I do not own Twilight or American Horror Story. Chapter 17. The Meadow Gingers paused several minutes later. I was driving on the familiar dirt road that led to the end where our trail began. It was a lovely sunny day, with the windows rolled down and the wind against my face. The morning was about training, but Zelina allowed Eleanor and me to go out afterward. Today, we will reach the meadow. After we parked, Eleanor and I reviewed the compass, ensuring it was accurate and aligning it with the map. Once certain, we made our way through the forest, finding our first marker. The forest was full of life today. The birds were singing and flying around, and we would catch sightings of rabbits hopping about, mice scurrying through the shrubs, and the occasional black-tailed deer passing through. Yet something was off. Eleanor gave a shudder, not the typical shudder you get when cold. No, it was the kind that nature was giving a warning. "You all right?" I asked. "That was weird," Eleanor answered. "Is there a predator nearby?" I asked. Eleanor paused, looking around. The only predators I could think about living in these parts were cougars, bobcats, black bears, wolves, coyotes, and the mutant bear that hikers have discussed. Could it be the mutant bear that she sensed? Suddenly, there was movement in the bushes. We tensed, staring at the direction in which the animal was. The bushes were so tall and dense that we could not see what it was. We paused, waiting until something black and white came out. "Nope." Eleanor barked and teleported, making the distance between our furry friend and me. I couldn't help but laugh as I stared at the skunk. It was not the usual skunk. Not the striped skunk, but a spotted skunk. He looked kind of cute, with black and white fur swirling around him and a white bushy tail. "It's just a spotted skunk," I told Eleanor. "I don't care," Eleanor called out. "If he has 2 glands that spray a foul scent, no." I chuckled, enjoying her reaction. "We should name him Flower, like the skunk from Bambi." "You are not keeping a skunk as your familiar," Eleanor exasperated. "Why not?" I asked teasingly. "He'll keep Mike away." Eleanor was about to speak until her attention focused on Flower. I stared at Flower, seeing him do a handstand. Remembering biology class, I quickly teleported, standing next to Eleanor just in the nick of time as Flower sprayed. The spray didn't get to us, yet the smell had both of us gagging. "Okay, maybe not have Flower as a pet," I muttered. Eleanor chuckled, shaking her head. We waited until Flower scurried away before continuing our hike, reaching the last marker we made. We were at the halfway mark, and taking a small break, we reviewed TH map to confirm the location. We continued to make our way straight through the forest. I felt a sense of unease the further we went, not because of the atmosphere of the woods but the tight feeling in my chest. I hadn't been in the meadow since September, when Edward and I went there for what remains of the summer flowers, yet having Eleanor here eased the tension. We were both girls who had been hurt by others. I had a romantic relationship with a vampire who played with my emotions until my birthday, no longer wanting me. Meanwhile, Eleanor deals with a friend who makes her believe they can start a relationship. The moment they share their feelings, he dumps her before they even begin. The male race is cruel no matter what species they are. My thoughts linger back on what Edward said about being a vampire. How everything about him attracts any human. His scent, his voice, and his face. I thought back to all the Hollywood media and supernatural knowledge about the vampiric race. Vampires are always beautiful, with charisma and charm that can woo any woman with glamour. Even the originals and their turned bloodline have this ability called mind compulsion, almost like concilium. Cordelia talked about the New Orleans vampires and how they manipulate people by staring into their eyes. Both the vampire and victim's pupils dilate until the vampire gives the command. The Cullens didn't seem like the type to manipulate people. Yet everything about them draws you in. Could I have fallen victim like any prey with the cold one? Could I have simply listened and complied with Edward all this time and never considered it my free will? Edward, he mentioned my scent was like heroin to him. So, why didn't he just kill me and be done with it? Unless he was really a masochist and, after Jasper lost control, wanted to end the game. I sighed, shaking my head. I was not going to the meadow for him. I was going there for Eleanor. We needed to escape, and being in the meadow had a solid connection to nature. The rhythm of our feet started to numb my mind in pain. I wasn't even looking around for it when we stepped through a low arch made by two vines. I was sure that it was the same place. Yet, it was the meadow. But there was no point in going further. I didn't hold what I had been searching for. I collapsed onto my knees. Eleanor noticed this and caught on. "You okay?" she asked. I merely nodded. The meadow was as perfectly round as the last time I was here. The stream could be heard, bubbling away as the water collided with the rocks and roots. The sunlight exposed the meadow, but this fine weather seemed out of place in the condition of the meadow. Maybe because it was the wrong season for wildflowers. The ground was thick with grass that had died during the winter, and the random bushes were petrified to that of a skeleton. The only thing that held color was the woods that surrounded the meadow. Eleanor sat down next to me. She rubbed my back, sensing my disappointment. I was hoping for life in the meadow, not a dry-up husk. Even if a deer came walking through a field of green. We have seen random flowers growing inside the forest, so why aren't there any in the field? You know, spring had just started, Eleanor tried to explain. Maybe the grass will turn green in April and the flowers will bloom. Yeah, I managed to say. Come on, let's set up and enjoy the sunlight, she reasoned. I nodded as we made our way to the meadow's center and pulled out a picnic blanket. We sat down, enjoying our late lunch of sandwiches, warm soda, and chips. We even took off our jackets and bathed in the sunlight. We sat down, staring ahead, seeing the random clouds roaming by. My skin was slightly glowing in the sun's rays, as was Eleanor's. This is what we needed. Just our sisterhood, enjoying nature. After an hour, Eleanor stood up. I'm going to explore the stream. Do you want to come? Nah, I'm gonna work on my tan, I said. Eleanor nodded as she took the empty canteen and walked to the stream. Alone, I grasped the emptiness in the meadow. Although the trees and the sunlight made the place serene, it was not what I was looking for. It was as if the meadow took the physical form of how I felt. The emptiness I have been trying to fill up with love from my mom, Zelina, Eleanor, and my friends have given me. There was nothing special about this place without him. Unless I come here again and bring Eleanor when nature is ready. I dug my nails into the dry earth, trying to feel the magic I once felt, the magic I felt with him. I could sense the magic that nature has provided, but it did not give the whimsical vibe I felt the last time I was here. It was like staring at an incomplete painting. Although the artist says the landscape is complete, you sense something is missing. Empty. It was time to move on. After being here, I knew I had to let Edward go and focus on myself. Suddenly, a shudder went down my spine, sensing a dark presence. It was not as dark as before but more on the gray spectrum. I sat up and saw a figure on the edge of the woods on the west side, opposite from Eleanor, who went east. I stood up surprised, standing up straight. There was no trail nearby, and no one else should know of this place. Only Edward, Eleanor, and I. The man was no hiker. His skin has a dark pale complexion, dreadlocks, and a suit without a shirt. Laurent, I gasped. Ginger, Laurent greeted. In a blink, Laurent had moved closer, I didn't expect to find you here. I do live here, I reminded. I thought you'd gone to Alaska. Laurent moved around, creating a circling motion almost like a predator waiting to strike. He moved slightly closer so I could get a better look at his eyes. The Cullens and the Denali were known for eating a vegetarian diet by drinking the blood of animals, and their eyes would turn golden or a topaz shade. Other vampires have red eyes, indicating they are human drinkers. However, Laurent's eyes were not red or gold. They were more of an orange, a shade that reminded me of raw amber. Like mixing the paint of red and orange together. You're right. I did go to Alaska. Laurent answered, playing with a dreadlock. I went to visit the Cullens, but the house is empty. I'm surprised they left you behind. Weren't you sort of a pet of theirs? That's a bit of an insult, I muttered. I mean, no offense. He apologized as he stopped holding his fingers together. Do the Cullens visit often? Edward's apparition stood between Laurent and me. Lie. I took a deep breath. On occasion, I lied while squeezing my fists. Though people started to notice. I think you can understand why. Lie better, the apparition demanded. I'll let them know you stopped by, I assured. Laurent gave a smile as if he knew something. He did say he stopped by at the house, and therefore, he might have noticed their scent wasn't strong or practically gone. Yet I continue with the lie. Although Edward might not like it, you know, after the whole James fiasco. Laurent started walking around with an amused grin. He'd be right if he were here. But he's far away, isn't he? I needed to change the conversation. Buy some time until Eleanor can get here. I can use transmutation to create distance and fire at him. But if Laurent becomes a threat, I would need Eleanor to use her telekinesis to tear the vampire apart. I don't want to destroy Laurent. He seemed nice since he helped us by giving us information about James and Victoria. How are the Denalis? I asked. Carlyle mentioned you were staying with Tanya. Laurent was suddenly behind me. I like Tanya very much, and her sister Irina even more. Is she mate material? I asked playfully. Oh yes, Laurent murmured, moving closer to my ear, but the restrictions are difficult. I'm surprised that any of them can keep it up for long. Sometimes I cheat. Don't move, the apparition ordered. I can see that, I replied. Laurent gave a deep breath, sniffing my scent, until he gave a gasp and was tossed away from me to the far side of the meadow. I sighed in relief as Eleanor appeared in front of me with her hands out, creating a barrier. Laurent fell on his back before jumping to land on his feet and staring at us, amazed. Sorry, Laurent, Eleanor greeted. You were too close for comfort. Eleanor's paw once more. Ginger attracted another vampire. And not just any vampire, but Laurent, who was once part of the Nomad Coven. James's coven. What is he doing here? Isn't he supposed to be in Alaska with the Denalis? I thought that would be the end with this coven and the human drinking cold ones. And staring at the vampire in the eyes, he is no animal drinker. Laurent ran over, trying to invade our personal space, but I used my telekinesis to create a force field. He paused, touched the invisible barrier, and smiled. So the rumors are true, he noted. You girls are witches. Why are you here, Laurent? I asked. The Cullens aren't here. Laurent removed his hand and grinned like a deviant, saying, I came as a favor to Victoria. Ginger tensed while I glared at him. After destroying James, we all knew there was a possibility that Victoria would come back to seek revenge. The Cullens gave the impression that it would be many years or decades before she would come after us. Victoria? Ginger repeated. She asked me to see if you were still under the protection of the Cullens. He explained with concern. Victoria feels it's only fair to kill Edward's mate, given he killed hers. An eye for an eye. Unfortunately, Edward only fought James, I corrected. Emmett, Jasper, and Alice tore him apart. And I was the one who burned his body, I thought. Laurent nodded. It seems backward to me, yet Victoria believes it so. Thank you for the warning, I said. Now you may go. I don't think I can leave your girls be. Laurent shook his head. After all, how much could you mean to the Cullens if they left you here unprotected? Laurent gave a sigh, kicking a rock that bounced off the force field. I winced, for it was hard, and I felt it in my gut. Victoria won't be happy about me killing you, but I can't help myself, Laurent murmured. You are both so mouth-watering. Please, don't, Ginger managed to say. I mean, you helped us. Laurent was back at the barrier, caressing the force field as if his touch would allow Ginger to feel. However, I felt it like nails scratching along my skin. He repeated the word no, shushing us as if we were a scared child. "Don't be afraid. I'm doing you a kindness," he murmured. "Victoria plans on killing you both slowly, painfully, whereas I'll make it quick. I promise. You ladies will feel nothing." "As if we would allow you to kill us and drink our blood," I exclaimed. "Leave, or so help me. I shall tear you apart and burn your body." Laurent contemplated the offer until twigs were snapping behind us. I was so focused on keeping the force field up that I did not sense them. The guardians of the forest. They were here. I could sense their protectiveness and anger behind me as they growled. The vampire before me stared in bewilderment. "I don't believe it," Laurent breathed in horror. "Oh my God," Ginger whispered, seeing the entity. I looked over my shoulder to see something dark and massive along the trees. A low growl could be heard as it made its way over until it finally stepped out of the shadows and into the sunlight. One would have thought it was the Grim, a beast of death. No, it was a gigantic wolf, its fur black as night, as were his eyes, which glistened yet narrowed with fury. The muzzle curled up, exposing sharp teeth. The Alpha, I thought. He was standing 10 feet away in a stance, ready to pounce until standing up straight, showing his true height on all fours. My eyes widened as he stood 10 feet tall. Oh Hecate, I thought. The Alpha continued to growl as more wolves appeared. The auras I sensed before were a dark grayish-brown wolf and a dark silver fur wolf. I recognized these three, for I had sensed them the past year. But this was the first time I had seen them. They flanked behind the Alpha when 2 more wolves joined them. Another that was gray with dark spots and a sleeker form stood next to the silver wolf, while another wolf stood next to the dark fur wolf. It can't be, I thought in disbelief. The last wolf to arrive was the wolf from my dreams. He was reddish-brown, practically a russet color. The patterns of his fur left an ombre effect until it was a light shade of brown along his muzzle and chest. The Alpha wolf roars aggressively at Laurent as if telling him to step aside. Laurent didn't even challenge and took off running. The Alpha took the lead and chased after the vampire, followed by the others. The russet wolf approached Ginger and me yet stopped a foot away so as not to bump against the barrier as if he could see it. His wolf eyes were dark, almost black, with undertones of brown. I stared into his soul, sensing a familiar presence, as those eyes held intelligence more than any other animal. My guardian wolf. Only his aura was similar to Jacob. The russet wolf growled and took off, following his pack. Laurent stopped at the edge, turned around, and struck the black wolf, sending him across the field and landing next to us. I gasped, wanting to help, yet he stared at me, telling us to not follow by his growl. He roared in the direction of his pack, getting up and joining in on the hunt. "Go," I ordered at Ginger. "What?" Ginger asked. "Go, now's our chance," I said frantically. "Our stuff," she started. "Forget about it," I snapped as I grabbed her hand and started apparating back into the forest in the direction of the wagoneer. After a few leaps, Ginger caught on, and we rushed back to the wagoneer. We could hear the wolves howling behind us as they grew distant in chasing Laurent. All that mattered was getting the hell out of there. We stumbled out of the woods, and Ginger ran to the driver's side while I got in the passenger seat. Not looking back, Ginger hit the accelerator and rushed out of the dead end back onto the road. We were panting, practically in shock. They are wolves. The guardians of the forest are wolves, gigantic wolves. What the hell was that? Ginger yelled as she drove. The guardians of the forest, I managed to say. They're fucking wolves, she spat out. I panted. I mean, they're like huge wolves, she said. And they're chasing a vampire, I added. Ginger became quiet when I mentioned that. There was a pregnant pause as we grasped what I just said. The wolves were chasing Laurent. 2 scenarios are transpiring right now. The wolves have gotten to Laurent and torn him apart, leaving him in eternal suffering of not living and not dead. Or those wolves would be dead, and Laurent would have told Victoria that my coven is no longer protected by the Cullens. He would have told her that I was the one who burned James's remains, ending his eternal life. "Victoria, we need to tell Zelina," I told Ginger. "You think she's gonna believe us?" she asked in disbelief. "I have a feeling that Zelina knew all along," I said. "Zelina knew," and she waited for us to find out. Once we made it back to the cabin, it was late in the afternoon. We barged into the cabin to find Zelina on the couch, reading a book. She startled slightly, almost dropping the book, and stared at us disheveled. "What in the three fates is going on?" Zelina asked. We looked around, noticing Fiona was absent. Ginger first noticed it. "Where's Fiona?" "Upstairs, having a phone call," Zelina answered. "Now, what is going on that has you both frazzled?" "We saw them," Ginger announced. "Saw who?" Zelina asked. "In the woods," Ginger explained, still having adrenaline running through her veins. "They're not bears. They're wolves." Zelina stared at us with a blank expression. I stepped in. "They're the guardians of the forest, aren't they?" Zelina sighed, gesturing us to sit down. We did so. "How did they show themselves?" Zelina asked calmly. "Laurent," I answered. "He appeared to us in a field." Zelina scowled when hearing the nomad's name. "He came as a favor to Victoria to check on our status with the Cullens. Our scent drove him crazy, and he thought he was doing us a kindness by killing us." I explained. "Apparently, Victoria wants revenge. An eye for an eye." I had my force field waiting for the opportunity to grab him when the wolves showed up. "Knowing those wolves, Laurent will likely be dead by now," Zelina confirmed. "And how do you know this?" Ginger asked. "How are you so calm?" Zelina removed her glasses, rubbing her eyes. "Because they are part of the Quileute legends. Every area near the Native Americans has its own supernatural creature. The Navajo with the Skinwalkers, or the Wendigo, is present in most East Coast and the Great Plains. Here, the Quileutes believe in the spirit warriors." "Spirit warriors?" I asked. Zelina nodded. "The spirit warriors, whose sole purpose is to protect these lands and their tribe from the enemy by manipulating the world around them. Over time, they learn to control animals. I'm not sure about the details since the legends are kept by the Quileutes, but I wouldn't be surprised if the spirits came to your aid." Ginger stared at Zelina, debating whether she was telling the truth or lying. She frowned, not the type to say she was lied to but indecisive. "And what if the spirits didn't get to Laurent in time?" I asked. "Then we have to be careful," Zelina answered thoughtfully. "I'll increase the barrier to prevent vampires from trespassing on our lands, along with adding charms to create avoidance for us on them. And if the issue still occurs, we'll move after your senior year of high school." "What?" Ginger gasped in shock. "You can't be serious." "I am," Zelina said firmly. "I have to train and protect you girls. I can't do that if we are in an area that the vampires can use to their advantage. Be thankful that I'm letting you finish high school and not move this instant." Ginger was about to argue when Zelina added, "And don't forget who got us into this mess." Ginger glared at Zelina before standing up and running to her room. Zelina sighed, shaking her head while I remained still. I didn't want to move. Yes, the coven will still be together, but I have bonded with the lands. However, I understood where she was coming from. Forks and the Olympic Peninsula are under constant clouds and rain. There was enough shade that a vampire could easily walk without burning or shimmering in the sunlight. So if we move to a sunny place, we are safe during the daytime. "Where would we move to?" I asked. "Well, there is California," she offered. I nearly gagged. Out of all the states, California is an overwhelming melting pot for us casters, with ordinary people corrupting the land and polluting it. Northern California, I guess, but the rest? No. Zelina chuckled, shaking her head. "I'll think about it and let you girls know. How about you go upstairs and relax? Fiona has a lesson for you girls." There was a devious glint in her eyes. "Thanks for reading, and please leave a review." Updated. Coconut Casters of Oblivion disclaimer. I do not own Twilight, American Horror Story, and Practical Magic. Warning. Underage drinking. Chapter 18. Coconut, Zelina and Fiona were fiddling around the kitchen, preparing for tonight's event. Of course, Fiona could sense something happening in this small coven but decided not to get involved. Instead, she gave Zelina a shot of tequila and started getting their ingredients. It was midnight, and the girls were not concerned about going to school during spring break. Therefore, the two older witches walked around getting the blender out and the alcohol. The women snickered since they had stolen a few shots. They had already put the ice in the blender. Their drunkenness had resulted in them quoting the Weird Sisters from Hamlet. "Eye of newt and toe of frog, wool of bat and tongue of dog, Fiona said, pouring the tequila. Adder's fork and blind worm sting, Zelina grinned, adding some spices and herbs for flavor. Fiona grabbed the pitcher of margarita mix and poured it in. Barbados lime is just the thing. Cragged salt like a sailor's stumble, Zelina croaked out, tossing in some salt. Fiona placed the lid on top of the blender, flipped the switch, and let the cauldron bubble. Both used telekinesis to turn the blender on as the casters laughed excitedly. They cackled like a bunch of hags watching their brew be made. "Ooh, how convivial," Fiona cheered. Zelina turned on the music and went to the stairs, where she called out, "Girls, midnight margaritas." It took a moment for Eleanor and Ginger to come down slightly sleepy, only to wake up as if they had just fallen asleep. They stared, confused, at Fiona and Zelina in their pajamas, drinking margaritas while dancing to the infamous Coconut Song by Harry Nilsson. "Should we?" Ginger asked. "Underage drinking during spring break?" Eleanor replied. Ginger and Eleanor couldn't help but grin as both girls rushed in to get their own glasses and join in the fun. They danced around the top granite island, singing horribly with the radio. They drank around and spun while singing. "You put the lime in the coconut and drink it all up." Ginger's pav. We finished our margaritas and went to the sun nook, where Fiona brought over a bottle of tequila, salt, lime slices, and shot glasses. Apparently, Fiona's lesson for us is learning how to drink. How to apply salt on our thumbs, lick the salt, take a shot, and suck on the lime. Fiona did it as a pro, not needing a chaser as she gulped down a shot of tequila. Zelina needed the assistance, though, to take a shot with ease. Eleanor tried her first time and gagged as she covered her mouth to force the alcohol down. Zelina had to give her the lime just to ease the pain. Fiona and I were laughing until it was my turn. Fiona applied the salt on the back of my hand and a lime slice in the other. I licked the salt off, chugged down the tequila, and quickly sucked on the lime. I cringed at the strong and sour taste, feeling my esophagus on fire and heat in my stomach. "Whoa," I breathed. "You'll get used to it," Fiona assured, pouring us a drink. We drank for the next 20 minutes, feeling the alcohol clouding our judgment and just talking. Fiona told us about her travels, and Zelina corrected her on some of them. Eleanor snickered when that happened, and I joined in. It was like a haze came over us. A giddy haze that makes you want to forget everything. Fiona talked about palm reading and how divination doesn't need to be a witch's power to read one's palm. I drunkenly volunteered and took hold of Eleanor's hand, reading the lines on her palm. "No, no, 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 this is serious," I told Eleanor, who was laughing. I continued to trace the lines. "All right, I see a man. I see a man in your future, and he is. Oh, he's gorgeous." "Oh," Eleanor blushed, looking at Fiona and Zelina. I traced a line with a grin, and oh, ooh la la, he is big. All of us were laughing. I laughed until feeling a cold hand on my shoulder that held a mixture of humor and dominance. I pointed my finger at Eleanor, grinning like crazy, but you're scared to death, and you wind up like a frigid old hag. I bobbed my head, clapping my hands while swaying. The laughter burst out of me like some hyena. I glanced at Eleanor, who held a somber expression. The mirth she had a moment ago vanished. I took several deep breaths as the cold pressure I felt on my shoulder disappeared. I don't know where that came from," I panted, trying to catch my breath while rubbing my shoulder. "That was weird." Eleanor nodded as she took the bottle of tequila and poured herself a shot. "As we know, Ginger doesn't possess divination," Zelina said. "She just made that all up." "Come on," Fiona praised and laughed. "Ginger has her own magic, and we all know what it is." "Oh, please," Eleanor said, then shuddered violently. "Since when is being a vampire slut a crime in this coven?" She drowned her shot of tequila without salt or lime. Zelina and Fiona belched in laughter while I sat there godsmack before joining in on the laugh. We were laughing everywhere, not expecting Eleanor to say such a thing. Eleanor is hackling like crazy. The tequila continued to be passed around as we took shot after shot. "Oh, honey, what would you know about it?" Zelina cried, taking the bottle. When I put a spell on Zelina's crush in the 80s, I had to bind it with molasses just to get her legs to open, Fiona announced, laughing in tears. "Fiona!" Zelina cried. I had a hand over my mouth, Yet the laughter sounded like an engine, you self-centered shrew. Ingrate! Zelina shouted. Goody two-shoes, Fiona countered at Zelina. Bitch! Eleanor exclaimed and covered her mouth. We all laugh, nearly pissing ourselves. We panted, trying to collect ourselves. Zelina poured herself another shot. I looked around, seeing Eleanor playing with a used lime while Fiona scooted closer to Zelina, humming a song. Something did not feel right. The atmosphere changed, no longer humorous but more dreadful. Both older witches hugged each other, completely out of it. Both are entirely drunk. Just never found the time, both sang. You were always on my mind. Why does that song sound familiar? I thought. Eleanor tensed as she stared at the two. Horror was written on her face. You were always on my mind. Fiona twirled the bottle around, showing the golden label of Diablo de Flores. You were always on my mind. Eleanor lurched forward, grabbing the bottle. She panicked and looked at me, showing the label. It took me a moment to recognize it. It was the same brand we drank before confronting James. And the song, the drunk guy we managed to save before the conflict sang. That song. The guy had literally forgotten his drink, and thinking it was our last, we took a gulp for good luck. Where did this bottle come from? Eleanor asked them. Zelina and Fiona snickered. Where did this bottle come from? Eleanor demanded. Someone left it on the porch. Both witches sang proudly, arms wide open. Someone left it on the porch. They've been bewitched, Eleanor said, taking the bottle and rushing to the sink. She smashed the bottle and set it on fire, burning away what remained of the alcohol. The presence hovering over our heads vanished, and both witches sobered up. However, both were furious, realizing what had just happened. They got up and walked over to Eleanor. I sat there with a hand over my mouth. What's going on here? What's going on, you two? Zelina asked. Ginger, what's going on in this cabin? I don't know, I answered, unsure what was happening. Something's going on. Zelina looked at us. I can smell it. Yes. It's a very distinct smell, Fiona added. It's a smell of bullshit. Eleanor opened her mouth to speak when a loud bang scared us. It startled me that I stood up. All eyes went to the corner where a traditional broom that had been in the Magnus family had toppled over. Zelina, Eleanor, and Fiona's eyes widened. I wasn't sure what was so scary about a broom falling. Broom fell, Zelina murmured. Company's coming. Fiona glanced between Eleanor and me. We deserve an explanation. Eleanor and I opened our mouths to explain, but no words came out. How do we explain this to the Supreme about a possible haunting of a vampire ghost? Zelina seemed to read our discomfort and looked at Fiona. This is my coven's matter, she said to the Supreme. It might be wise if we talk in private. Fiona nodded as she crossed her arms and made her way upstairs. We waited for a moment until we were sure privacy was secured. Zelina stared at us, waiting for answers. Eleanor, you better tell her, I said. Eleanor's pav I wasn't ready to tell Zelina this. I already told Ginger this morning about James haunting me after last night. But I'm forced to do this after someone hexed a bottle of tequila. Someone knew what happened the moment before confronting James to save Betsy. It can't be James. He's dead. Yet, that bottle allowed him to be present and manipulate us. Therefore, I told Zelina everything that happened. The moment before confronting James, where a drunk man was walking by singing the Elvis cover and bumped into us. He almost dropped the bottle we caught, except he left without the bottle, and Ginger and I took a sip of luck. After the fight with James and seeing his spirit in the mirror, I told her the message he had left. Followed by the months of seeing him in my dreams or dreaming of that specific day. Along with the encounter in September after trying the mock descensum and last night. Zelina asked, why didn't you tell me this? I sighed, crossing my arms to rub them. I don't know if I was dealing with PTSD or this. Zelina sighed, I can see that. Not sure if it was trauma or a haunt. What do we do? Ginger asked. We would need to cleanse the house, Zelina answered. Apply salt lines just to be safe and rid of any limestone in the house, along with any relics that conjure dark spirits. I nodded. And Eleanor, you can never do descensum, Zelina added. Even if you had the ability, James won't let you escape. I nodded again. I'll see if any of my contacts can give you a protection tattoo, Zelina said. You can't always rely on the dreamcatcher. Will it work? Ginger asked. I'm not sure, Zelina answered. It's late. She went over to the cabinet, pulled out a container of salt, and then handed it to me. Salt line along your window and door, Zelina instructed, along with a ring of salt around your bed. I nodded. With nothing else to say, Zelina levitated the remains of the glass bottle and threw it away in a garbage bin. Question is, how did this bottle get here? I asked. Ginger shrugged. Someone knew about the encounter with James and the drunken fool. The only ones who knew about the drunk were Ginger, me, and probably James since he heard it. But I doubt James knew of the tequila. There must have been a lookout, Zelina suggested. And the coincidence that Laurent was here. He could have seen you girls. Gone to a caster to bewitch the drink that allows James to manipulate us. But Laurent was with the Denalis, Ginger said. He said he was heading north, but we can't trust him with his word, Zelina reminded. Unless it was Victoria, I said. The room was engrossed in silence. James was Victoria's mate. She was the one snooping around Forks to get our contact information in school files. She could have made her way back undetected from Rosalie and Esme. Made all the way back to be a lookout and watch us outside as the ordeal was happening, ensuring we did arrive. But how did she get past through the barrier? Ginger asked. Zelina sighed, rubbing her neck. Fiona. She must have lowered the barrier defenses and didn't put it back up. We sighed, shaking our heads. I'll increase the barrier to full power, Zelina said. No guest over without a 24-hour notice. There will be no more vampires allowed on my property. We nodded again. It's late, Zelina noted, staring at the clock that read 1:47 a.m. Let's go to bed. We have a lot of cleaning tomorrow. With nothing else to say, we headed upstairs. Once in my room, I applied the salt lines by the door and window. I then levitated my bed away from the wall to do a ring of salt around it. Once that was out of the way, I turned off the lights and lay in bed. So far, I am not having a good spring break. I woke up to the worst migraine imaginable. The gray light from outside did not help. I buried my face into the pillow, along with the thunderstorm. As thunder roared, sounding like a tiger was next to my ear. My stomach churned from the sudden motion, and my mouth was as dry as the Sahara Desert. I wasn't sick. No, this was me being hungover. Never again will I drink with Fiona Good. Or ever drink tequila. Raising my head slightly, I stared at the clock on the nightstand that read 10:11 a.m. I groaned because I did not want to get out of bed. My stomach made a growl, desperate for food. But if I move, I might end up vomiting. If I move, I'll puke. If I stay, I will suffer from this migraine. I contemplated which one was worse. After accepting my fate, I slowly climbed out of bed and made my way to the bathroom. It was worse as I sauntered to the bathroom to do my morning routine and shower. The shower helped a little, yet not enough. I even grabbed some aspirin and took it. Hopefully, that can help. If not, chugging a glass of water. Another thunder roamed, and I stared out the window to see the garden. I headed outside with an idea my mother used to do. I stopped at the porch, seeing the storm as the rain poured. Walking down the steps, I stepped on the wet grass and sighed. I closed my eyes, allowing the rain to drench me as the droplets splattered across my face. My toes curled along the grass, and I spread my arms out. Rain. Something about the rain can wash away most of the problems. The migraine and sensitivity to the gray skies started to ease away. All I want to do is lie down and bathe in the rain. Slowly, I slid my foot along the damp grass, almost ice skating, as I started to dance. My motions were slow, and I could catch every droplet on my body. I stopped dancing and stared at the sky when I opened my eyes. I molded my hands to form a cup to collect the droplets. Once there was enough water, I took deep breaths and concentrated on the puddle in my hands. I could feel the vibrations as each droplet was gathered, seeing the drop go in and bounce back up only to join the rest. I took a deep breath, and soon, the water in my hand formed a tendril. I smiled, concentrating on the aquatic tendril moving around in my hands, almost like a caterpillar. It was inching around until it reached the tips of my fingers and wiggled. I giggled because it was childish, but small moments like these were worth it. There was another flash of lightning and a roar of thunder. Losing concentration, the tendril wept away, falling onto the ground. I sighed, and with a sharp spin and arms spread out, I paused the rain, creating a time capsule. The droplets froze in midair. All looked like crystal droplets. I smiled at this. I rarely do this since I don't like showing off. Philip would call me a waterbender based on a show he watched on Nickelodeon. I chuckled at the thought. Suddenly, there was a snap of a twig. I gasped, losing hold of the droplets as they splashed to the ground. I focused on the forest, seeing a mass. I couldn't see who or what it was with the weather darkening the sky and not wearing my glasses. The barrier was up, so it couldn't be a vampire. "Who's there?" I called out. No response. Using transmutation, I apparated in the direction of the forest line from which the noise was coming. There was a surprised yelp and a motion of running. I was not wearing my glasses, so I couldn't see it. Yet I saw a dark brown in the russet color blur. I sighed, realizing it was the wolves. 2 of them. They kept their distance, yet I could sense how guarded they were. "Thank you," I shouted out. The wolves tensed when hearing that until one gave a bark. I smiled before making my way back into the cabin. I bet everyone will be hungover after last night. Remembering what people say for a food cure was anything greasy. So I cooked some bacon, sausages, eggs, and toast. I was not in the mood to cook anything fancy. Zelina came down with some vials and handed me a potion. "Hangover remedy," she explained. Although the rain cured the migraine and sensitivity, I appreciated it and took the potion. She helped me set up the rest of breakfast when Fiona finally came down fully dressed for the day. She accepted Zelina's potion and drank it with ease. Not long after, it was Ginger's turn. We gathered around the table and started eating. "I will be leaving today," Fiona announced. Zelina stared at Fiona, surprised. "Are you sure?" "I have seen enough and can tell your girls are in good hands," Fiona explained. She then faced Ginger and me. "Now, if there's one thing you learn before leaving your mentor, it is that we, even the weakest among us, are better than the best of them." Ginger and I nodded. "I may not understand what is going on here in this logger town, but there is something you need to know." "Which is?" Ginger asked. "The point is, in this whole wide wicked world, the only thing to be afraid of is me," Fiona warned. I inhaled sharply, unsure whether to take that as a threat or if she advised us not to be afraid of those out there. Ginger gave her a sharp look. She has encountered vampires, specifically cold ones. However, she has not seen all the supernatural creatures in the world, and many monsters roam around on human skin. "And for God's sake, fix your hair," Fiona added, "or better yet." Fiona waved her hand. The dark red dye Ginger had put in her hair last summer completely vanished in seconds. Instead, her natural red hair showed. It was more orange, almost like hot embers. There were 2 shades, and the dye's damage had been reversed as the straight hair was slightly wavy. Somehow, her hair looked nice. It was different compared to Victoria's, which was like a vibrant fire. Ginger's darker, as if the heat had been contained. "Much better," Fiona murmured. Ginger gasped, touching her hair. She rapidly stood up and ran to the powder room. We heard her scream a moment later, "What did you do?" "Merely fixed it," Fiona replied as she pulled out a cigarette and lit it with the tips of her fingers. Zelina chuckled, shaking her head. I snorted. Fiona left an hour later. Afterward, Zelina got Ginger and me to move the furniture to the center of each room, taking down paintings and relics so we could scrub the walls with a purifying solution of salt. It made things easy by using telekinesis to move stuff around. Ginger and I scrubbed while Zelina went through the artifacts that might contain limestone or a spiritual conduit. Limestone is known to amplify energies for spirits. It's not really the limestone but the quartz in the limestone that draws spirits in and gives them the burst of energy to affect the living realm. The same can be said with lightning storms and running water through rivers and streams. Anyway, all afternoon and the early hours of the night scrubbing and cleaning with the solution. Once that was out of the way, Zelina got some sage and started blessing the cabin. She chanted a spell, purifying every inch of the house and using an eagle's feather to blow the negative energy out of the house. By the time she was done, the tense atmosphere we had all felt the past several months had vanished. I don't know if it was all James, but the tension that had bothered us since September seemed to disappear. "There, that should do it," Zelina announced. Ginger and I nodded. I started cooking as Zelina and Ginger put the furniture and paintings back in their original place. Thanking my coven sisters for all they did for me, I made their favorite lasagna with garlic bread and Caesar salad. Both appreciated it as we sat around in the kitchen nook. The storm had passed, and it was a calm night. We ate in peace, and once we were done, we did the dishes. Zelina gave a yawn. "I'm going to bed." "Night," Ginger and I said in unison. Zelina nodded, going upstairs and taking back her bedroom. Ginger sighed. "Think we'll have an easy spring break?" "I guess we'll find out," I replied. "The first weekend is over. Now we have 7 more days left. There will be some training, and we will work at Zelina's store. But at least we don't have to bother with homework and sleeping in slightly." We did the final cleanup and locked the doors before saying goodnight. I took a quick shower and got ready for bed. Once done, I sat on my bed using a towel to dry my hair. The last 3 days have been a whirlwind, from confronting Jacob and fighting with Ginger on Friday, training and encountering Laurent with the Spirit Warriors, who are giant wolves, on Saturday, and then, during the turning of the hour on Sunday, being possessed by James in a drunken petty entertainment, followed by purifying the house. At least Fiona is gone, and the James problem is temporarily solved. I sighed, lying on the bed. The clock read 10 in the evening. After a hectic weekend, I should get some sleep. But I did not want to close my eyes. I lay there, magically turned off the lights and lit the candles. I stared at the Victorian blue wallpaper and the mirror. Tap. 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 There was a rewrite in Wicked Casters that explained the song and tequila. Always on my mind, covered by Elvis. Thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Updated. Secrets Casters of Oblivion. Disclaimer. I do not own Twilight. Chapter 19. Secrets. Eleanor's paw. Tap tap tap. I blinked a few times, the exhaustion losing the battle of falling asleep. I sat up, rubbing my eyes, wondering what that noise was. It was tapping. At first, I thought it was a tree branch or an animal. It was a logical explanation since there was a maple tree by the cabin. Tap tap. Wait a minute. That didn't sound like a twig scraping along the window or a squirrel. It almost sounded like pecking, yet it was too loud to be a bird, especially at this time of night. It was a clattering sound, the sound of pebbles hitting the window. "Eleanor." A harsh whisper called out. I climbed out of bed, turning a lamp on before walking to the window. There stood Jacob, wearing nothing but cutoffs and sneakers. Why is he here? Last I checked, he doesn't want to be friends anymore. Jacob gestured to open the window. I sighed, doing so. "What the hell are you doing here?" I asked quietly, not to disturb my coven sisters but loud enough for Jacob to hear. "Back up," Jacob said, stepping back. "I'm coming up." "What?" Jacob didn't bother as he climbed up the tree. His movement was fast as he swung his limbs to climb and kick until he got on the porch's roof. The wood creaked under his weight as he took 2 giant steps until ducking his head and climbed into my room. The time and speed did not seem normal. How he moved reminded me of a circus performer or adrenaline junkies performing parkour. I stepped back. For a second, I stared at my attire and sighed in relief. I was in a tank top and pajama shorts. Then I looked at him with a gasp and saw his physical change. Why is he roaming around without a shirt? Hell, there was a slight chill in the air, and he was walking around like it was summer in Florida. Jacob took a deep breath. His dark eyes focused on my own. There were many emotions, and the tension had simmered in awe. As if he hasn't seen me in months. "Hey," he greeted softly. I crossed my arms. Jacob noticed this as he stepped forward, arms out to give a hug. "Look, I'm sorry." I forced one hand over his chest at an arm's length to keep distance. His temperature was still hot, as if he was still sick. Yet he did not appear to be ill. His heart beat rapidly under my touch. In the end, he stopped. I pulled my hand back, narrowing my eyes at him. "For what?" "I wish I could explain," he said, getting frustrated, "but I literally can't." Jacob walked around me, stopping at the foot of the bed. His eyes focused on the dreamcatcher that hung on the headboard. Then his attention turned to the nightstand where the vervain pendant that Billy gave me rested. He gave a sigh, turning around to face me. "Have you ever had a secret you couldn't tell anyone?" Jacob asked, sitting down on the bed. "Well, that's what it's like for me." I bit my bottom lip, for he had me there. The secret of being a caster. For some reason, I couldn't lie and nodded. He nodded back, but worse. "Jacob," I sighed, trying to understand his situation. "You have no idea how tightly I'm bound," he added. I hate this, I murmured, coming over and combing my left hand through his chopped hair while my right hand rested on the Quileute tattoo. This is not you. What did they do to you? At first, I thought Jacob was drafted into a gang. But seeing how he is reacting, it almost seemed like a cult. Cults prefer to keep secrets to keep their members together. So the stray sheep don't leave the herd. Jacob is a free spirit. He is bound to no one but his family. Jacob removed my left hand and caressed my wrist. His dark eyes linger on my mark, staring at the tattoo of the moon's blessing. I mentally curse, forgetting to put a glamour spell on it. Only another caster could see this mark, and now I appeared a hypocrite. His warm fingers traced over the crescent moon before staring at me with amazement and anger. The anger faded away, replaced with understanding. It's not their fault, he murmured. Really, he grumbled, I wish I could just explain. He then stood up, towering over me as I stood back. I mean, the killer part is, you already know, he added. Know what? I asked, getting frustrated myself. I was still mad at him and exhausted after everything that had transpired in the last 3 days. All I wanted to do was go to sleep. Jacob noticed this and took a deep breath. Ella, do you remember when we walked on the beach at La Push? He stammered, his lips forming a sharp line. The saint. I paused, trying to remember that day. My high school friends invited Ginger and me to join them for a beach excursion at First Beach in La Push. As everyone changed into their wetsuits, Jacob, Embry, and Sam came over for a surprise visit, and the Cullens were mentioned. Sam said the Cullens don't come to the reservation. Out of curiosity, I asked. The stories, I finished. We traded stories. Jacob nodded with a smile. The stories about Maria Owen, and your great-grandfather, making a treaty with the Cold Ones, Jacob nodded to continue. And wolves, something about wolves. His eyes dropped slightly from disappointment, for I didn't continue. I was so tired that all I wanted to do was sleep. I guess I understand why that's the only part you remember, he whispered sadly. I'm tired, Jacob, I yawned. Jacob nodded as he placed a hand on my shoulder, staring deep into my eyes. Tell me something, Elle. Did you honestly not know? Was I really the one who told you what they were? I took a deep breath. You've opened the door. See what I mean about loyalty? He taunted, moving away and walking to the dresser. He rested his elbows on it while face in his hands, groaning. I was never loyal to the Cullens. Did I respect a few of their members for Zelina and Ginger's sake? I did. But I was never truly friends with them. I tolerated them. If they were a different breed of vampire, then maybe, just maybe, I would have given them friendship. But the Cold Ones were the enemies of the casters. I had to respect the laws of the supernatural to keep their secret. Otherwise, the Volturi would get involved. The same vice versa of them holding my coven secrets. It was not loyalty unless you asked Ginger. It was a neutral convenience. Whatever Jacob was going through was entirely different. Loyalty. At this moment, I no longer know what that word means. Since the people around me break their word and stab you in the back. What Sam and his gang are doing keeps Jacob trapped with them. Have they threatened Billy? His father was diabetic and relied on a wheelchair. Could they have threatened Billy's safety if Jacob didn't join? No, Billy was a strong figure in the Quileute community, a council member and an elder. They wouldn't dare harm him, so what is it that is keeping Jacob trapped? There's gotta be something we can do, I asked. Jacob shook his head as he stood up straight. No, I'm in it for life. Maybe we should just get out of here for a while? I offered. Just leave, just you and me for a week. I know people who can help. Jacob stared at me, bewildered by what I had just said. I can only give us a week. It should be enough to clear our heads and devise a plan. It might not be enough time to solve the problem. Still, it allows me to contact one of the Riviera clan members who makes spiritual connections and manipulates people. Whatever string tying him to Sam, maybe they can sever it. You'd do that? He asked. I bit my lip and nodded. I would do it for you. Jacob shook his arm, trying to control himself as he turned away. It's not something I can just run away from, Eleanor. He took a deep breath, staring at me with those expressive eyes. But I would run away with you, if I could. My body shook while my eyes watered. This secret was killing us. I gotta go, he murmured, making his way to the open window. They'll start wondering where I am. By instinct, I grabbed his shoulder, not wanting him to go. I didn't want him to go back them, not back to Sam. Jacob turned around and hugged me. His embrace engulfed me. His heat consumed me, melting away any coldness I felt. I wrapped my arms around him, holding him close. Please, he pleaded softly. Try to remember, it'd be so much easier if you knew. He pecked the top of my head before pulling back. I held on, except Jacob mustered the strength to gently manipulate my arms to let go of him. Jake, I whispered. He made his way towards the window with a slight smile and climbed out. My eyes widened in panic. I rushed over to stop him. I called after him to stop. He stood at the edge and leapt off. I gasped, covering my mouth to suppress a scream. It happened so fast that I could hardly grasp what happened to the use of magic. There was a loud thud. I climbed over the window onto the porch's roof and stopped to see Jacob jogging away into the forest. That is when I realized Jacob Black was not human. I sat there for a moment, comprehending everything that transpired in the last few weeks, maybe months: the sudden growth spurts and muscle density, the mood swings, the drastic body temperature, and, after tonight, the unexplainable strength and endurance. That was a 13-foot drop. Any average person who jumped off that height would have broken or fractured a bone or worse. However, Jacob jumped off and jogged away with ease. Jacob was no longer human. Was he even human in the first place? I climbed back inside and tried to remember everything about the Quileutes. Their legends were so sacred that not many knew of their stories. All I can recall from what Jacob told me is that they were descended from wolves or brothers to wolves. How his grandfather, Ephraim Black, encountered the Cullens and made a treaty with Carlisle to not expose their secret to the Palefaces. How the Cullens were cold ones. Wolves. 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 Then a thought came to mind: he can't be. No, he couldn't possibly be a child of the moon, in other words, a werewolf. The were race in the canine species has been diminished for many centuries. There were a few breeds that survived from the lichens and loup-garou. The lichens take more of a hybrid form of man and beast, while the loup-garou take the form of a wolf. Both breeds have to transform during the full moon. Unless, this is a cursed gene. Some werewolves roam around North America that come under a curse. Like all werewolves, they transformed during the full moon. They only had yellow eyes, sharp teeth, and talons. No, that can't be it. Lichens have been European since Lycaon tricked the gods in ancient Greece. The loup-garou were in northern and eastern Europe. As for the curse werewolf in North America, Jacob hasn't shown interest in raw meats and reacting to the scent of blood. Then I recalled encountering a natural caster back in Salem during a ball. She explained that the Native Americans on the East Coast had werewolves who changed into wolves on the full moon. It was a recessive gene, and the werewolf could only inherit their supernatural ability by killing a person. With the natives marrying out of their tribe, it is impossible to tell who holds the recessive gene. The hikers. I sat down on the bed, comprehending what I had just thought. There have been reports of 6 missing hikers. Could the tribes on the East Coast turning into a werewolf be the same for the Quileutes? 6 people are missing and are presumed dead. I tried to remember the members of Sam's gang. Sam, Paul, Jared, Embry, and Jacob. That's 5. Could they have killed the hikers to become werewolves? The thought devastated me. What Jacob said about him no longer being good. Did Sam force him to kill someone? Chief Swan hasn't reported to Zelina in the last 2 weeks of another missing person. Unless they never found the body. No, that can't be what the Quileutes were. Sure, their ancestors fought in wars against the other tribes and the Palefaces in the past. But today, why would they want to kill again? No, I won't believe it. I wanted to go to Zelina and demand she tell me what is going on with Jacob. She knows the answers. She always knew the answer and was holding the truth. Then again, if she had known the truth about this breed of werewolves living in the area, she wouldn't be friends with Billy. Nor is Billy being friends with Chief Swan. I've fallen back on the bed, giving a groan. Jacob was supernatural, just like me. What he is associated with werewolves. There were so many legends surrounding the Native Americans that not all are told. I turned to my side, staring at my nightstand where a picture frame was. A picture of grandfather Horatio. Horatio, I whispered. I jerked up with an epiphany. I leapt over to my closet in search of a box. When visiting my family in Salem, grandmother Evangeline gave me a gift. She was a seer and held a solid spirituality to connect with the ancestors. They might have the answer to which I seek. I pulled out the silver jewelry box and carried it to the bed. Sitting down, I opened the ornate lid to pull out an ivory seance candle. This was not the usual candle used for seances that draw spirits in. No, this kind of candle brings those of blood relations to me to talk to them in my sleep. There were no consequences, it was not like descensum, and it can only work on blood relatives. Placing the candle by Horatio's picture, I grabbed a knife from the nightstand drawn. With a deep breath, I cut my finger, using the blood to draw the symbol on the candle, the glass on the picture, and my forehead. Casting a small healing spell, sucking on the remaining blood, took a deep breath before pinching the wick to ignite the flame. Afterward, telekinesis was used to turn off the lights. I got under the covers. I chanted the spell and closed my eyes, hoping this would work. I found myself lying on the forest floor when I opened my eyes. Sitting up, I looked around, noting it was not the woods near the cabin or the forests surrounding Salem. I got up, wiping the dirt off my pajama bottoms. The sound of footsteps could be heard. I turned around, cautious in case it was James. Only this time, it was not the tracker. No, it was a man. He wore a suit, appearing in his late 40s. His skin was fair. He had salt and pepper hair, graying nearing his face and black at the top of his head. His eyes were hazel, a mixture of green and brown. It took me a moment to recognize him. This was Horatio in the early 20th century, not the near elderly man. Eleanor, Horatio said, opening his arms. My eyes watered as I rushed over into his embrace. Horatio wrapped his arms around me, giving me a tight hug like he used to. After a year, I still miss him. I could smell his cologne filled with spices. We pulled back as he smiled, tucking a strand of hair off my face. Eleanor, look how much you have grown, he murmured. You are a woman now. I smiled softly. I missed you, I murmured as the tears fell. His smile dropped slightly when he saw the tears. As have I. I wanted to ask him many questions. Seems you have a tempest storming through your head, he noted. What seems to be bothering you that you summon me? It's my friend, Jake. I started. Horatio cleared his throat. I think that is something to talk with your mother about. A small chuckle escaped my lips. Not like that. Horatio sighed in relief. For a second, I thought I had to call on Edith. I rolled my eyes. Let's make things easier, Horatio said as he cradled my face with both hands and stared into my eyes. It was as if the last 3 weeks were set on fast-forwarding, seeing it all until the recent conversation with Jacob in my bedroom. Once done, Horatio pulled back and sighed. You want to know what kind of werewolf your friend is? Horatio asked. I nodded. Horatio removed his hands. Children of the moon are very complex creatures. Only one night of a lunar cycle do they lose control and become the beast within. I nodded again. Then we better use your divination to find the answer, he suggested. How? I asked. Horatio smiled as he circled behind me and placed a hand over my shoulder. Close your eyes and focus on what you are looking for. Once you grasp the feeling, open your eyes, and you shall see. I took a deep breath and nodded. Thus, I closed my eyes and thought about Jacob. I thought about many memories in the last year since coming to Forks. When I first met Jacob at his house to get the Wagoneer. When he visited the cabin for a Mariners game. How he party crashed at prom and took over Tyler's spot when my date ditched me on the dance floor. The renovation of the bikes and all the memories of Jacob soon felt a strong pull that I gasped and opened my eyes. I saw Jacob right in front of me. He stood there in his current form, with a face crossed between him and Sam. He stood there a moment and vanished between 2 trees. A mist gathered around, revealing a memory from the past. The first one was walking along First Beach with Jacob. Well, they're supposedly descended from this, like, enemy clan. The Cold Ones. He explained. There are stories of the Cold Ones as old as the wolf legends and some much more recent. According to legend, my own great-grandfather knew some of them. He was the one who made the treaty that kept them off our land. You see, the Cold Ones are the natural enemies of the wolf, well, not the wolf, really, but the wolves that turn into men, like our ancestors. You would call them werewolves. So, you see, the Cold Ones are traditionally our enemy. But this pack that came to our territory during my great-grandfather's time was different. They didn't hunt the way others of their kind did. They weren't supposed to be dangerous to the tribe, so we made a treaty with them. If they promised to stay off Quileute lands, then we wouldn't expose what they were to the palefaces. There's always a risk for humans to be around the cold ones, even if they're civilized like this clan was. You never know when they might get too hungry to resist. The vision changed working on the bikes with Jacob getting the motor started. Did you know Quileutes are supposedly descended from wolves? The vision changed of me walking through the forest and encountering the guardians of the woods. Only this time, I could see their actual form. Every encounter with the black alpha, the gray and dark brown wolf. The addition of the spotted wolf. The scene changed to the movie theater. We had a conversation with Jacob on the bench about our feelings. There was a faint whisper that was my own saying, "I wish you were just like me. I wish you were part of the supernatural." The vision transformed to driving as the russet wolf followed me along the forest edge. Impossible to see, especially at the Clearwater residence, camouflage with the branches and trees. The vision then goes to the confrontation with Laurent and seeing the guardians for the first time. Then, onward to the conversation with Zelina. The spirit warriors, whose sole purpose is to protect these lands and their tribe from the enemy by manipulating the world around them. Over time, they learn to control animals. I'm not sure about the details since the legends are kept by the Quileute, but I wouldn't be surprised if the spirits came to your aid. I thought back to the moment Ginger went missing in September. That day, the mist showed as I ran through the rain. I saw myself standing there, eyes closed, calling out to the guardians. There, the black wolf appeared before me. The vision changed to Sam carrying an unconscious Ginger. The fight I had with Jacob in the storm a few days ago changed to the russet wolf in the meadow. I stared into his eyes, seeing Jacob's aura mixed in with the wolf's. I gasped, realizing Jacob was the russet wolf. He's not a werewolf, I concluded. No, he is not, Horatio said as he moved around. Although, his species are of the weres. He is not a child of the moon. His people call his kind a spirit warrior, but for us casters, he's known as a shapeshifter. Shapeshifter, I repeated. Horatio nodded, then sighed. Now it's time for you to wake. No, I gasped, hugging him. Not yet. Horatio hugged me close. We will speak again. I sighed but nodded. There were so many questions that I needed to ask him. Did he know I had Vitalum Vitalis? Why didn't he train me to use it properly? Before the words could come out of my mouth. Horatio tapped the top of my forehead. I blinked. I opened my eyes to find myself back in my bedroom in Forks. I turned to my side, staring at the picture of Horatio. The candle had blown out, and barely an inch was consumed. A small smile graced my lips as I placed my fingers on the glass. Thank you, I whispered. I sat up, giving a stretch, and realized what Jacob was. He was not a werewolf. He was a spirit warrior who could shapeshift into a giant wolf. There was nothing wrong with that. Immediately, I climbed out of bed and rushed to get dressed, putting on a pair of jeans, a shirt, and a sweatshirt. I nearly fell when putting on my sneakers and rushing to the bathroom to do my morning routine, if not washing the blood off my forehead. Afterward, I put on my glasses and ran downstairs with my purse in hand. Where are you going? Zelina asked. I gotta see Jacob, I answered, opening the door. And I thought you didn't want to see him again, she murmured. I stopped, turning around to face her. I know what he is now. Is that so? She asked. I took a deep breath. You knew and didn't tell me, she sighed. It was not my place to tell. I growled, rushing out, and headed out to the Wagoneer. Be back before midnight. For Hecate's sake, thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Wolves Casters of Oblivion disclaimer. I do not own Twilight. A.N. I think I should give a heads up on the characters' ages. I'm not going to do the Cullens except for Edward. Eleanor Rivers. 18 Ginger Ives. 18 Jacob Black. 17. Edward Cullen. Physically 17, actual age 107. Zelina Bishop. Physically 35, actually 55, she is in her prime age. The Pack Sam Yulee, Alpha, 22 Jared Cameron, Beta, 19 Paul Lahote, 19. Embrycall. 17 Quill Adiara V. 17 Emily Young. 21 Sam transformed when the Cullens returned to Forks before Wicked Casters. It was him until Jared and Paul joined him that They had been guarding La Push for 3 years. So, Eleanor has been seeing these 3 wolves until recently. Chapter 20. Wolves. Eleanor's paws. So many thoughts were running through my head in the realization that Jacob Black was a shapeshifter. A spirit warrior who transforms into a giant wolf. Zelina always mentioned that Native Americans have their folklore and their legends. For example, the Navajo have skinwalkers. Skinwalkers usually have a pelt of fur to change into the animal they desire, or that is how the legends go. I had met casters who could transform into animals, but not to the size I had witnessed in the meadow. There were creatures around the world who could change into different animals. They are known as therianthropy. The metamorphosis of shapeshifting. That is the proper term for the war community. Over time, the ones who transform are separated from those who are forced to change. Examples would be the Selkies, Skinwalkers, Nawal, and others. You think you know the supernatural when more monsters are walking among us. I took a deep breath. There is so much I wanted to ask Jacob about. How did this happen? What triggered his transformation? Horatio didn't continue the conversation. Jacob barely talked much about his tribe's legends, unlike those associated with the Cullens and being descended from wolves. From what I remember, the spirit warriors were enemies with the Cold Ones. And seeing how Laurent reacted when the pack arrived in the meadow did not argue that theory. Laurent was afraid that he would run away without a second thought. The wolves chased him at a speed that matched the vampire. Going over the list in my head of what I know about the wolves. They are spirit warriors. They are shapeshifters. They possess agility, strength, and endurance. If Jacob is one of them, does that mean Sam, Paul, Embry, and Jared are the same? Going back to the visions, when I saw my eyes closed while talking to the black wolf, the one I assumed was the alpha, the vision changed to Sam. A few hours later, Sam brought Ginger back during the search. How Sam reacted to my pendant at First Beach and again when delivering Harry Clearwater's tea. Zelina also said that if she was not available, I should go to Sam. I can only assume the wolves knew what I was. They knew I was a witch. Therefore, Jacob knows as well. It somewhat irritated me that Jacob knew who I was these last few weeks and didn't tell me. I recall Jacob's reaction when he stared at my mark. Oh, Jacob will have an earful of this later today. I parked the wagoneer in front of the black residence. Fortunately, the weather was on my side, not a rain cloud in the sky. Getting out of the car, I marched over to the front door and knocked on it. It took a moment for Billy to answer the door. Eleanor, Billy greeted. Zelina told me you'll come. I need to see him, I said calmly. Billy sighed. He's not in. I clenched my fists and took a deep breath. Billy, I respect you, but now's not the time for games. Billy stared into my eyes and could see I knew something. He gave a sigh, rolling away to allow me entrance. I thanked him before heading over to Jacob's closet of a bedroom. Being respectful, I knocked on the door. When there was no response, I opened it to find Jacob asleep. Jacob was stretched diagonally on the twin bed that occupied most of the room. One arm tucked under his head while the other over his body dangling off the bed. He was fast asleep, snoring lightly with a peaceful expression that I could see the boy I knew and not the hybrid of Sam. I glanced along the side of the dresser he used as a headboard to see something hanging. It was the braid I did on him 3 weeks ago. He had kept it all this time. I was conflicted after everything that had transpired this past month. Should I confront Jacob about this, or should I let him sleep? Sighing, I closed the door quietly and made my way to the kitchen. Billy watched with curious, guarded eyes, and I stared at him with tired eyes. I'm sorry, Eleanor, he finally said. I stared at him. Do you know what I am? Billy paused momentarily and nodded. I am aware of what Zelina does and what you girls are. I grumbled, so much for secrecy. Billy gave a small smile. Something told me that Billy is aware of what his son has become. Then again, if what Jacob said about his great-grandfather is true, is Billy one as well? Are you? I didn't get a chance to finish my question when there was a loud howler. It was not animalistic, but someone would make it to gain attention while mimicking an animal. One that is very common in tribes. Billy heard this and frowned. I glanced out the window to see 4 shirtless men walking along the field, making their way over. I scowled, for it was Sam and his gang. Eleanor, Billy warned calmly. Not thinking, I walked out of the house. This pent-up rage riling my magic that all I want to do is hurt these men. As I made my way over, Sam's rare expression of being relaxed changed. He gestured to his followers to stop. I could hardly recognize Embry with his short hair and physical enhancement. "You got a lot of explaining, Sam Yulee," I called out. I was about 5 feet across from them, keeping a distance. One guy with a more angular feature thrust forward, but Sam stopped him. "Easy. What did you do to Jacob?" I demanded. "What did we do? What did he do?" the man with the angular features asked harshly as he stepped closer. "What did he tell you?" Sam stepped between us, keeping a grip on his follower. "Both of you calm down." "Nothing," I spat. "Do you think I'm that stupid that I couldn't figure it out?" The guy literally laughed at me. I felt my chest tighten, for I recognized that tone of a laugh. The same laugh the bullies in Salem would use when I tried to defend myself. Out of instinct, not thinking, I raised my hand and used telekinesis to blast him away. The guy was tossed 10 feet, falling on his back. Sam and the others stood in shock while I glared at the individual who insulted me. Secrecy be damned when you are in the company of other supernatural beings. The guy sat up, bewildered at what had just happened. His eyes narrowed as he leapt onto his feet. He panted, heaving in rage. His body shook violently while steam simmered off of his copper skin. The other individual snickered at this. Too late now. Sam noticed this, keeping his arms out to make a shield between the jerk and me. "Eleanor, get back." The jerk made a growl. A predatory growl. "Paul, calm down, now," Sam ordered. Seeing the threat, I conjured a fire orb. Embry and the other guy's eyes widen in amazement when they see this. Paul did not seem fazed by this warning, as his shoulders hunched. He growled, heaved, and shook all at once until it happened. A massive explosion of silver burst from Paul in a few seconds, and before me stood a giant wolf. The silver wolf growled and snarled, the muzzle wrinkling back to expose his incisors. The furs on the back of his neck bristle upward while his ears flopped down. He leaned forward, taking a step, ignoring Sam, who gave him a command to calm down. Embry also sidesteps, making his way toward me, while the fourth person merely grins. Not thinking, I apparated, creating a distance of about 10 more feet. I debated on making a ring of fire to contain the beast. However, doing so would burn Sam and the others. The wolf took a step forward. Impulsively, I used my pyrokinesis to create a firewall to separate the wolf from me. "Kitty got claws," the fourth guy teased. "Jared, shut up," Embry snapped as he tried to make his way over to me. "Paul, calm down," Sam ordered, seeing Paul glaring at me through the flames. His eyes darkened until he hunched backward. He wouldn't, I thought. But he did. The silver wolf lunged over the flames and landed right before me. My eyes widened as bits of his furs were singed, except he did not seem fazed by it, as if it was nothing. "Eleanor!" Jacob exclaimed. I glanced over my shoulder to see Jacob jumping over the rail and rushing to me. I turned to run, making a few leaps to use transmutation, only to fall on a large branch. The silver wolf was about to rush in, charging for the attack, until I raised my arms, creating a force field. The silver wolf bounced off it, giving a yelp. The impact vibrated through my body, causing me to cry out. A roar could be heard as I glanced over my shoulder, seeing Jacob jumping in the air and transforming into the russet wolf. My eyes widened, and my mouth dropped as the russet wolf landed in front of me. The creature growled before giving a roar, warning the silver wolf to get away. The silver wolf growled back. The russet wolf patted his paws before lunging at the silver wolf, who struck first. Angry snarls echoed throughout the open field. The two wolves were snapping and tearing at each other. Their sharp teeth flashed towards each other's throats. The russet wolf seemed larger than the silver one, if not stronger. He pushed and shoved the silver wolf away from me and back towards the forest. However, the silver wolf was determined to fight. The russet wolf sank his jaw into the silver wolf's neck, receiving a yelp of pain as the russet one forced him to submit. The silver wolf did not submit, maneuvering his hind legs to kick the russet wolf in the chest, causing him to let go. The russet wolf stepped back, then tackled the silver wolf into the forest, destroying a boat on the way, splitting it in half. I watched, comprehending what was happening, seeing the wolves going further into the woods, still fighting until they were no longer in sight. Only their growls, barks, and snarls could be heard in the distance. "Hey!" Sam called out, looking at me. Take Eleanor back to Emily's place. Afterward, Sam chased after the wolves, kicking off his sneakers on the way. Embry nodded, making his way over to me. Guess the wolf's out of the bag. Both Jared and Embry stood in front of me. Jared leaned forward to offer his hand, but the force field was up, so it bounced off. Jared hissed, rubbing his hand. Ella, it's okay, Embry assured. You're safe now. I took a deep breath and lowered the force field. Embry offered a hand, which I accepted. He helped me stand up and wiped the dirt off my shoulders. There, Embry said, giving a smile. Jared pointed to the firewall. Think you can put out the fire? I nodded, waving my hand to extinguish the flames. Jared and Embry watched, impressed by that. Embry placed a hand on my shoulder, leading the way to the wagoneer. Embry asked for the keys, to which I gave it to him. I got in the passenger seat while Jared took the back. You're not gonna puke? Jared asked. Jared, be nice, Embry chastised. Did you see what she did to Paul? Jared snorted. Paul deserved that. I didn't respond, focusing out the window, watching the landscape, wondering if a giant wolf would appear out of nowhere. Embry drove to the location where Sam wanted us to go. It wasn't a long drive, and the weather seemed to lighten up. The house was by the beach, though it was a reasonable distance to get there. It was a tiny house that had once been gray, yet the wood was fully exposed with gray accents. There was a narrow window on the second floor, a blue door on the main floor, and the windows and sliding doors were on the other side of the house. The deck was decorated with many barrels filled with marigolds in reds, oranges, and yellows. It seemed peaceful here. Embry parked the car as he and Jared got out, making a greeting call. Embry tossed the keys to me when I got out, then glanced at the forest, wondering if the others would arrive. You think Jacob will be okay? I asked, putting the keys in my pocket. I hope Paul sinks some teeth in him, Jared replied. Serves him right. No way. Jacob's a natural, Embry argued. You see him phase on the fly? I got 5 says Paul doesn't touch him. Come on in, Ella. We won't bite. I sighed, making my way toward the house. Speak for yourself, Jared muttered. What's that supposed to mean? I asked sharply. Jared tensed, knowing he had crossed the line. No doubt they assume I prefer vampires over shapeshifters. Jared quickly made his way inside to avoid the same fate as Paul. At least he knows when to run. Embry chuckled, crossing his arms while shaking his head. He then looked at me with a sincere smile. It had been a few months since I last saw Embry. He had changed so much, even with the short hair and the transformation, that I wouldn't have recognized this boy as Embry. Oh, hey, about Emily, Sam's fiancée. Embry started. Don't stare. It bugs Sam. I was confused by that. Is she all right? Embry didn't answer as he opened the door to let us in. I followed, entering to find a cozy home. Warmth and comfort were radiating off this room. Wood beams were exposed, while the walls were painted beige, followed by Native American trinkets all around. It was an open space, as the kitchen and living room were connected. The center was a table covered in food for a feast. Jared was sitting there getting his plate ready. Embry walked over to take a seat. A woman stood by the counter, placing massive muffins onto a tray. Are you guys hungry? Like I had to ask. She laughed at her own joke. She turned around, and I realized why Embry said don't stare. She was gorgeous with glossy black hair, satiny copper skin, and dark eyes. However, the right side of her face was scarred from the hairline to the chin by 3 thick lines that reminded me of a cracked doll. One line pulled down the corner of her dark, almond-shaped right eye, and another twisted the right side of her mouth into a permanent grimace. Along her neck, resting in the center of her chest, was the same pendant that I owned. The mirth she had a moment ago turned into caution. Who's this? Eleanor Rivers, Jared answered. Who else? The left side of her lips curled up into a smile with amusement in her dark eyes. So, you're the vampire witch. I snorted with a smile. Wrong witch, but I guess you're the wolf girl here? Guess so, Emily chuckled as she placed a tray of muffins on the table. Well, I'm engaged to one. Jared, who had a muffin, had already reached for another. Immediately, Emily grabbed his hand and chastised him. Save some for your brothers. She then shoved both shifters. And ladies first. Muffin? My stomach growled because I hadn't eaten since yesterday. I walked over and grabbed a blueberry muffin. "Thanks," I said and took a bite. It was still warm, and I could tell it was made from scratch, not from a box mix. "Leave it to Jacob to find a way around Sam's gag order," Emily mentioned as she leaned against the counter. Jake didn't tell me," I mumbled. "That's a wolf thing," Embry said, grabbing his muffin. "Alpha's orders get obeyed whether we want them to or not." I frowned when hearing that. "Oh, and check it out. We can hear each other's thoughts," Embry added. Jared smacked his shoulder hard. "Would you shut up? These are trade secrets." "Damn it," he pointed his muffin at me. "This chick runs with vampires." "Again, wrong witch," I corrected. "Although they do run really fast. I doubt I would catch up to their agility. Can you?" Emily giggled. "Yeah," Jared confirmed. "We're faster." I smiled at his confidence, and Jared grinned in return. "Freaked out yet?" he asked. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you and the Cullens are not the only monsters I've met," I answered. Jared's mouth literally dropped when I said that. Embry's eyes widened in wonder while Emily paused, taking the words in. "Jake's right. You're good with weird," Sam noted as he entered the room, his head almost touching the ceiling with barely a foot of space. He walked over to Emily, taking her into his arms. He murmured a hey before kissing her with love and adoration, followed by kissing her scars. The action reminded me of my parents during my younger years. Whenever Gideon came home from work, he always approached Constance and showed her affection. I smiled softly at this, although Embry and Jared made a face and gagged. A moment later, Jacob and Paul made their way in. However, Jacob gave Paul a friendly shove. It seems those two made amends. Paul went to the table and sat while Jacob leaned against the sliding door. He looked at me with a warm smile, which reminded me of the sun. "Sorry," Paul said with a grin. "I didn't know you were Jake's imprint." "Imprint?" I thought. Jacob rushed in, grabbing a muffin and shoving it into Paul's face. Everyone laughed at that, and Emily smiled, staring at Sam with a silent question, to which he nodded. Emily's smile widens from the confirmation. Paul shoved Jacob away but still ate the muffin. Jacob sighed, grabbed his own, and walked over to me. "Come on," he murmured. I nodded as we headed out. We walked towards the beach, eating our muffins in silence. Jacob had consumed all his in 5 bites. I ate my fill and offered the rest, which he gladly accepted. Once we got to the beach, I sighed, smelled the ocean, and felt at ease. There were no more secrets between us now. We were both supernatural. By Castor's standards, I didn't need to hide my true self from him. Shapeshifters and wares are not considered the enemy compared to vampires. "So, you're a shapeshifter," I murmured with a smile. "I think the proper term is werewolf," Jacob replied bitterly. "No," I shook my head, "unless your body automatically transforms during a full moon?" Jacob shook his head. "Therefore, you are a shapeshifter," I stated. "Yeah. Last time I checked," he confirmed with disappointment. "A few lucky members of the tribe have the gene. A bloodsucker moves into town, and the fever sets in." That reminded me, mono. Jacob chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, I wish. I had to drink a horrible potion for 2 weeks for mono." I scolded. He couldn't help but laugh. "Sorry about that." We laughed at that. "So, you're a witch?" he noted. "My kind prefers the term casters," I explained. "I'm not meant to show a mortal any of my abilities unless they were part of the same world. It's nice to know I don't have to hide from you." Jacob stared at me, surprised by my reaction. "Although, I gotta ask, how LNG did you know I was a witch?" I asked. "When I first phased," he answered. "Sam told me everything once I was back on 2 legs, along with my dad and Harry. They explained the territories, and a truce allowed us to wander through Zelina's property. How Zelina is a witch along with every girl who has come to stay with her." I nodded when hearing this. "But you have seen Sam with Jared and Paul." I must confess, I didn't actually see them clearly. Poor eyesight, remember. Jacob snorted, shaking his head, knowing that I was nearsighted. I didn't have my glasses in the woods surrounding Zelina's cabin. All I saw were giant blurs. Called them the guardians of the forest. Whenever I sensed any of you, I would keep my eyes closed or back turned to give privacy and secrecy. Sam appreciated it, he said. Paul and Jared found it funny. I rolled my eyes. I was shocked, not believing it until seeing what happened with that bloodsucker, he added. Or when you controlled the rain yesterday. I paused, remembering the brown and russet wolf watching. That was you? I asked. Jacob smirked. Well, you weren't wearing your glasses. I shoved him by the shoulder. Shut up. Jacob merely laughed. I chuckled softly, then remembered what he said, bloodsucker. What we're trying to protect you people from. The only thing we do kill, he explained. Vampires. I nodded, comprehending his words. Wait, then how are the Cullens? Don't worry. We can't touch your little precious Cullens unless they violate the treaty, he interrupted with a hint of bitter sarcasm. I glared at him. Jacob, my breed of casters loathes the cold ones with a passion. His eyes widened, not expecting that. Casters call that breed of vampires the same as your people do. They have caused wars and broken the Trinity since the Dark Ages. I explained. They've killed many wares who held lycanthropy. There are barely 5 species that contain the canine gene. During the war, the Cold Ones went after casters, believing their magic would aid in their cause by turning them into vampires. Except, when a caster changes species that are vampiric, their magic vanishes, and nature rejects them. Then why were you with the Cullens? He asked. Ginger, I answered. She got too curious, and my coven had to associate with them. Zelina wasn't pleased, but we had no choice. With our secrets exposed to one another. I wasn't friends with them, merely a chaperone to ensure Ginger was safe. Jacob nodded. Your kind of shapeshifter must be strong enough to destroy a vampire, I said to change the subject. It takes many of my kind to do so, or a caster with multiple abilities. We took out that leech with the dreads easy enough, he answered. That would be Laurent, I sighed in relief. Laurent was dead, therefore, he did not reach Victoria. Witnessing how fast the wolves ran, doubt he made it an hour before being torn apart. And his red-headed girlfriend is next, Jacob added, gazing at the ocean. My eyes widened, and my heart dropped when hearing this. The sounds that could be heard on the beach from the waves softly crashing in became silent. The seagulls became mute. I tried to take deep breaths, yet hearing what Jacob said made my heart stop, and my lungs gasp for air. The anxiety has slowly crept up on me since New Orleans was having an encore. The near panic attack from the other night. Victoria, I gasped, trying to breathe. She's here? Jacob faced me, noticing my composure had changed. We chased her all the way to the Canadian border the other night. She keeps coming back. We don't know what she's after. He grabbed my arm, lending support. What's wrong? You look like you're gonna faint. I know what she is after, I whispered. His dark eyes narrowed. What is she after? I took a deep breath. My coven. More precisely, Ginger, but if she learns the truth, me. Why? He asked. Because I burned her mate. The strong composure Jacob had a moment ago vanished. His dark eyes widened, and his pupils dilated, filled with many emotions. It was not anger, at least not towards me, but an air of protection coming off of him. Suddenly, he yanked me into his arms for an embrace. I wrapped my arms around him. I'm not gonna let that happen, he promised. I'll protect you. I clung to him, unsure what to do. I thought I had months, maybe years, before encountering Victoria again. However, her taste for revenge is far greater than the Cullens or my coven had expected. My magic was spiraling out of control, and I could barely manage to contain it. Jacob rubbed my back, soothing me until I finally calmed down. When he pulled back, I looked at him. I need to call Zelina. Jacob nodded. I think it's time for my pack to officially meet your coven. I nodded, pulled out my cell phone, and took a deep breath. Thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Updated. A common enemy caster of Oblivion disclaimer. I do not own Twilight or any series used for this story. Chapter 21. A common enemy Ginger's Pav. I found it strange to find Eleanor absent. Usually, she is up and making breakfast by now. Instead, Zelina was in the kitchen cooking something. I was utterly confused. It looked like she was cooking for an army. When I got closer, I realized she was baking cookies. Did Charlie ask you to bake something for the station? I asked. No, Zelina answered with a chuckle. So, why are you baking so much food? I asked. You already did Chief Swan's food prep. I came over, stole some cookie dough, and ate it. It was sweet and salty all at the same time. A perfect balance with semi-sweet chocolate chips. Let's just say we will meet new people soon, Zelina answered. I groaned, do we have to clean again? Zelina chuckled, no, not this time. Is it a potluck for casters? I asked. They are not casters, she answered. I'm surprised you haven't realized it, especially when we had company last night. I was confused. What should I have also realized? What company? I didn't hear anybody. Then again, I was so exhausted from cleaning that I fell asleep when my head hit the pillow. It couldn't be Fiona since she left yesterday, nor my mom, since Betsy would have given me a heads up if she was coming. She was not one for surprises. So, who came to visit last night? Should I get Eleanor to help? I asked. Zelina shook her head with a knowing smile. She is not here right now. Oh, did she go to get something for you? I asked. No, she went to see Jacob, she answered. I frowned when hearing this. Jacob? I thought she was done with him. Let's just say Eleanor and Jacob reconcile, she said, putting a batch in the oven. Wow, I sarcastically said, and I thought Elle would hex him to oblivion. Zelina laughed at that and started setting up a new batch. We baked for the next hour. There were probably 100 cookies baked. It would be after a quick change. The main phone rang in the kitchen before 10 in the morning. Zelina answered it, Bishop's residence. I paused, watching her reaction. Eleanor, Zelina greeted with a smile. Are things good between you and Jacob? Her smile dropped and grew serious. I could sense something had happened. Zelina went to the notepad on the wall, grabbed the pen, and started writing. All right, say that again, she instructed. Eleanor repeated while Zelina wrote something down. Yes, I got the address. We will meet you at Emily's place, Zelina informed. Stay with Jacob in the pack until I arrive. Pack? I thought, confused. Eleanor said something, and then Zelina hung up and sighed. She grabbed the cookies and put them in 2 large Tupperware. Is everything all right? I asked. Is Eleanor hurt? I would burn Jacob black to a crisp if he hurt Eleanor. I've never seen Eleanor so devastated after their encounter back at his house, telling her to go away. Out of everybody I knew, I felt like Eleanor deserved better after what had transpired in the last year. Sure, I had a terrible life growing up and a horrible breakup. But I don't want my coven sister to be harmed after all she has done for me. Eleanor welcomed me to the caster world and gave me a different perspective. And I did the same in showing her the other side. Zelina turned to face me. I'll explain once we get to Emily Young's place. I paused. Who's Emily? She is Sam Yuli's fiancée, she explained as we made our way out. Sam Yuli, the guy who found me? I asked. Zelina nodded as we made our way to the hybrid and got inside. Zelina put the address in the GPS and started driving. I was still confused. Why are we going to this couple's place? Zelina seemed so focused on the road and lost in thought that I doubted she would answer. My thoughts linger on Sam Yuli. He was the guy who found me lost in the woods back in September. His name kept being mentioned around Jacob, Quill, and Eleanor. Something about bad blood or something along the lines. Quill mentioned Sam being the leader of his own gang. I wasn't sure. Some time passed when we reached the destination. I found a quaint house surrounded by flowers. At the front, I saw Eleanor and Jacob, who wrapped his arm around her. Jacob had drastically changed since I last saw him at the movie theater. His hair was short, and he seemed to have aged a few years or something, especially being more muscular and taller. Damn, what steroids is he taking? I thought. Zelina and I got out of the car. The moment I did, I sensed the atmosphere was different. I could only compare it when visiting the River family in Massachusetts. An aura that was undetermined if this place was safe or not. Zelina grabbed the 2 large Tupperware, handed me one, and made our way over. Jacob, Eleanor, are you two all right? Zelina asked. I'm fine, Eleanor answered, taking a deep breath, just not good news. Sam called in the pack and council members, Jacob added. Everyone is inside. Zelina sighed with a nod. What happened? I asked, getting their attention. What is going on? Eleanor looked hesitant. In fact, she looked pale as she opened her mouth and then closed it. She glanced at Jacob, asking a silent question. She knew something but was hesitant. Jacob took a deep breath but paused. Jacob is a shapeshifter from a long line of spirit warriors, Zelina announced to end the tension. Their duty is to protect the Quileute lands from cold ones and those they deem a threat. My eyes widened, staring at Jacob in shock. Jacob Black is a shapeshifter. Jacob and his pack are the wolves we saw in the meadow, Eleanor added. They killed Laurent, however, they've been chasing Victoria these past few months. I felt like someone punched me in the gut with what I had just heard. Victoria. Victoria has been here for the past few months. The vampire with the fiery hair. Edward saw it would be years before she would seek revenge and go after him. Then I recall what Laurent said, how Victoria demands an eye for an eye. A mate for a mate, even though Edward and I are no longer together. Let's head inside, Zelina advised. We all nodded as Jacob led the way in through the blue door. We walked inside, seeing the living room was packed with many guys without shirts. There were like 4 of them. All were tall and toned out, some even muscular. They all seemed to look the same from afar, with different shades of copper skin, dark cropped hair, and a tattoo on their arm. All were wearing cut-off shorts. One I indeed recognized was Embry as he shot out a smile at me. I gave a smile back. I also recognized others, including Billy Black, who sat in his wheelchair, and Harry Clearwater. There was another man there, sitting in a chair. He seemed the oldest out of all the people here, white-haired, brittle, and ancient, as he wore massive glasses. A woman came out from the kitchen, placing a few glasses on the table for Harry, Billy, and the other man. She turned around, and my eyes widened, seeing massive scars along her face. Eleanor cleared her throat and whispered, "Don't stare." Realizing what she meant, I looked away. "Zelina," Billy greeted. "I'm glad you made it under short notice." "I wish it was under better circumstances," Zelina said as she made her way over, setting the cookies down. All the guys raised their heads as their nostrils flared, and they licked their lips. "Are those cookies?" one of the guys asked. Embry and the 2 guys were making their way like a stampede. "Back away," Zelina ordered, which had the 3 guys stop stepping back. Their eyes were wide as if they were losing control of their bodies. "How rude to not introduce yourselves." I couldn't help but snicker at this. "Now sit," Zelina ordered calmly, using concilium to have them sit down. They sat in their original spots. Embry then asked, "How did you do that?" Zelina corrected herself, "I am a witch." The older folks chuckled as Billy said, "Everyone, this is Zelina Bishop, the witch who lives on the neutral territory we are allowed on, along with her pupils, Eleanor Rivers and Ginger Ives." "The leech lover," one guy muttered under his breath. A click of the tongue could be heard, and a second later, the guy who muttered that comment bit his tongue and yelped. I glanced at Eleanor, who seemed casual, yet I could tell she was the one who jinxed him. Jacob glanced at her as if he noticed that, too. "Enough," Paul, the oldest of the half-naked men said. Paul grumbled something under his breath, crossing his arms. "Ginger," Eleanor spoke as he gestured to the oldest pack member. "This is Sam Yulee. He is the alpha of the pack." "The one who found me?" I asked. Sam nodded as he wrapped his arm around the young woman. "And his fiancée, Emily Young," Eleanor added. Jacob took over, along with our pack brothers, Embry, Paul, and Jared. He gestured to those at the table. "You know my dad, Billy. And Harry Clearwater. Also, this is old Quill, Quill's grandfather. They make our tribe's council and are sworn to guide the pack." Hi," I greeted nervously. "So, you know what we are." "We have for a long time," old Quill said. "Casters have crossed through these areas since the Palefaces discovered our lands. Only Zelina has made her presence known over the decade. Now our common enemy has brought us closer," Zelina sighed. "Indeed," Harry said. "Especially one who is after your coven." "We were aware of your association with the Cullens," Billy said. "However, we don't quite understand how you know these vampires who have been causing harm. As you all know, I trained young casters to control their magic so they can thrive in both worlds. My last pupils had aged out when the Cullens returned and started their charade of being high school students." Zelina explained. "When I was given my 2 pupils, Eleanor and Ginger, I enrolled them into Forks High School, unaware of the Cullens being there." There, Zelina started explaining everything that had happened since coming to Forks, including my encounters with the Cullens and my curiosity over Edward. All eyes were on me, as they knew about my past relationship. Zelina then mentioned the incident in the field where we played baseball, how we encountered the Nomad Coven, and the chase from James and his mate Victoria. The Cullens tried their best to protect us as the chase led to New Orleans and the ordeal we encountered in the ballet studio. So, this Victoria is after Ginger because she thinks she is Edward's mate, Harry concluded. However, if Victoria finds out the truth, she will go after Eleanor too, Zelina added. Why? Paul asked. Because I burned James's remains, Eleanor answered, hugging herself, preventing his possible resurrection. Cold ones don't turn to ash or drop dead as a withering corpse like most vampires. From what I heard, they crack when tearing a cold one apart, exposing stone inside or something like that. If the shattered limbs are not severe, you can put them back together, unless you burn the body. Damn, Paul smirked and looked at Jacob. You sure know how to pick them, Black. I noticed Jacob's arm tightening around Eleanor, glaring at Paul. Paul, enough, Sam ordered, sounding like a drill sergeant. But they are just girls, Embry protested. It doesn't make sense, Jacob said. But that's why the bloodsucker's been trying to get past us. She's been heading for Forks. They continued to stare at us, mouths still hanging open for a while. I rubbed my neck, not sure what to do. Excellent, Jared finally said, a smile growing on his face. We've got bait. Jacob made a growl that did not sound human. Eleanor is not bait. What the hell is going on? 000. Eleanor's paw of Jacob's body vibrated as it began to shimmer. Immediately, by instincts, I placed my hand on his arm, trying to gain his attention. Jacob paused, turned his head, and looked at me with those expressive eyes. He readjusted his hold on me, taking a deep breath. The others watched this as Billy held an approving smile. Sam and Emily were shocked by this, yet Emily soon smiled at us. You know what I mean, Jared said, unabashed. Sam took a deep breath, so we'll be changing our patterns. The pack began to protest, yet Sam ignored them, ordering them to shut up. We'll try leaving a few holes and see if she falls for it. We'll have to split up, and I don't like that. But if she's really after the witches, she probably won't try to take advantage of our divided numbers. Quill's got to be close to joining us soon, Embry murmured. All eyes went to old Quill, who nodded, confirming this. Everyone looked down, and I noticed Jacob dreaded it. No matter how comfortable they seemed with their fate as spirit warriors, none wanted this life for their friend. I'm not entirely sure how the transformation goes from what Jacob said when a cold one is in town. The fever sets in. Along with the phone call, hearing Jacob's voice filled with exhaustion and pain. It was a lot to take in after the meeting. Sam cleared his voice. Paul, Jared, and Embry will take the outer perimeter, and Jacob and I will take the inner. We'll collapse in when we've got her trapped. Emily didn't seem to approve of the pack dividing into two smaller groups. This had me glance at Jacob, worried about him, too. He recently became a shifter. Unlike Sam, Jared, and Paul, who have a few years and Embry a few months. Sam then turned his attention to Zelina, the councils, and I think it would be best if you and your pupils spent as much time as possible here in La Push. She won't know where to find you all, just in case. I still have a business in Port Angeles in the cabin, Zelina said. But I'm sure Eleanor and Ginger wouldn't mind spending spring break here. She glanced at Ginger and me. I wouldn't mind staying in La Push during spring break. Most of our friends will be out of town, and I don't want to draw Victoria near those staying. Ginger seemed to have the same thought and nodded. You all must understand how things can get dangerous here, how quickly they get out of hand, Sam warned. If you choose to stay with us, I can't make any guarantees about your safety. I won't hurt her, Jacob mumbled, looking down. Sam ignored what Jacob said and looked at my coven. Do you understand? I nodded, understanding. I have seen how easily the shifters are when their emotions get out of hand. How quickly they can phase into their animal form in mere seconds. I glanced at Ginger, who nodded in agreement. That seemed to end the discussion as Paul said, so, can we have some cookies? Before Zelina could answer, the pack rushed into the large Tupperwares, devouring them. Fortunately, Zelina and Ginger brought two, and all of us non-wolves managed to get some. Zelina talked to the council members about the situation with Sam. I nibble on my cookie while standing beside Ginger. How are you taking it in? Ginger sighed. I just thought we would have more time. I nodded in agreement. It was clear Victoria wanted us dead, and I doubt she would listen to reason. James had started the conflict, and she had a chance to walk away. But blind love and loyalty took over, and now she wants revenge. Common sense is something the vampires don't have anymore, just their lust for blood and power. We spent the rest of the day in La Push, most of the time at the Black residence. Ginger, Jacob, and Embry chilled in the garage while Zelina set up wards for the Red House. I was shocked that both bikes were finished, as the paint job was done. Yeah, Jacob said, rubbing his neck. When I wasn't doing patrols or sleeping, I was working on them. Jake. I was utterly shocked. Jacob stared at me with a smile. What about school? I asked. Embry laughed. We're on sabbatical. We'll probably have to retake junior year if we don't kill Red soon. I frowned upon hearing this since there were only a few months before summer. Jacob and Embry had one more year of school. And seeing how Victoria is a problem, they might have 2 more years of school to finish their education. Unless we get a GED, Jacob reminded. I didn't know how I felt about that. Jacob kept mentioning owning his own garage. He would need a high school diploma to get into college unless he plans on attending community college to get his degree in mechanics and business. I held my tongue, for arguing about their education was not my place. It was between Jacob and Billy on how he gets the diploma, or GED. Ginger grinned at the bikes. Man, I can't wait to drive these. Oh, hell no, I nearly shouted. You almost total one. No, I didn't, she protested. Besides, you used magic to stop it. I crossed my arms and shook my head. Say, did you use magic on us? Embry asked. Like mind control, what Zelina did? No, I answered. We don't possess concilium. Concilium? Embry asked. It's what you call mind control, Ginger explained. Jacob leaned against the hood of the rabbit. So, what can you do? Ginger plopped on the duct-taped chair. Well, I can control fire and teleport. Also, being able to detect if a person is lying to me in a mental shield. Embry grinned from that. Jacob stared at me. And you? Telekinesis, pyrokinesis, divination, transmutation mainly, I said as I levitated a wrench off the floor and into a toolbox, along with other things. Embry's eyes widened when seeing this. What about that force field you did in the meadow? Jacob asked. That was my telekinesis, I answered. I manipulate my energy to create a shield. Although, any contact with the shield, I feel. So, when Paul bounced off it, Embry started. Was like being punched, I said. Well, the pressure of being punched. We explained our powers to Embry and Jacob and what each power was and showed them some examples. So, you never cast a spell on me? Jacob asked. Well, I did use levitation a few times to help you lower heavy objects, though you didn't need it. I answered. And divination to find things. Nothing else, other than charmed a bead for your braid. Jacob was surprised by that, and what would the charm bead do? Keeps negativity away and protection, I said. Jacob nodded, comprehending this. Ginger chuckled softly as she gave me this look. We explained what we could do since the shifters were accepted by the caster community, although the conversation ended when Chief Swan's cruiser pulled over. Apparently, it was March Madness, and there was a game tonight. Pizza was ordered, and Charlie could tell something was going on, especially when making a comment about Jacob's sudden growth spurt. It was strange, wondering if Charlie would ever know that his 2 friends and the teens they watch over are part of the supernatural. Jacob explained in the garage that his dad was not a shapeshifter but held the gene. It would have been activated if the Cullens or another vampire had arrived 20 or so years ago. Being carriers of the gene gives them a 6th sense when a cold one is near and slightly heightened senses. It was soon getting late, and the game ended. I didn't really pay attention to it and comprehend what had transpired. Everyone waited for Charlie to leave, and soon the casters left. However, Jacob decided to ride back with me. Are you sure? I asked. Yeah, Sam put me on the first watch, he explained as he buckled up in the passenger seat and adjusted the seat for his size. I secured my seatbelt, noting this. Is there going to be a wolf on the property? Only at night, Jacob said. Although, I have to ask, what is that thing in your woods? What thing? There is this dark mass. When I first entered Zelina's property as a wolf, it almost attacked me but stopped. Sam said it was a witch thing. Oh, that's the barrier, I explained. It's supposed to keep those unwanted out. Usually, normal people don't see it, and this is avoided. Supernatural creatures can see to some degree that it attacks any who dare go straight for the cabin. What happens if it senses an unwelcome creature? I paused. I'm not sure. It has never happened before since I've been here. Zelina gave you permission to be on the property, and the Cullens, they haven't mentioned it. Yet it made me wonder why the barrier let Edward through when we started school. Can you tell me more about you as a wolf? I'm not really supposed to tell, he replied with guilt. I'll see if I can get you to a bonfire. A bonfire? I asked. Yeah, every time a new wolf comes, we have this bonfire, he answered. I nodded, comprehending this. As much as I was glad that Jacob and I didn't have any more secrets, I feel like there are still secrets. We are two different species with our own cultures. Hopefully, in time, we can explain them to one another. It would be late when I pulled up to the garage by the cabin. I parked the Wagoneer inside and got out. Jacob walked around and wrapped his arms around my shoulder. We made our way to the cabin. Don't worry. We've got this place covered, he assured me. She won't get near you, Zelina, or Ginger. You've got to be careful, I warned him as we reached the porch steps. Victoria is fast. None of the Cullens could get to her. You know, your lack of confidence is a little insulting, he sarcastically said. I scoffed. Sorry. I just find it hard to believe you're a shifter. He grinned as he pecked my temple. I gasped, not expecting that. He pulled away, giving a sincere smile. All right. I better go, he said. Wait, you're not coming inside? I asked. I doubt Sam would approve, he answered with a smile. Or the others with your favoritism. Favoritism? I raised a brow. Yeah, he grinned, then sighs. I got a vampire to kill. I sighed. You better run, lassie. He gave a small snort and sighed, as if a part of him didn't want to leave. Ultimately, he forced himself to turn around and jogged toward the woods, disappearing into the darkness of night. I stood there watching him vanish, then sighed. I seriously don't know what is going on between Jacob and me. A lot had happened in the last 24 hours. Jacob was a shapeshifter, a spirit warrior. He and his pack went after Victoria, who was after my coven. The relief I had this morning had vanished when he brought up Victoria. She will never stop to get her revenge on Ginger. And if she learns the truth, myself included. I looked up to the sky to see the stars so my divination could give me guidance in what would transpire. However, the sky was void of darkness, as the clouds and trees obscured it. A howl could be heard. No doubt Jacob told me to go inside. Oh, all right, I called out and went inside, unable to stop the slight smile on my lips. Thanks for reading, and please leave a review. Updated. Spring Break Casters of Oblivion disclaimer. I do not own Twilight. Chapter 22. Spring Break. Ginger's POV. It was hard to break the habit. Even though I was moving on from Edward, I couldn't stop writing emails to Alice. I know the moment I send it, the message will be declined. Yet, I consider this to be my own personal diary. Instead of a journal, I have it on my email account. With the new threat known as Victoria showing herself, I can't simply talk to my mom about it. Alice, I'm alright until I'm alone, though I question if I'm truly alone. Eleanor and Jacob made amends, along with the misunderstanding about Sam Yulee and his gang. Jacob and his friends are hunting Victoria, and you're gone, and so is everyone. The pain is less, as I can manage to say all your names. I hope one day I get to see you. I hope one day. If not, thank you for what you have done in those few months. I'm going to try limiting my emails to you. I know you don't truly see them, for if you did, you would have responded. Ginger. I sighed, clicking send, and the message was rejected a moment later. I was not surprised, yet I smiled at taking the next step of moving on. The Cullens will have a place in my heart, but I need to let go. What happened at the meadow had me realize that. I hope one day I see them again. Well, most of them. And I have a few centuries in my lifetime for that encounter. Until then, I will focus on my coven and the pack. After shutting down the laptop, I finished getting dressed and made my way downstairs. Eleanor was in the kitchen cooking a hefty meal. It was still crazy to know there was more to the supernatural than vampires and casters. Sure, I learned about the original vampires and cold ones. The different types of casters too. Along with werewolves, including succubus and incubus, shapeshifters are new. Zelina said some casters can shapeshift into other forms of humans. However, it is rare for shapeshift abilities to be similar to those of an animal, let alone a big wolf. What's with the feast? I asked. Eleanor chuckled. You've seen the pack's appetite. Knowing they eat like dogs and pigs, I chuckled, still. I wanted to help out as much as possible, Eleanor said. Those on the night shift deserve something. Don't you mean Jacob? I teased. Blush dusted her cheeks. So, have you and Jacob made it official? I asked, now curious. She took a deep breath. I don't know. She then turned around and moved to the counter to face me away from the stove. Just yesterday, we both found out the truth. For 3 weeks, he was afraid that he would hurt me because he was learning his new abilities. Time will tell. I nodded. I saw how Jacob acted around her. There were moments I was hesitant when Jared suggested that Eleanor and I would be bait. The anger Jacob showed was frightening, but when Eleanor placed her hand on him, he calmed down. Now that I think about it, Jacob was always next to her or held her hand or arm around her. Something told me they were meant to be. Eleanor went back to cooking, making eggs, bacon, toast, and sausage. She set them on large plates. I grabbed some plates, utensils, and glasses. Afterward, Eleanor went outside and stood on the back porch. Breakfast, she called out. She came back in as we got Zelina's and our plates ready. The door opened as Jacob and Jared came in. Jacob looked exhausted, while Jared seemed relaxed. Fortunately, Jacob was fully dressed, while Jared was wearing cutoffs. Yo Jake, did you get any sleep? I asked. Jake yawned as he went over to Eleanor, sitting next to her. I'll take that as a no, I chuckled. Jared took a seat as he served himself some food. He was about to head back till Eleanor called for food. Is that so? I snickered, looking at Jacob, who glared at Jared. What? Jared asked. She is your I am. Suddenly, Jared yelped as if he had been kicked in the leg. Jared glared at Jacob, who was acting casual while eating his eggs with ease. Eleanor was confused, glancing at Jacob and then Jared. It seemed like she didn't understand what was going on, especially when it included her. So, what's the plan? I asked. After breakfast, Jake is gonna head home to sleep, Jared answered, with some food in his mouth, then swallowed. I'll be taking you to Emily's. And what are we gonna do at Emily's? I asked. Jared shrugged. I frowned. I thought we would be doing something in La Push, maybe something with the bikes, First Beach, or something else. If we are not being active, I might as well work for Zelina. Speaking of Zelina, she came over, got her cup of coffee, and sat down. Jared immediately straightened up. I couldn't help but chuckle. 000. Eleanor's POV after breakfast, Zelina told us she would do the dishes. None of us argued, and I went upstairs to grab my backpack with things that would keep me occupied. Although I had a shadow, Jacob followed along. Once in my room, I turned around to see him. Jacob stood by the door, staring at me. His eyes focused on me with many emotions. I felt a warmth inside me as I turned around, heading over to the nightstand to grab the pendant. I try putting it on, though I struggle. Here, let me. Jacob offered as he came over, took hold of the pendant, and worked on the latch. His hands were warm, if not warmer, as his fingers grazed my neck. I closed my eyes, feeling his touch. Once done, Jacob removed his hands, though gently turned me around to face him. I'm sorry your spring break is not what you planned, he murmured. I wasn't planning on a vengeful vampire after me, I replied. His eyes narrowed. Although Victoria is after Ginger, if she learns that I was the one who burned James to oblivion, I would be dead. Victoria could also use me to hurt Ginger. That won't happen, Jacob promised. I sighed but nodded. After patrol, we will do something, he promised. I'll take you cliff diving, and we can ride the bikes. I smiled softly. I like that. Then I frowned. But take care of yourself. Have you even slept since yesterday? Jacob sighed before giving a yawn. Go, I murmured. Get some sleep. I'll make it up to you, he promised as he pulled away. Jake, I warned. Go get some real sleep. Jacob chuckled as he took my bag and led the way down. Ginger and Jared were on the couch waiting. They got up as we made our way out. Jacob gave me a hug before running into the woods. Wait, he's not riding with us? Ginger asked. It's quicker in wolf form, Jared answered, then grabbed the keys out of my hand. I'm driving. Not arguing, we made our way to the wagoneer. Ginger took the backseat while I sat in the passenger seat. Jared, being a curious person, started asking questions about casters. So where do casters come from? Jared asked. Well, when a mommy witch and a daddy warlock are truly in love, Ginger started. Jared laughed, shaking his head. I know about the birds and the bees. Ginger snickered at that, then said, I'm not sure. It's complicated, I answered. Every culture has its own tales of origin. Some are based on religion, and others are folklore. My clan is Latin-based, with ancestors of Celtic, Aquitani, and Gaul. Huh, Jared replied. So, do you fly brooms? I chuckled, shaking my head. We don't fly brooms or have a magic wand. Even though it has been yesterday since meeting with the pack and Sam creating a schedule on watch. In the morning, after waking up, a pack member will escort us to the reservation. Emily offered to host us, or we could stay at Billy's. Although knowing Jacob needed to rest, we headed to Emily's. The plan is to stay on the reservation. Sam assured us we were free to roam around, but we preferred that we stay in one spot. I asked Emily the night before if she needed help with anything. She smiled, appreciating the offer. Apparently, our coming over can help get things done on the property since she has been slaving in the kitchen most of the time to feed the pack. When we arrived, Emily was in the kitchen. Jared saw a bowl of muffins and grabbed 2. There better be 3 for the girls and me, Emily warned. Jared gave a hesitant chuckle as he placed 1 muffin back in the bowl before plopping on the couch. Ginger and I chuckled at this. So, Jared, are you here with us all day? Ginger asked. Nah, just until noon. Then Embry will stop by for the afternoon, Jared answered. I kinda have a date. A date? Emily chirped when she heard this. She took a rag and leaned against the counter. And who is the lucky girl? Or boy, Ginger teased. Jared, who was eating his muffin, nearly choked as he tried to swallow it. Quickly, I got him a glass of water and gave it to him. He chugged it down, managing to compose himself. Really? He asked in a hoarse voice. What? Ginger grinned. Jared shook his head and looked at Emily. With Kim. She was one of my classmates. We crossed paths in a reunion, and I imper. He stopped himself and changed to, we clicked. Oh, Emily hummed happily. The funny thing was, she was sitting next to me in high school, and I never noticed her, Jared confessed. Why am I not surprised? Emily sighed, then looked at me. Men are hopeless. I couldn't help but chuckle. Not all men. Was Sam like that when you two met? Emily expressed something I hadn't seen before. She seemed happy that she was in a relationship with Sam, but how it happened may not have started so grand. Suddenly, the timer went off, and she sighed in relief and went to the oven. Ginger stared at me, noticing this as well. I decided to drop it since it was a sensitive topic. After a moment, Emily came over. Well, the weather is nice. We can work in the garden or take a walk on the beach, Emily offered. Or we can bake. What are you cooking now? I asked. I made some brownies for later, Emily answered. Jared sat up straight. Just as he stood up, Emily grabbed a spray bottle and aimed it at him. Don't you dare. They're for the girls and me. And if you take one bite, I'll have Sam put you on non-stop patrol. Jared pouted. You wound me. Emily merely smiled. What are you planting? I asked. Vervain, Emily answered. I need to transfer them to bigger pots. Vervain, that is what tames vampires, Ginger recalled. Emily nodded, at least those in public. It can also repel compulsion from vampires from the original bloodline. I added. And if blended into a solution, it can harm them. Original bloodline? Jared asked. You think the cold ones are the only vampires in the world? I replied. Jared gave a shrug. Every species has its own breed, I explained. The original bloodline might as well be the Americans' first vampires, dating back to the Viking period in the Americas. It is a younger breed, but it holds a lot of influence. And Vervain works on them? Jared asked. Like a wolfsbane to a werewolf, I confirmed. Jared stared in disbelief. How many monsters are there? Too many to count, I said, then saw Emily's concern. But not all are bad or evil. The cold ones are the worst. Many found ways to adapt to live among mortals. Like what? Ginger asked curiously. Well, the succubus and incubus consume energy through intimacy. The prey lives with highly satisfied bliss, and they consume it. So, having the best orgasm in life, Jared concluded with a smirk. I should stop there, I don't want to disturb Emily, I considered, as many others found survival by eating dead bodies. Appreciated, Emily said. So, knowing Vervain can do more than tame cold ones to other vampires is reassuring. Welp, let's get dirty, Ginger said. Emily nodded. Seeing our attire, Emily suggested we change, and she provided us with some clothes to borrow. We went to her garden to see bushels of vervain being grown in mini pots, no doubt the need to be in larger pots. Vervain is an herb that holds beauty, with gloves and gardening tools. We replanted the vervain while Jared helped move the larger pots and heft bags of dirt. So, what do you do with the vervain? Ginger asked. It depends, Emily answered. We plant them sporadically around the reservation border to keep vampires away. Or we give them to the tribe to plant in their garden. Other times, we make a paste and place them in charms. As she gestured to her pendant, she added, that way, we don't get influenced by vampires if we are outside of the reservation. Has there been a cold one before the Cullens? Ginger asked. There has, but I'm not sure, Emily answered. I'm from the Macaw tribe, though my mother is Quileute. We nodded to this information. Is there a difference? Ginger asked. I sighed, shaking my head. Each tribe has its own culture and differences. This is a common fact, even taught in elementary school. Even if the tribes live in the same region and get the same resources or even spiritual beliefs, there is always a difference. One might compare it to teams in sports. Though similar, there are differences. Emily merely chuckled as she tried to educate us on the Macaw tribe and what she could give on the Quileute. It was interesting, as it brought back the conversation that Native Americans are a mystery and require respect, as my grandparents remind me. Sadly, history tells a sad story. When we finished repotting and headed inside to wash up and make lunch, it was noon. We cooked a lot as those on patrol came in to get lunch. As predicted, the girls got their serving while the pack ate their massive portion. I wonder what the grocery bill is like, I thought to myself. However, Jacob arrives with Harry and Billy. The pack was surprised, not expecting it, as they made space for the elders. Billy, Harry, Emily greeted. Can I get you anything? No, we're just here for a short moment, Harry said. Emily nodded as the pack gathered around. Both elders seemed serious, as if this was a pack meeting. IG therefore gestured to Ginger to go to the kitchen to get dishes clean. She almost argued, but I insisted. We may be under the pack's protection, but we are not members. However, a massive hand took my own, stopping me. I turned somewhat to see Jacob. Those emotions these last few days were there, followed by frustration, anger, and concern. Jacob, what is it? I asked. Jacob sighed as he gestured me over to the counter, wrapping me in his arms and holding me close. Blush consumed me because of how close we were, especially in the presence of the pack and his father. We hadn't even had the conversation about what we were. This felt more intimate than friends. I glanced to see Ginger smirking at this, and I knew later she was going to tease me. Charlie had a survivor come in reporting seeing huge wolves but not the vampire, Harry announced. He has called and asked for volunteers to hunt you down. Mixed emotions fill the living room. Chief Swan is friends with Billy and Harry and probably gains respect from the reservation. With Victoria trying to cross through to get to us, Chief Swan unknowingly puts more men in danger, let alone the pack. I still don't know much about shapeshifters from the Quileutes. Grandfather Horatio told me about shapeshifters. The purebreds can easily phase an attribute or their entire body into another person, while the majority had to shed their skin to transform into something else. Those shifters are dangerous since the more they shift, the more they lose their identity and are consumed in pain from shedding. Both also contain strength that surpasses a human and partial telepathy from the individual they copied. From what I recall, to kill a shifter, it is silver into the heart or decapitation. But the pack is different. I know they phase into massive wolves with enhanced speed and strength. No doubt their senses are enhanced, too, followed by their telepathy between each other in wolf form. However, do they have a weakness? I remember Laurent striking Sam in his wolf form, which sent him across the meadow. That was several days ago, and staring at Sam right now, he seemed in perfect health, with no bruises or broken bones. The same happened when Paul and Jacob fought. Other than a minor scratch on Paul, The wound was gone by the end of the day. Therefore, they have rapid healing. Yet do they follow the same kills as any beast? Silver and bronze were common metals to kill beasts, along with certain woods. Yet the most common kill for all monsters is separating the heart from the brain. In other words, decapitation. Second best is stabbing the supernatural in the heart. Do those methods apply to the pack, or can a simple bullet kill them? So many thoughts were going through my head that I worried about Jacob and his friends. As if Jacob could sense my concern, he hugged me tighter and whispered in my ear. "Don't worry, we can handle this," he assured quietly. "But can guns kill you?" I mumbled. I forgot their sensitive hearing and that Billy and Harry had it so that everyone except Emily and Ginger heard me. I blushed, realizing this, and felt embarrassed that I might have offended them. "Our ancestors have crossed the palefaces who shot at them with guns," Billy answered sternly. "Though injured, they do heal. As long as it is not in the head or heart," Harry added to remind everyone. "Even a bullet to the eye might kill you all. So, the same laws of death do apply to them. It is always the brain or the heart that gets damaged to kill. It seems like casters are the most vulnerable. We are not immune to anything. We can die as easily as any human. Yet the worst death for a caster is being burned alive or when our magic backfires. I'll be going with Charlie and see if I can redirect the hunting party away from you all," Harry announced. "Can't we just tell Chief Swan the truth?" Ginger asked. Everyone but Emily gave Ginger a hard look. "What?" she asked. "He should know that there is a serial vampire out in the woods killing hikers." "The only way to kill a cold one is by tearing them apart and burning them," Billy said. "Still, do we want to risk more lives?" she countered. "Give Victoria fresh blood to kill." "Ginger," I spoke in a stern yet calm tone. She stared at me in frustration. "It's Chief Swan. The law still applies to them." I tried to reason. Thousands of years, our kind, either monster or gifted, would end up dead by normal humans who don't understand. Although Chief Swan is a good friend to everyone, the truth of the supernatural can change a person. It can traumatize Charlie into becoming a hunter and killing everyone. That is how hunters are. They go through a traumatic experience from the supernatural out of fear or survival that they would hunt anything that is not normal. Many beasts have succumbed to being mythology, leaving the monsters and the gifted behind, as the hunters come after us. "She's right, Ginger," Billy said softly. Sam sighed. "We will have everyone on patrol. Divide into 3 groups. One guarding the reservation, the second keeping an eye out on the hunting party, and the third on Red." The pack agreed. Although it makes the hunting party have become live bait, that includes Harry and Chief Swan. After the meeting, Jacob took my hand and led the way to the beach. We didn't talk for some time until Jacob squeezed my hand and said, "I take it, there are still hunters that go after your kind?" he asked. I sighed. There are 2 kinds of hunters. On occasion, casters have helped hunters to kill monsters who are a threat. Though if a caster or a shade does harm to others, they will not hesitate to kill them. "A shade?" he asked. "A caster who does the dark arts and associates with demons," I answered. "But witch hunters are the worst. They create organizations whose main objective is to eradicate my kind." Jacob's face hardens. "Why?" "I'm not sure. Many consider it a hard religious influence," I said. "However, I think it is mainly fear because we are not normal. That we have this power to manipulate that breaks the norms of nature. Power is dangerous, especially when not everyone can have it," as I took my free hand to create a small fire orb. "Earth, water, fire, air, and spirit," I murmured. "Caster can grasp it, and since the Dark Ages, we've been hunted down. So, the casters created laws and councils. Our magic is based on our emotions. We spread each other out so thin that we could not be captured and killed. Many casters have stopped populating in fear of them or married out so that the gene becomes dormant." Jacob carefully put his other hand under my own. The heat of his hand in the fire orb consumed me, so I extinguished it and looked at him. Those dark eyes expressed so many emotions. "We will get through this," Jacob murmured. "I promise nothing will happen to you." A small smile lifted my lips. As much as I appreciate his support, it doesn't stop the worry. Victoria is hunting my coven. Jacob is hunting Victoria. And Chief Swan is hunting Jacob. In the end, I can sense someone is going to die. The only problem is, I don't know who. Thanks for reading and please leave a review.